Another force which I think is very strongly operative in this country is the force of what may be called over-organization. As technology becomes more and more complicated, it becomes necessary to have more and more elaborate organizations, more hierarchical organizations. And incidentally, the advance of technology has been accompanied by an advance in the science of organization. It's now possible to make organizations on a larger scale than was ever possible before. And so that you have more and more people living their lives out as subordinates in these hierarchical systems controlled by bureaucracies, either the bureaucracies of big business or the bureaucracies of big government.
Now, the devices that you were talking about, are there specific devices or methods of communication which diminish our freedoms in addition to overpopulation and over-organization?
Well, there are certainly devices which can be used in this way. I mean, let us take, after all, a piece of very recent and very painful history is the propaganda used by Hitler, which was incredibly effective. I mean, what were Hitler's methods? Hitler used terror on the one kind, brute force on the one hand, but he also used a very efficient form of propaganda.
And what can we expect from authoritarians anyways? Those that would impose their will via the manifestations of your daily life, whether it be your belief systems, the people you trust being subverted because they don't want to end up in trouble or unliked by the group. Or maybe it's just a matter of what technology you're looking at, using. Maybe it's the language you're being subjected and or inundated to and with. Does the locution matter? I would say if you're forced to be that way, unknowingly, and you don't feel you have a choice, then maybe there's something else at hand. Something you didn't sign up for. Maybe what we need is a shock to the system. Maybe what's going on needs to actually wake us up. Because more than ever, we hold in our hands a technology that feeds us what it knows we want. Whether it be listening to our conversations in the background, or presenting the stories that drive an emotional state, mostly of fear, of brutality, an intentional, slow dribble of reality that may not be as it seems.
Which he was using every modern device at that time. He didn't have TV, but he had the radio, which he used to the fullest extent, and was able to impose his will on an immense mass of people. I mean, the Germans were a highly educated people.
Well, we're aware of all this, but how do you equate Hitler's use of propaganda with the way that propaganda, if you will, is used, let us say, here in the United States? Are you suggesting that this is a parallel?
Needless to say, it's not being used in this way now. But
hello, Jade, and welcome and good evening.
There are methods at present available, methods superior in some respects to Hitler's method, which could be used in a bad situation. I mean,
and when he says things that are similar to Hitler's methods, I am highly sad to report that tonight, what I'm going to read to you is directly related to Project Paperclip. Also, a subset Project Sunrise that is not named here, but I can tell you that if it's Paperclip, Sunrise is associated. Where we are starting this evening is looking directly into the darkness of our human spirit and our intentions and the agenda of those who we ourselves put in power. We ourselves gave them an oath you and I are responsible just as they are for not paying attention. This is possibly one of the wildest things that I've ever come across. I've had it for a while. I didn't read it before. I read the Senate panel's oversight review. But this, my friends, tonight is the beginning of maybe some connection for you. I don't know what you'll take of this, but tonight I'm going to read to you all the CIA's public release from 2018 of the explanation of Project MKUltra as reported in its own files, which I hope you know what that means. It's time to look up.
Well, what I feel very strongly is that we mustn't be caught by surprise by our own advancing technology. This has happened again and again in history. Technology has advanced and this changes social conditions, and suddenly people have found themselves in a situation which they didn't foresee and doing all sorts of things they didn't really want to do.
Ah, the words of Mr. Aldous Huxley, how they came to fruition without us even caring that they did. I've heard people actually argue with me that just because it's a book you read in 9th grade that you could dismiss his message, but they didn't know anything about him or his background or why he was saying or writing the things he was writing. And I could tell, because he's so accurate, he must know more than he lets on. It's a shocking scenario. When I read this to you, I want you to understand that there is likely more that we're not privy to, because that paperwork. Hello, Saxon, and welcome. Good to see you. There's so much more we're not privy to, I'm sure. This is just the decommissioned, the open information FOIA paperwork that they put out. But it's from their website. It's their declassifications. The link is at the top if you'd like to double check. No tomfoolery here. I apologize. That was not no shenanigans, no chicanery, no bullshit. This, my friends, is real. Hello and welcome. I'm AronMSound, and this is the show known as Look Up, the Remix, where I generally interject myself into conversations that nobody, most people, don't want me involved in, by way of which I tend to, and most likely, extend those conversations and or take them into places they were never intended to go. And tonight, my focus is on bringing you things you might not have known. Now, I've shared this kind of information with you before in detail. And as opposed to just sharing with you a documentary or showing you what other people say, which I've shared with you the actual psychologist who helped develop the program that is the personality testing that ended up feeding those who had psychic and many other abilities into other programs like the Gateway program, which I've also given you all of the direct information and paperwork to. I will cover that again. No sweat. See you back in a minute. How time works is amazing. Or not. In any case, I don't want you getting the idea that this is hoo-ha. I want to impress upon you the fact that we are holding in our hands every day one of these pieces of technology that Aldous Huxley, the man who wrote Brave New World, who warned us of Soma, a pill that would, in small amounts, chill us out, make us happy. In larger amounts, it would subdue us. And in, concentrated amounts, it puts us in a waking sleep. I use him as as I start the show, as a reminder, because it's so easy to forget his message here from 1958. Because it was long before most people, maybe in the chat, or even myself, were born. His message should not be lost to history, because he had a clear image of what was going on. And that's why I bring you tonight what I'm going to read. At some point, I'll also put up a call-in if you'd like to comment on anything you've seen or anything you know. We're also going into lima beans this evening. If you're not familiar with what that is, well, stick around. It may be very well, in my opinion, possible misuse of some of this technology. And that'll be made more clear as I read on about it. I want you to take a good look at this, because I'm sitting here on the CIA.gov website holding this page open. It's on my iPad. And to this day, most specific information regarding Project MKUltra remains highly classified. And there's a footnote for that. And there's a lot of reading underneath this. And at some point, very soon, I'm going to start bringing you all the reading involved with MKUltra, including some of the reports that tell us who and what people were subjected to in detail. Because I think it's all right to know since it's public, and I don't think many people have really covered it, as well as there seem to be, well, psychoanalysis books describing the actual outcome, results, and tools to use. And I want to know what those are, and who are they using them on? There's so much to this. It's such a large arbit zero, a big rabbit hole, that most of us are, well, basically ignorant of. I know I didn't know much about it until I started reading about it, and it was always lore, and it was something people talked about, and it was something that suggested that, you know, maybe we did something wrong. But I'm showing you right now proof for release 2018 on the 12th of December with their stamp from their library in Telepedia with the term secret slashed out. The actual paperwork reporting on the outcome of Project MKUltra. Now, I hope you understand that I don't take any of this lightly. I'm not reading this for fun. I'm reading this for informational purposes. I'm reading this for educational purposes. I'm reading this because this is, well, released by FOIA, it says. Somebody applied for this via the FOIA Act to have it brought forth. So I'm reading it for them too. I hope you don't get bored, because it's a lot of information. And it involves a lot of people. But I think there's some very important and telling pieces of the report that everyone should know. Mystery Sky, hello to you all. Yes, hello to you. Good evening. Fluzzy Bee, hello. What's happening? Good to see ya. Hold on a second. Let me switch it on over one real second. Oh, damn, and of course it's going to take me there, and of course it's going to take me there, and of course it's going to take me there, and there, and there, and... Yes!
Parkour.
Hello and welcome. We are covering MKUltra in detail this evening because I am bringing you the actual report, declassified by the CIA in December of 2018. And good to see y'all. I'm so glad you could be here. So brace yourself, because you might be surprised at what some members of the government felt it was necessary to do. Now, I understand that we're in an arms race, and I have my own takes on a lot of this, and I'm not going to give them to you until after. I'm just going to read this. I'm going to try to keep myself in composure. So I apologize once again if this is boring, because what I'm going to do is just read to you what's here. I will do my best, yes, to put my tinfoil hat on as Saxon would say. And cool brand cigarettes, absolutely. Definitely with the coffee drink, thank goodness, this evening. All right. I'm also not going to lie to you. I thought long and hard before I decided to read this. Because, you know, this is territory that maybe they don't want people reading out loud. I don't know. I've done a lot of coverage on this. When you put it all together, and then with the other things that we're going to talk about tonight, I'm just saying, just know this. I'm doing this for educational purposes. There it is. Out of the way again. The disclaimer was up at the beginning. How'd you like that thing, too, by the way? That's new. Hey, Nacho! Oh, hey, Aldous. Why are you looking at me like that? Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Not gonna lie. Scares the bejesus out of me. All right. Let me slim this down so I can actually read it in front of you. Look at this thing. Just want you to take in, you know, the doc ID. You can call me Al. Oh, nice. It says approved for release 2018-12-12. Project MK Ultra from Intellipedia, doc ID 6613524. In parentheses, U. Project MK Ultra. I'm not sure if this is classification or page numbers. It says B3 PL 8636. See the Wikipedia article Project MK Ultra. Well, what does that mean? Oh, something redacted. Must be the name of the person who requested the FOIA, I gather, or something of that nature. This page has not been edited since October 2nd, 2011. Please help with completing or updating the page if it is intelligence value. Parentheses U, see Intellipedia, abandoned pages for more information about pages with this banner. Parentheses U, see the discussion page for more information about the status of this page. Are you ready? Here we go. Project MK Ultra, or MK Ultra, was the code name for a covert CIA mind control and chemical interrogation research program run by the Office of Scientific Intelligence. This official U.S. government program began in the early 1950s, continuing at least through the 1960s, it says, and it supposedly used United States citizens as unwitting test subjects. Examples 1, 2, 3, footnotes. The published evidence indicates that Project MK Ultra involved the surreptitious use of many types of drugs as well as other methods to manipulate individual mental states and to alter brain function. Project MK Ultra was first brought into wide public. Genevieve. Blue Beam. Yes, ma'am. It's there. Was first brought to wide public attention in 1975 by the U.S. Congress through investigations by the Church Committee and the Presidential Commission known as the Rockefeller Commission. Investigative efforts were hampered by the fact that the CIA director, Mr. Richard Helms, ordered all MK Ultra files destroyed in the earlier 1973. The Church Committee, in 1973. The Church Committee and Rockefeller Commission investigations relied on sworn testimony of direct participants and on the relatively small number of documents that survived Helms' destruction order. Footnote 4, I have read this. No, ma'am. I don't think you're weird. Genevieve, rapper, what's happening? Good to see you. Welcome on in. Love your insignia. Fleur-de-lis all day. Come on. Yeah. Oh, I've read you the actual Rockefeller Commission investigation report already, so I can go back to that at another time if you guys want. But it's pretty much, it details the payments and the general outcome, but this describes it all as well. Although CIA insists that MKUltra type experiments have been abandoned, 14-year CIA veteran Victor Marchetti has stated in various interviews that the CIA routinely conducts disinformation campaigns and that the CIA mind control research continued. My apologies. In a 1977 interview, Marchetti specifically called the CIA claim that MKUltra was abandoned a cover story. Footnotes 5 and 6. On the Senate floor in 1977, Senator Ted Kennedy said, sorry, I just want to make this a little bigger for y'all. Make it so that you can read it and I can read it. You know what I'm saying? So you're not like squinting. The deputy director of the CIA revealed that over 30 universities and institutions. The deputy director of the CIA revealed that over 30 universities and institutions were involved in an extensive testing and experimentation program, which included covert drug tests on unwitting citizens at all social levels, high and low, Native Americans and foreign. Several of these tests involved the administration of LSD to unwitting subjects in social situations. At least one death, that of Dr. Frank Olson, resulted from these activities. The agency itself acknowledged that these tests made little scientific sense. The agents doing the monitoring were not qualified scientific observers. To this day, most specific information regarding Project MKUltra remains highly classified. Footnote 8. Mercedes hurts a lot. Oh, just wait. Just wait. So the contents include title and origins, the goals, the budget, 4 experiments, which include 4.1 LSD, 4.2 other drugs, 4.3 hypnosis and magic. I mean, hypnosis and magic 4.3 Song Wang, hello. For one of the very first times, I'm not like in the middle of a conversation or something. Good to see you, Lita Caproni. Something like that. Ladies and gentlemen, Hopeless Traps, Cause Mosquito, and Bulligan Dance, my most official, unofficial, but very still official cohort colleague, and very much co-host, Lita Caproni. Yeah. What's up, Song Wang? I was just reading the table of contents to the Project MKUltra CIA report that I'm reading off the CIA.gov webpage. What are you doing? Just casual, you know, it's just casual. Anyhow. Hypnosis and magic, 4.4 Canadian experiments, which we covered extensively. I've yet to find a documentary on the hypnosis and magic, though. I mean, I've found all the connections to the gateway process. That's really clear. All the gateway process stuff is clearly built out of the experiments, or some set of them. I think it's in the 130s in the list of the Senate panel hearing. Anyways, Revelation is in 5. 6, U.S. General Accounting Office report. 7, legal issues involving informed consents. 8, extent of participation. 9, notable subjects. And they are notable. 10, Dr. Frank Olson commits suicide. Number 11, see also. 12, web links. And 13 are references. Oh, I'm with you. I'll bear. I can't do it. Yeah, no. Not gonna happen. It's so weird. Do a lot of, well, every once in a while I can, but not today. Okay, so at the bottom it says the project's intentionally oblique CIA cryptonym is made up of the diagraph MK, meaning the project was sponsored by the agency's technical services. I never heard that one. Wow. Producer approaching, yes? Okay. Well, this is where the print gets small. Oh, it's from the top. Okay. I mean, the project was sponsored by the agency's technical services division, followed with the word Ultra, which has previously been used to designate the most secret classification of World War II intelligence. Other related cryptonyms include MK Naomi and MK Delta, which, by the way, is for overseas. A precursor of the MK Ultra program began in 1945. When the Joint Intelligence Objectives Agency was established and given direct responsibilities for Operation Paperclip. I want you to take this in right now. That this is directly associated to bringing Nazi scientists to the U.S. and getting them out of the Nuremberg trials. A precursor of the MK program began in 1945, when the Joint Intelligence Objectives Agency was established and given direct responsibility for Operation Paperclip. Operation Paperclip was a program, to recruit former Nazi scientists. Some of these scientists studied torture and brainwashing, and several had just been identified and prosecuted as war criminals at the Nuremberg trials, footnotes 9 and 10. Several secret U.S. government projects grew out of Operation Paperclip. These projects include Project Chatter, established in 1947, Project Bluebird, established in 1950, which was later renamed to Project Artichoke in Project 1951. Their purpose was to study mind control, interrogation, behavior modification, and the related topics. Headed by Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, who we actually heard directly from in the documentaries I shared with you in my other videos about this. The MK Ultra project was started on the order of CIA Director Allen Dulles on April 13, 1953, largely in response to Soviet, Chinese, and North Korean use of mind control techniques on U.S. prisoners of war in Korea. Footnote 12. I missed footnote 11. The CIA wanted to use similar methods on their own captives. The CIA was also interested in being able to manipulate foreign leaders with such techniques. Footnote 13. And would later invent several schemes to drug Fidel Castro. Experiments were often conducted without the subject's knowledge or consent. Footnote 14. In some cases, academic researchers being funded through grants from CIA front organizations were unaware even that their work was being used for these purposes. Footnote 15, there's Sidney Gottlieb. They didn't get to have his public testimony, by the way, and we still don't have it. In 1964, the project was renamed MK Search. Interesting. The project attempted to produce a perfect truth drug for interrogating suspected Soviet spies during the Cold War and generally to explore any other possibilities of mind control. Another MK Ultra effort, Sub-Project 54, was the Navy's top-secret Perfect Concussion Program, which used suboral frequencies. Wow. What? Another MK Ultra effort, Sub-Project 54, was the Navy's top-secret Perfect Concussion Program, which used suboral frequency blast to erase memory. I'm sorry. Let me read this again. So it is in one clear statement. Another MK Ultra effort, Sub-Project 54, was the Navy's top secret perfect concussion, quote-unquote, program which used sub-aural frequency blasts to erase memory, footnote 16. To do that, you create aphasiatic states to rewire the brain. Another MK Ultra efforts, because most MK Ultra records were deliberately destroyed in 1973 by order of then CIA Director Richard Helms, it has been difficult, if not impossible, for investigators to gain a complete understanding of the more than 150 individually funded research sub-projects sponsored by MK Ultra and related CIA programs. So that's interesting because there's only 140 some odd listed in the Senate panel. Oh, you're good, Lita. So glad to be here. True. The agency poured millions of dollars. Oh, goals. The agency poured millions of dollars into studies probing dozens of methods of influencing and controlling the mind. One 1955 MK Ultra document gives an indication of the size and range of the effort. This document refers to the study of an assortment of mind-altering substances, described as follows, footnote 18. Number one, substances which will promote illogical thinking and impulsiveness to the point where the recipient would just be discredited in public. Number two, substances which increase the efficiency of mentation and perception. Number three, materials which will prevent or counteract the intoxicating effect of alcohol. Number four, materials which promote the intoxicating effect of alcohol. Number five, materials which will produce the sign and symptoms of recognized diseases in a reversible way so that it may be used for maligning, etc. What the fuck? Number six, materials which will render the induction of hypnosis easier or otherwise enhance its usefulness. Number seven, substances which will enhance the ability of individuals to withstand privation, torture, coercion during interrogations, and so-called, quote-unquote, brainwashing. 8. Materials and physical methods which will produce amnesia for events preceding and during their use. AKA aphasiatic states. Number 9, physical methods of producing shock and confusion over extended periods of time and capable of surreptitious use. AKA confusion and chaos to create vacuum and order out of vacuum. Substances which produce physical disablement, such as a paralysis of the legs, acute anemia, etc. Number 11, substances which will produce pure euphoria with no subsequent letdown. Number 12, substances which alter personality structure in such a way that the tendency of the recipient become dependent upon another person is enhanced. Number 13, a material which will cause mental confusion of such a type that the individual under its influence will find it difficult to maintain a fabrication under question. Truth serum, LSD. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? It sure does. Substances which will lower the ambition and general working efficiency of men when administered in undetectable amounts. Substances which promote weakness or distortion of the eyesight or hearing faculties, preferably without permanent effects. A knockout pill which can surreptitiously be administered in drinks, food, cigarettes, and or neurosol, etc. By the way, neurosol is an aerosol blown into your nose directly into the passages which take it into your nervous system right behind your eyeballs. Neurosol, which will be safe to use, provide a maximum of amnesia, and be suitable for use by agent types and ad hoc basis. A material which can be surreptitiously, number 17, a material which can be surreptitiously administered by the above routes, and which in very small amounts will make it impossible for a man to perform any physical activity whatsoever. Historians have asserted that creating a Manchurian candidate subject through mind control techniques was a goal of MKUltra and related CIA projects. Footnote 19. Page 2 of 8. Budget. We've looked at the budget pretty extensively. It was mostly redacted, and what was there was ridiculous. A secret arrangement granted the MKUltra program a percentage of the CIA budget. Yes, they built it its own building, essentially, and protected its space by using the rest of the building as cover. The MKUltra director was granted a 6% of the CIA operating budget in 1953 without oversight or accounting. Footnote 20. So nobody could know what he was spending at dawn. An estimated US 10 million or more was spent. Footnote 21. Experiments. When you get a chance, check out patent number US 6506148B2. Yes, Genevieve. Actually, when I put up the chat, you need to pop that in back chat if you wouldn't mind. Or actually, if you got the link to that, send it. I'll put it. What's up, 3Ds? How you feeling? Good to see you. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to cover something that's associated to that. Not the same one, but a similar patent that's messed up. And we've looked at some of the patents on the Senate hearing, which was, fascinating to look at, frankly, because there was so much just like random, business information in it that also was associated to a known hitman that they had hired, who hooked it, a lot of the people into the program, at least when it came to the prostitutes and the street tests of San Francisco, which also associates to how LSD was disseminated there. Anyways, let me get back to it, because here it is. Speak of the devil. CIA documents suggest that chemical, biological, and radiological means were investigated for the purpose of mind control as part of MKUltra, footnote 22. LSD. Early efforts focused on LSD, which later came to dominate many of MKUltra's programs. Experiments including administering LSD to CIA employees, military personnel, doctors, other government agents, prostitutes, many mentally ill patients, members of the general public, in order to study their reactions. LSD and other drugs were usually administered without the subject's knowledge or informed consent, a violation of the Nuremberg Code that the U.S. agreed to follow after World War II. Once again, a violation of the Nuremberg Code that the U.S. agreed to follow after World War II. Efforts to recruit subjects were often illegal, even discounting the fact that drugs were being administered. Though actual use of LSD, for example, was legal in the United States until October 6, 1966. In Operation Midnight Climax, which we learned about in the Senate panel hearing, the CIA set up several brothels to obtain a selection of men who would be too embarrassed to talk about their events. The men were dosed with LSD, the brothels were equipped with one-way mirrors, and the sessions were filmed for later viewing and study. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Arachnid. You gonna be okay? Anything anybody can do? Let us know. Please do. All right, enjoy, Songway. Good to see you. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Flezzy B. That's awesome. You're badass, by the way. Efforts to recruit subjects were often illegal, even discounting the fact that the drugs were being administered, though actual use of LSD, for example, was legal in the United States until October 6, 1966. In Operation Midnight Climax, the CIA set up several brothels to obtain a selection of men who would be too embarrassed to talk about their events. The men were dosed with LSD, the brothels were equipped with one-way mirrors, and the sessions were filmed for later viewing and study. Some subjects' participation was consensual, and in many other cases, the subjects appeared to be singled out for even more extreme experiments. In one case, volunteers were given LSD for 77. I'm sorry. The volunteer. Hold on. I'm sorry. What? The volunteers. Holy shitballs. Sorry, I was not trying to add my own 2 cents in here, but Jesus Christ. Hi, Sung Wang. Sorry for the cursing, but we just learned that some of these participants were given LSD for 77 consecutive days. Let me just respond to that by saying, oh my God. Oh God. What is that? Oh God. What the? Oh Jesus. What is really happening? Seriously, someone please, is there any way we can, wait, hold on, what happened? Wait, oh, that's the wrong one. I was looking for that. Does anybody know why my mouth feels cakey? Is everything breathing a little? Jesus, 77 days? Would you ever come out of that trippy liquids? Timing is teaming. I just read in the CI. Jorgen, what's up? True. Which one is the real me and which one is not? Wait, hold on. Can I get myself hold on. Excuse me, I can handle my own desk business here. Sorry, I'm just gonna hang out. Yeah. By the way, okay, hold on a second. Let me, nope, there we are. And, shake this off. There it is. We're reading the CIA report I'm literally on the CIA.gov website right now, reading this report to you. That's how much I love you all. And, we've just learned that some of these participants in the MK Ultra report were given LSD for let me zoom it in so you all see this because, hold on. Where the hell, what did just happen? There's the buzzing. Oh yeah, there it is. There it is. Volunteers were given LSD for 77 consecutive days. If your face didn't melt after that, good on you. Good on you. Oh, what do we got here? Oh yeah, that's that patent for is that the patent for the thing that goes on your head? Or is that the Kozarov? Yeah, seriously. By the way, can I do the recursion effect on this one? Oh, it's over there. It's too far away. Wait, hold on a second. No, this, I totally can't. Hold on a second. Wait, what's going, I'm sorry. Everybody sit down. Everybody sit down. God, what's going on? Sorry, I have to entertain you while because I'm... Yeah, Jorgen, you don't have to be. Unless the government occasionally, apparently, gave you a bunch of LSD unknowingly in a brothel in 1953. Wow, all that kind of rhymed. That was fucked up. Wow, what's going on over here? Holy shit. Oh. All right. I think I took too much. I think they gave us too much. You have a big old I got a big old forehead. True. It becomes an 11 head. It sounds like we're all being brainwashed. True. Jorgen, this shit is kind of outrageous, to be frank with you. First off, the fact that I'm actually on the CIA webpage, I'm already like, there's somebody watching this. Thank you, whoever is watching from Langley. Was it Langley? No, it's yeah, it's West Virginia. Or is that's the FBI, right? Probably from next door. They're probably in my wall. Where's my tinfoil hat? Oh, I had a tinfoil hat in here for a long time. Just in case. Anyway. Now that we know that somebody blazed balls for 77 days, let's go back. Sorry, total detour. Let's read this. This is the actual deal. This is, as you can see, well, once again, approved for release 2018. It's actually, I'm on their website. This is from their Intellipedia. True, Quantico, thank you. No, Quantico is FBI. They're Langley. That's right. Flezzy, don't wash your mind. Just lightly pat it, or put it in the freezer right here. Then they stiffen a little. It stiffens a little, and you bring it out. Apparently, totally fine. That's what they said in them. Oh, that's jeans. That's your jeans. Sorry. I get them confused. Oh, there we are. LSD. Early efforts focused on LSD, which later became the dominate many of MKUltra programs. Experiments included administering LSD. Oh, I already read this portion, but I'll read it to everybody because a bunch of people came in. Early efforts focused on LSD, which later came to dominate many of MKUltra's programs. Experiments included administering LSD to CIA employees, military personnel, doctors, other government agents, prostitutes, mentally ill patients, and members of the general public in order to study their reactions. LSD and other drugs were usually administered without the subject's knowledge. Good on them. That would be fucked up. Their informed consent. A violation of the Nuremberg Code. I already read that like 3 times. That the U.S. agreed to following after World War II. Efforts to recruit subjects were often legal, even discounting for the fact that drugs were being administered, though actual use of LSD, for example, was legal in the United States until October 6, 1966. Operation Midnight Climax, great name, the CIA set up several brothels to obtain selection of men who would be too embarrassed to talk about the events. These men were dosed with LSD, the brothels were equipped with one-way mirrors, and the sessions were filmed for later viewing and study. Some subject participants were consensual, and in many of these cases, the subjects appeared to be singled out for even more extreme experiments. In one case, volunteers were given LSD for a mind-blowing, melting 77 days. I added that extra color. LSD was eventually dismissed by MKUltra's researchers as too unpredictable in its results. Footnote 25. Although useful information was sometimes obtained through questioning subjects on LSD, not uncommonly, the most marked effects would be subjects' absolute and utter certainty that they were able to withstand any form of interrogation attempt, even physical torture. Damn. Other drugs. Another technique investigated was connecting a barbiturate IV into one arm and an amphetamine IV into the other. Woo! They call that a speedball, folks. The barbiturates were released into the subject first. As soon as the subject began to fall asleep, the amphetamines were released. The subject would be babbling incoherently at this point, and it was sometimes possible to ask questions to get useful answers. That's messed up. Sorry. I shouldn't be saying anything about it. I should be reading this, but wow. Other experiments involved heroin, morphine, temazepam, used under code name MK Search, mescaline, psilocybin, scopolamine, there it is, marijuana, alcohol, sodium pentothal. I bet you those marijuana tests were stupid. And Ergine, Subproject 22. The hell is Ergine, Subproject 22? Gonna have to remember that one. Now they use ketamine and MDMA, I would gather. Something of that nature likely, right? Hypnosis and magic. Declassified MKUltra documents indicate hypnosis was studied in the early 1950s. Experimental goals included the creation of hypnotically induced anxieties. Where have we heard that? Hypnotically increasing ability to learn and recall complex written matter. Studying hypnosis in polygraph examinations. Hypnotically increasing ability to observe and recall complex arrangements of physical objects. And studying relationships, a relationship of personality to susceptibility to hypnosis. Footnote 28. In addition, the CIA uses the services of American magician John Mulholland to write 2 manuals on sleight of hand and undercover communication techniques in 1973. There we go. That makes sense. Virtually all documents related to MK Ultra were destroyed. Mulholland's manuals were thought to be among them until a single surviving copy of each was discovered in the agency's archives around 2008 to 2009. I gotta read those. Bob Wallace and H. Keith Melson published the official CIA manual, oh yeah, that's right, of trickery and deception to chronicle the research into the use of illusion for the agency's field agents. Footnote 29. There is some stuff about training cats. I have read that, yes. That's actually OSS, though. It's long. That's predating the CIA, from my understanding. I could be getting that wrong, but if I remember right, that's what it was. The experiments were exported. The experiments were exported to Canada when the CIA recruited Scottish psychiatrists. The experiments were exported to Canada when the CIA recruited Scottish psychiatrist Donald Newman Cameron, who we actually learned about in the last documentary, creator of the psychic driving concept, which... I gotta figure out a better way to zoom this in. The CIA found particularly interesting. Cameron had been hoping to correct schizophrenia by erasing existing memories and reprogramming the psyche. He commuted from Albany, New York to Montreal every week to work at the Allen Memorial Institute of McGill University and was paid $69,000 from 1957 to 1964 to carry out MK Ultra experiments there. In addition to LSD, Cameron also experimented with various paralytic drugs, as well as electroconvulsive therapy at 30 to 40 times the normal power. His driving experiments consisted of putting subjects into drug-induced coma for weeks at a time, up to 3 months in one case, while playing tape loops of noise or simple repetitive statements. His experiments were typically carried out on patients who had entered the institution for minor problems, and we saw that in the documentary from their own first person, their own statements, and the statements of their loved ones. Those people had entered the institute for minor problems such as anxiety disorders and postpartum depression, many of whom suffered permanently from his actions. Footnote 30. His treatments resulted in victims' incontinence, amnesia, forgetting how to talk, forgetting their parents, and thinking their interrogations were their parents. And their interrogators were their parents. Footnote 31. His work was inspired and paralleled by the British psychiatrist Dr. William Sargent at St. Thomas's Hospital, London, and Belmont Hospital, Surrey, who was involved in the intelligence services, who experimented extensively on his patients without their consent, causing similar long-term damage. Footnote 32. See, Dr. Cameron and Dr. Sargent are the only two identified Canadian experimenters, but the MK Ultra file makes reference to many other unnamed physicians that were recruited by the CIA, citation needed. It was during this era that Cameron became known worldwide as the first chairman of the World Psychiatric Association, as well as the president of the American and Canadian Psychiatric Association. So that same year, he became president of those things. He had also been a member of the Nuremberg Medical Tribunal. In, let's see what the date is. In 1973, Director Richard Helms ordered all MK Ultra files destroyed. Pursuant to this order, most CIA documents regarding the project were destroyed, making a full investigation of MK Ultra impossible. And that's shocking. They experimented on patients in insane asylums, war veterans experiencing shell shock, and inmates in prisons, and still do, Genevieve says. Wow. Yeah. We're trying to create better saltpeter to lace... Stop, they feed the soldiers in basic. Yep, true. That is absolutely true. Let me scroll back up because I think I missed some stuff clearly. Let me get to my chitter chatter. Where is the chitter chatter? Oh, it is hiding from me. Hello, chitter chatter. Where are you hiding? Come back to me, chitter. And the chatter. There you are. Sorry. Barbiturates. They're no fun for me. I don't like the super down like that, personally. I was hypnotized once to quit smoking. So, no one say, oh, the one I'm sucking on at the moment is tasting pretty good at the moment. Oh, God. They were trying to create a better... Okay, so I did catch up. Good. Oh, thank you, Rapper. I appreciate it. I put these together before the show, or I pull them back up, but this is one of my... what's happening, Lurking? At Jenna... How you feeling this evening? This is one I've actually used before, but it goes along with this theme of the mind control stuff. 64 bars of creep. What's going on, Lurkin? All right. In 1973, making full investigations of MK Ultra impossible. In December 1974, the New York Times reported that the CIA conducted illegal domestic activities, including experiments on U.S. citizens. During the 1960s, the report prompted investigations by the U.S. Congress in the form of the Church Committee and by Presidential Commission known as the Rockefeller Commission that looked into domestic activities of the CIA, the FBI, and intelligence-related agencies of the military, DOD, DID, and the whole slew of others. In the summer of 1975, Congressional Church Committee reports and the Presidential Rockefeller Commission report revealed to the public for the first time that the CIA and the Department of Defense had conducted the experiments on unwitting and cognizant humans, subjects as part of an extensive program to influence and control humans' behavior through the use of psychoactive drugs such as LSD and mescaline and other chemical, biological, and psychological means. They also revealed that at least one subject had died after administration of LSD. Much of what the Church Committee and the Rockefeller Commission learned about MK Ultra is contained in a report prepared by the Inspector General's office in 1963, that it survived the destruction of the records ordered in 1973. Footnote 34. However, it contained little detail. The Congressional Committee investigating the CIA research, chaired by Senator Frank Church, concluded that prior consent was obviously not obtained from any of the subjects. The committee noted that the experiments sponsored by these researchers called into question the decisions by the agencies not to fix the guidelines for the experiments. Following the recommendations of the Church Committee, President Gerald Ford in 1976 issued the first executive order on intelligence activities, which, among other things, prohibited experimentation with drugs on human beings or subjects except with the informed consent, in writing, and witnessed by a disinterested party of each such human subject. And in accordance with the guidelines issued by the National Commission, subsequent orders by President Carter and Reagan expanded the directive to apply to any human experimentation. You just missed it, Genevieve. You just missed the cutoff. Yeah, you and I both. Same age, by the way. They had perfected it by then. Now, by then, they were just dosing the public in the water. We were buying it for ourselves, right? By the time we got to the 80s. All right. What's it say here? Subsequent orders by President Carter and Reagan expanded the directive to apply to any human experiment. I want you to think about that for a second. Carter is 76 to 1980. And Reagan is 1980 to 1988. The express decree, the express rule, the law, the order that experimentation without written consent with another party witnessing who's disinterested wasn't a thing until apparently the 80s. So, when you think that life has just balanced itself out, that we've been like this for such a long time, that the 50s were a long time ago, and they just all kind of, yeah, we were born under a Ford. You and I both. Yes, we were born straight up under a Ford. No Chevys for us, sadly. Poor Ford. What a good president who just kept falling down the stairs. Oh, I bet you they were doing that to him. And you know they messed with Reagan. They were like, oh, you've got to have a little brain surgery right there? Oh, hold on a minute. Hold on a second. He'll be fine. Also, just sew that up. President Reagan. I don't remember. Well, I don't remember. I cannot recall. Where am I? Oh, yeah. Yes. No, Flezzybee, actually. One of the things that's shocking is that I have video proof in one of the videos that I shared from a documentary about this subject that shows Timothy Leary speaking to an audience quite publicly, saying that without the CIA's interest in LSD, he would have never been able to do the LSD tests, and LSD would have never been proliferated to the public, and that there would be no LSD as we know it without the CIA. That's Timothy Leary saying that. Well, that was a flop to the floor if I've ever heard one. Too bad lobotomies were outlawed. Now the outlaws are being lobotomized in back rooms of herb shops. True. This can be very true, especially when you're talking about some of that greasy, whatever they're, not that I haven't taken a hit or two of that shit myself, but it's like, oh my God, I don't need to, oh my God. Sorry. The congressional on the heels of the revelations about CIA experiments, similar stories surfaced regarding U.S. Army experiments in 1975. I was about to scroll up on the screen, but it's on the iPad. Secretary of the Army instructed the Army Inspector General to conduct an investigation. Among the findings of the Inspector General was the existence of a 1953 memorandum. Interesting. Okay, that's 1958. Damn. So the interview that we saw at the beginning with Aldous Huxley is 1958. A memorandum penned by then Secretary of Defense Charles Irwin Wilson. Documents show that the CIA participated in at least 2 of Department of Defense committees during 1952. These committee findings led to the issuance of the Wilson Memo, which mandated, in accord with Nuremberg Code protocols, that only volunteers be used for experimental operations conducted in the U.S. Armed Forces. In response to the Inspector General's investigation, the Wilson Memo was declassified in August 1975. With regard to drug testing within the Army, the Inspector General found that the evidence clearly reflected that every possible medical consideration was observed by the professional investigators at the Medical Research Laboratories. Well, of course it was there, sorry. However, the Inspector General also found that the mandated requirements of Wilson's 1953 memorandum had been only partially adhered to. He concluded that the volunteers were not fully informed as required prior to their participation, and the methods of procuring their services in many cases appeared not to have been in accord with the intent of Department of the Army policies governing use of volunteers in research. Other branches of the U.S. Armed Forces and the Air Force, for example, were found not to have adhered to the Wilson Memo stipulations regarding voluntary drug testing. Oh yeah, he just flopped straight down. It was hilarious. Oh no, that was the dog. That was Pierre back there. He came back from somewhere. He was like overheated, and he just like laid down like, ah. It's hilarious. Oh yeah, hold on a second, me. He was back behind the green. Oh, sorry, buddy. The magic. Yeah. True. In 1977, a hearing held by the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence to look further into MK Ultra. Admiral Stansfield Turner, then director of Central Intelligence, revealed that the CIA had found a set of records consisting of about 20,000 pages that had survived the 1973 destruction orders due to having been stored at a record center not usually used for such documents. In footnote 34, I'm going to have to look at that now. These files dealt with the financing of MK Ultra projects, and as such contained few details of these projects, but much more was learned from than the Inspector General's 1963 report. In Canada, the issue took much longer to surface, becoming widely known in 1984 on a Canadian Broadcasting Corporation news show, The Fifth Estate, which is what I shared with you. It was learned that not only had the CIA funded Dr. Cameron's efforts, perhaps even more shockingly, the Canadian government was fully aware of this. And had later provided another $500,000 in funding to continue the experiments. The revelation largely derailed efforts by the victims to sue the CIA, as their U.S. counterparts had, and the Canadian government eventually settled out of court for $100,000 to each of the 127 victims. Man. None of Dr. Cameron's personal records of his involvements with MK Ultra survive, since his family destroyed them after his death from a heart attack while mountain climbing in 1967. Your grandma had a Scottish Terrier named Pierre? That's rad. Yeah, he was named for me. He came with that name. I saved him. Oh, thank you, Lurking. I appreciate that. That's very kind. Wait, I may be a science experiment after all. Dad was born in 49, Mom in 53. That explains. Yes, you're in the timeline. Between 47 and 53 is the major timeline, at least of that stuff, because Project Paperclip. We can look at that another day, by the way. That's public as well. Genevieve says, your sister was created in a petri dish. Mama scraped her from the bottom of an unpasteurized milk bottle. Let's go. Oh, thank you. Lurking, you're very kind. Yeah, if the treat team says that I'm not online, there's a link there, by the way. And if anything's open, I appreciate it very much. I know that stuff's expensive, so. But by the way, there's a large, if you don't want to send money or something like that, and you want to support, and I appreciate you do, because that's awesome, and it's just a matter of you don't have to. It has nothing to do with watching the stream. It's, I put those up because, rather than money, that I'm gonna probably put a Patreon up someday so that I can start building out production on this, because I'm never gonna be monetized. I curse too much. I cover things they don't want you to cover. And I kind of figure that, it's going to come down to artistic support, basically. Because as opposed to going back to what I've been doing, which is consulting and all that stuff, I really like this. I'll be frank with you. I enjoy creativity. And I kind of think that it brings out the best qualities. And I like influencing and being influenced, and I like the people. And I think we all have good intentions here now. I believe. And for those that don't, it's kind of a great place because I get to be my warrior self. Either way, I like you all. I'm proud to have you in my chat. Proud to have you here, every single one of you. Lurking, Flezzy B, Lita. Hold on, I haven't done this in a while. Genevieve. I see you. Hold on. Mystery Sky. Emily's probably lurking out there. Rapper, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. You're awesome, by the way. Thank you for hanging out and being cool. Trippy Liquids, I'm glad that you found some footing, by the way. That's very cool. And I support you in that. If you ever need any help, if you ever need anybody to talk to, bro, that's the whole theme here. I understand people are lonely. Not everybody's as social as I am, so I understand. 3Ds. Did I say Trippy Liquids already? I like saying that. Fluzzy B, 12 times over. Songwang. Jargon. 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 Sorry. It's just fun to say your name. All right. When the exclamation fails, the manual way always works. True. Thank you so much. Yeah, Fluzzy B, I do too. We have a really smart, interesting group of people. And I like to think we're all a little bit wild and kind of like that misfit bar you walk into where, like, you know, that's why I give everybody wrenches. It's your chat. That's your world. I'm doing the show. You guys are adults. I hope. Gosh, I hope. It says for adults only, so, God, you know, 21 and up. I try. 18. It's fine. Whatever. Anyways. Jargon. Killer on the panel the other night, man. Killer on the panel. All right, sorry, let's get back to it. There's a lot to read. Yeah, y'all better be adults. Fleshy B's got you. She's the bouncer right now. It's hilarious. I got bounced out a second chat. I will not name it because that is a private thing. Second chat. But I got bounced. Straight up. Door held open. I stole a pass though. Sorry, Flesby. I hope you got another. I hope they gave you another. And then you had to like pay. Anyways, that's happened. Seriously, the sidetrack. Bruno Mars tour. Out with a supporting artist. It was a lot of fun. Janelle Monáe. I was trying to tell the story before and I couldn't remember. Janelle Monáe was the center. Was the center act. We were direct support, and somebody stole my pass. My whole set of passes. I have a whole lanyard set normally when I travel. So I got my Sharpie and all these things that just hangs on it and a little tool and, you know, and my passes. So I just can have it on my waist and it's, you know, there instead of around your neck. Mystery Sky, you think you're an adult? Don't worry. We can, you don't have to be in your mind so long as you are physically, like, of age. That's all that matters, really. I think, you know, personally. Many may question mine. This is true. True. So, what does it say here? In 1977, sold $100,000 the family. Heart attack while climbing a mountain conveniently. Footnote 36. U.S. General Accounting Office report. A GAO report. As long as you say you are, as long as, yeah, I trust Mystery Sky. I believe. I don't know. You got that. Your chat's got that. Anyway, the U.S. General Accounting Office issued a report on September 28th, 1994, which stated that between 1940 and 1974, DOD and other national security agencies studied thousands of human subjects in tests and experiments involving hazardous substances. The quote from the study, working with the CIA, the Department of Defense gave hallucinogenic drugs to thousands of volunteer soldiers in the 1950s and 60s. Well, there you go. Sorry. In addition to LSD, the Army also tested quinidinal, quinidinal, quinidinol benzylate. What the hell is that? Quinidinol benzylate. A hallucinogenic codenamed BZ. Note 37. Many of these tests were conducted under the so-called MK. What the hell is quinidinol benzylate? Many of these tests were conducted under the so-called MK Ultra program, established to counter perceived Soviet and Chinese advances in brainwashing techniques between 1953 and 1964. The program consisted of 149 projects involving drug testing and other studies on unwitting human subjects. Yeah, sure. Let me open it up so you guys can see it, because this word, the fact that I was actually able to say it. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't say it right. Oh my God. Quinidinol. It would be quinidinol benzylate, a hallucinogenic codename BZ. Man. No, it's quinidinol, as in quin, ucli, UCLI, dinyl. That's all right. Coherence isn't always as all it's cracked up to be. Sometimes absolute chaos wins, no matter what. Don't forget, a pigeon shitting on the chessboard wins by default. The pigeon doesn't give a fuck. Honey badgers don't give a fuck. They don't care. They can't make cogent coherency out of nothing. Oh, you're good. Yeah, that I had a hard time. I've never heard of that. I've heard of a lot of hallucinogens. Mind you, I went to the conferences on the altered states of consciousness several times. And this, I've never heard of this shit. What the fuck is that shit? Come on. Youth is not entirely a time of life. It is a state of mind, not wholly represented by the suppleness of the knee, nor the rouge of the cheek, but the temperament of the will. Mystery Sky. Just so you know, that was on my grandfather's desk, who lived to be in his late 90s. Best way to be. True. Thousands of volunteers, just hallucinogens. Something named quinidinol benzylate. Legal issues involving informed consent. The revelations about the CIA and the Army prompted a number of subjects or their survivors to file lawsuits against the federal government for conducting the illegal experiments. Although the government aggressively and sometimes unsuccessfully sought to avoid legal liability, several plaintiffs did receive compensation through court order, out-of-court settlements, or acts of Congress. Frank Olson's family, for one, I was aware of this, received $750,000 by special act of Congress, and both President Ford and CIA Director William Colby met with Olson's family to publicly apologize. You damn straight they did. Previously, the CIA and Army had actively and successfully sought to withhold incriminating information. Even as they secretly provided compensation to the families. One subject of Army drug experimentation, James Stanley, an Army sergeant, we've actually seen an interview with James Stanley, brought an important, albeit unsuccessful suit. The government argued that Stanley was barred from suing under a legal doctrine known as the Ferez Doctrine after a 1950 Supreme Court case, Ferez versus United States, that prohibits members of the armed forces from suing the government for any harms that were inflicted incident to service. In 1987, the Supreme Court affirmed Jesus. This defense in a 5-4 decision that dismissed Stanley's case. So basically the government there went, you did nothing wrong. We did nothing wrong. You did nothing wrong, government. Oh, we did nothing wrong? Yeah, you did nothing wrong, government. Oh, hold on a second. Let me do it this way. You did nothing wrong, government. Oh, we did nothing wrong? Yeah, you did nothing wrong, government. You did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. You did nothing wrong. Oh, good job. Government. Should have been sent to Nuremberg or something. Quinoa is hard to pronounce properly. We might have to watch a, oh, it's probably copywritten. I was going to say a David Lynch How to Make Quinoa session. The most boring. And if you didn't know, you've got to get the quinoa so it doesn't get mushy. Sorry. He has cooking lessons on quinoa. It's hilarious. I love that you're into this, Genevieve. I'm going to have to go through your links, folks. I apologize that I'm not following up, but I appreciate that you're putting them in there because, you know, please, folks, feel free to take a look at the links. It's you know, it's all associated. There's so much associated with it. It's kind of wild. Where am I? Oh, the majority argued that a test for liability that depends on the extent of the particular suits would call into question military discipline and decision-making and would itself require judicial inquiry into and hence intrusion upon military matters. Well, what about military law? That's weird. In the dissent, Justin William Brennan argued that the need to preserve military discipline should not protect the government from liability and punishments, hell yeah, of serious violations of constitutional rights. Yeah, hell yeah. How they got away with that at all? It's crazy. The medical trials of Nuremberg in 1947 deeply impressed upon the world that experimentation with unknown human subjects is morally and legally unacceptable. The United States Military Tribunal established that the Nuremberg Code has a standard against which to judge German scientists who experimented with human subjects. In defiance of this principle, military intelligence officials began surreptitiously testing chemical and biological materials, including LSD. Sandra Day O'Connor, writing a separate dissent, stated, "No judicially crafted rule should insulate from liability the involuntary and unknowing human experimentation alleged to have occurred in this case. Indeed, as Justice Brennan observes, the United States plays an instrumental role in the criminal prosecution of Nazi officials who experimented with human subjects during the Second World War, and the standards that the Nuremberg military tribunals developed to judge the behavior of the defendants stated that the voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential to satisfy moral, ethical, and legal concepts. If this principle is violated, the very least that society can do is to see that the victims are compensated as best they can be by the perpetrators." This is the only Supreme Court case to address the application of the Nuremberg Code to experimentation sponsored by the U.S. government. And while suit was unsuccessful, dissenting opinions put the Army, and by association the entire government, on notice that the use of individuals without their consent is unacceptable. The limited application of the Nuremberg Code in U.S. courts does not detract from the power of the principles it espouses, especially, let me raise this up, in light of the stories of failures to follow these principles that appeared in the media and professional literature during the 1960s and 70s, and the policy eventually adopted in the mid-1970s. In another lawsuit, Wayne Ritchie, a former United States Marshal, alleged the CIA laced his food or drink with LSD at a 1957 Christmas party, where the government admitted it was at the time drugging people without their consent. U.S. District Judge Marilyn Hall Patel found Ritchie could not prove he was one of the victims of MK Ultra and dismissed the case in 2007. 40 extent of participation. 44 American colleges or universities, 15 research foundations or chemical pharmaceutical companies and the like, including Sandoz, currently Novartis, and Eli Lilly and Co., 12 hospitals or clinics, in addition to those associated with universities, and 3 prisons are known to have participated in MK Ultra. Footnotes 40 and 41 of this report. Notable subjects. This is very interesting. A considerable amount of credible circumstantial evidence suggests that Theodore Kaczynski, also known as the Unabomber, participated in CIA-sponsored MK Ultra experiments conducted at Harvard University from fall 1959 through the spring of 1962. You want to hear that again? Should I read that again? Apparently, the producer wants to join me in the chair. Accurate depiction of the government. I try. I do my best. I play goofy on TV. A considerable amount of credible circumstantial evidence suggests that Theodore Kaczynski, also known as the Unabomber, participated in CIA-sponsored MK Ultra experiments conducted at Harvard University from the fall of 1959 through the spring of 1962. During World War II. So yeah, the Unabomber. During World War II, Henry Murray, the lead researcher in the Harvard experiments, served with the Office of Strategic Services, OSS, which was a forerunner to CIA. Murray applied for a grant funded by the United States Navy, and his Harvard stress experiments strongly resembled those run by the OSS. Beginning at the age of 16, Kaczynski participated along with 21 other undergraduate students in the Harvard experiments, which have been described as disturbing and ethically indefensible. And it was said that he was different after that, Flesby says. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm really close to 400. That's pretty awesome. Although, what's funny is I can't get monetized at 500 because this channel already was monetized and I didn't use it for 2 years, so they took it away. So they were going to make me go all the way to 1,000. But I got the 4,000 hours, so that's good. I'll start doing a push probably around 700. But it's, one by one. I don't expect to move fast. That's just how it is. I got other plans. I don't want to rely on them. That's relying on... I needed the close-up for this. Hold on a second. That's relying on that up there. Kind of, you know what I'm saying? Is it just me? Maybe it's just me. Let me get the tinfoil hat. Hold on. It's kind of, yeah, it is what it is. I understood. At the time, I was like, meh, that's fine. I'm not using it now. I'm like, damn. If I'd only just uploaded one of these videos on Facebook to there, which someday, by the way, I'm going to do a full set of like streams of things that were posted to Facebook. Because there's a lot of video, photos, and footage, including like a live stream from, oh God, what is it? Set in France while we set up a stage. Oh my God, that festival in Set was amazing. I want to go back so bad. Oh, thank you, Lurking. I appreciate you for that. That is really kind, by the way. Hype is always appreciated. Hype is the best, by the way. Where am I? Oh, there it is. Henry Murray. The lead researcher in the Harvard experiment served with the Office of Strategic Services, which was a forerunner to the CIA. Murray applied for a grant The Navy, beginning at the age of 16, Kaczynski participated along with 21 other undergraduate students in the Harvard experiments, which have been described as disturbing and ethically indefensible. Mary prankster Ken Kesey, wow, author of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, volunteered for MK Ultra experiments while he was a student at Stanford University. University. Kesey's ingestion of LSD during these experiments led directly to his widespread promotion of the drug and the subsequent development of hippie culture. Footnote 44. Candy Jones, American fashion model and radio host, claimed to have been a victim of mind control in the 1960s. Footnote 45. Infamous Irish mob boss James Whitey Bulger volunteered for testing while in prison. Yeah, seriously, right? Robert Hunter, which I got to ask my cousin about this because he knew him. And I actually met him at a Dead show, of course, because he wrote a bunch of songs for the Dead. I met Robert Hunter. I stood right in front of him. I won't say the rest. I hung out. I didn't, I met him. He's nice enough, Anyways, Robert Hunter is an American lyricist, singer-songwriter, translator, and poet. Best known for his association with Jerry Garcia and the Grateful Dead. Hunter was an early volunteer test subject for the MK Ultra program. He was paid to take LSD, psilocybin, and mescaline and report on his experiences, which were creatively formative for him. Sit back, picture yourself swooping up a shell of purple with foam. Oh, I want to read this properly. Sit back, picture yourself swooping up a shell of purple with foam crests of crystal drops. Soft night, they fall into the sea of morning creep, very softly mist, and then sort of cascade, tinkly bell-like. Must I take you by the hand ever so slowly, tight, and then conglomerate suddenly into a pearl of silver, vibrant, uncomprehendibly, blood singingly, joyously resounding bells. By my faith, if this be insanity, then for the love of God, permit me to remain insane. Wait, what? Wait, what? It says McNally. Interesting. I'm gonna have to go look that up. That means something to me, personally. That's amazing. That's amazing. Anyways, I'm gonna have to say about my mom's gonna freak out about that. Early on, 28th November, 53. Oh, this is the Dr. Frank Olson commits suicide. Trigger warning. I'm about to read you a story about a man who allegedly was dosed with LSD and hurt himself. Me too. I wouldn't mind. In fact, I'm gonna have a snack in between all this, by the way. Parentheses U. Early on, 28th of November, 1953, Frank Olson, a U.S. Army civilian, biochemist, and biological weapons researcher, jumped to his death from a hotel room in New York City after suffering a severe reaction to LSD that he consumed as part of a CIA-led research program on the intelligence applications of drugs and other behavioral modification techniques. The program, codenamed MK Ultra, was disclosed in 1975 during the Rockefeller Commission's Church Committee investigations of dubious agency activities and became one of the most notorious episodes publicized during CIA's time of troubles, quote unquote, in the mid-1970s. Over the years, the revelations about Olson's death have generated many unfounded conspiracy tales that still circulate in publications and movies. On the internet. Oh, the treat stream. I guess you have to, if it says that I'm live, you actually have to, like, select something when it's a scroll. It's kind of weird, right? It's like very clunky 90s looking. But if it's saying I'm not live, you have to request, and then it'll send me a message, and then it'll turn it live once you send me the message, if that's what you're trying to do. And thank you if you are. Goodness gracious, that's not cheap stuff. I've thought a lot about taking Treat Stream down, but it's like, not gonna lie, I've sent myself some Treat Stream every once in a while when I'm like sitting here and I just want to be lazy. It's just like, Treat Stream. You guys don't know this, but yeah, you send a request. I actually have to have like, I have to have Twitch live, which actually, hold on a second. I know a quick fix to this, by the way. This is gonna be hilarious. Song Wang! Flesby, give me 2 seconds. This is gonna be hilarious. It might like douche the stream, but I'll go back to reading this in 2 seconds. Where is that? Oh, there it is for the docs. There we are. I wonder if it'll, oh no, I'd have to add the target. Damn! Damn me! Oh. Very good, Song Wang. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. In fact, you know what's funny about this? I'm gonna do something really silly here. I'm gonna literally start I'm just gonna call it Treat Stream on the other one. This is hilarious. I can't believe I'm doing this because it's probably the easiest choice. Oh my God, I forgot I have this, by the way. Excuse me 1 second, folks. If I slow down or anything stupid happens, it's because I'm going and doing something really kind of hilarious, actually. I haven't multi-streamed in a while because it drags everything down, frankly. And then I can't do StreamYard as nicely. Everybody likes the StreamYard. Thank you, Fuzzy B. I appreciate you. I don't actually know if anything's open anymore. I think, oh, you know, I know it's open. If it is, it's like Starbucks or something like that. There's a couple of funny things in there that I often find hilarious, by the way. Where the heck is this? Is it opening up? Did it open? Oh, now it's got a, of course, Twitch has to update. Just as I'm getting into the juicy stuff of the OSS research. There we go. No, that's fine. Oh my God, is StreamYard actually working at the same time? Watch, I've got like 4 frames per second. No, it's running fine. Stream is fine. All right, folks, thanks for being here and sticking around. I go back and there's 1 person watching. I love you, Fleziby. Lena Caprata! Always in the background. She's probably actually watching Taz get streamed at. Ice cream for real, true. Hold on, here we go. Where'd it go? It's telling me it's real. It's telling me it's real. Twerch. The Twerch studio. Hi, you there. All right, I'll hang it. Oh, you see, boss, whoever you are, thank you so much. That is so kind. Hold on a second. You get, you know, because okay, so first off, I don't know why my alerts didn't just go off, because that shit should go off, right? Come on. The hell? It's probably because I just opened up 12 other things. Tire screen and monitor 1. Yes, yes, yes. All right. And then, yes, that's what I want. And, yep. Done ski. Thank you, Fluzzy B. You just followed me. That's hilarious. Let me see if I can get this live without totally blowing what I'm doing here. And by the way, yes, we are doing heavy tech right now. I'm doing just like tech right in front of y'all. I apologize. I normally wouldn't do this, but it's hilarious. So I'm doing it anyways. Yeah, that's the right screen. Okay. And I appreciate you guys. Oh, that's why. That's why. Blank scene. Oh, yeah, and I don't need that. Close that. That's why. I am looking for blank scene, and I'm looking for you to have Okay. It's just gonna be my audio, which is hilarious. And I'm starting to stream. Hey, I'm doing a. Wait, what happened? Twitch? Twitch, you say? Go leave. Yes. We are officially streaming on Twitch, just audio. So if you just have a problem with the video, by the way, it probably slowed me down, didn't it? Oh yeah, it probably jicked me. No, it's fine. It'll work. I can live with it. I haven't done this in a while. And hello, if you're joining us on Twitch. I haven't been on in a while. That's because, sorry. My bad. True. All right. Just want to make sure I'm all live and everything's going. We'll get back to this reading. What am I doing here? Why am I not able to see anything? Where am I? Who am I? What's going on? Let's go. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Somebody sent me a donation, and let me just take this moment. Hold on. First and foremost, hey! Oh, what? Thank you! You see? Thank you, by the way. All right. I appreciate that. You keep the arts going. And basically, I'm saving all this money to just build out, do better things, do more stuff, make it so this doesn't look grainy. You know what I'm saying? Add 12 more computers. I don't know. Make a stage. Take it on the road. What's the problem? I'm sorry. Oh yeah, it's not Aaron After Dark yet. Sorry. What's happening? I am actually, it's amazing that I'm... Why does it say that there's no image there? I wonder if I add, hold on a second, I add a blank scran. And then there's I got several blank scrims. What's going on there, huh? Gotta edit that over there on the other side. What did it say? I wrote lurking on there. Oh, you wrote, it said you see something or else. Let me go back and, it said up there, thank you, lurking. Hold on a second. Lurking! Thank you very much. It's very appreciated. In fact, let me turn the music up for you a second. You deserve a solo. was for you. Thank you very much for that. It's very kind. Oh yeah, cookies and cream? Is that the only one open? I'm not gonna fight it. I don't fight. And when I do, it's like I poke and run away. I'm like, poke! Because I'm youngest of four, so. True. Thank you so much, by the way. Thank you, Fuzzy B. Oh, Mr. Dancer, where'd he go? What happened to him? Hold on a second. Oh, there she, sorry, I can't see her because, oh, there she is. My little anime dancer girl is pretty funny too. I think that's kineoscope stuff because it looks like her movement is so like damn real sometimes. Go fat. I was made so much. Thank you, by the way. I appreciate that. I'm not gonna lie. People definitely. Is that StreamYard being weird? It is StreamYard being weird. Something went wrong. Try again. You are using too many things at once. Don't be such an internet hog. Yeah, stop. StreamYard, hold on. StreamYard, just hold on. You know what it is. It's the fact that I'm streaming on the other one. That's probably what it is. And if you're watching this and you're like, why can I not see his camera? What is going on? Why can't I see the camera? Well, I'm going to tell you something. Woo! Whoa! Fuzzy B! Thank you for the munchies. I eat with you in my heart. Cookies and cream latte. Are you kidding? Love Fuzzy B! What? And I'm so happy that the alert worked. That was awesome. Thank you, Zyrax. I appreciate that. The kind of people I traveled and toured with, I had never played in the bands, but you had to be able to test shit, and I've always played music, and yes, sir, indeed, Fuzzy B, let's go. That was rad, by the way. Thank you so much. That's the first time that's ever happened. Ladies and gentlemen, hopers and tramps, crossing mosquitoes, bullying ants. I stand before you to sit beside you to tell you something I know a lot about now because Fuzzy B just sent me the very first stream treat I've ever received. That's so awesome, other than I send myself. And it never set off an alert because I'm sending it to myself because that would be embarrassing. Hold on a second. Did I actually did I enable that? Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. Awesome. I'm actually also streaming on Twitch for no apparent good reason right now. And it could be that, oh, hi me. That guy. Hold on a second. Have you ever seen me scratch my own shit? That's weird. All right. Thank you, Fuzzy B. That's really kind of you. For real, like I said, it is not a requirement in watching the show by any means. I appreciate everything. I understand that everybody works very hard for what they have, and truly, this show is here because you are. I continue to do it because I know that it's different and something to turn to when everybody's talking madness or screaming or crying, and often I feel like it's important to have an option that's creative, to someone you can look to who's just a little goofy, who may not be just some dolt sitting behind the camera, but rather a character. You trust in Mickey Mouse because Mickey Mouse essentially is a flavor that you can rely on. And the reason I put this out here is because I think there's been a lot of confusion about, well, the mindsets of folks who might confuse what the intentions are because you play a character here online. This doesn't make anything that I say less real, obviously less factual, or less from my heart, because there is nothing more important than the authenticity of the meaning. Because it wouldn't matter if I was doing cartwheels. Aw, Fuzzy B, it's really, really kind. I can keep a beat on the drums. I can play saxophone. It's been a while. Cardi B doesn't think aliens are real, and she's an alien? That's a lie. That's super lie. Zyrax, by the way, great to see you. I didn't even mention Zyrax in the house. Good to see you. It's been a minute. Thanks for being here. You're very kind, Leslie. Once again, that's just super cool. And damn, super cool. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on it because it'll. Oh, a second. It's gonna tell me. I gotta check my notifications here. Oh yeah, that's rad. Panda B. Okay, yeah, and they'll call me? Cool. UC boss is what it said, by the way. That's funny. Damn, are you giving yourself away? Don't give yourself away. Did I just give you away? I apologize if I did. Not intentional. Super not intentional. Oh, whoa. They didn't do that when I did. Holy shit, that's cool. That's really cool. Spaceship! Oh, you're good, Zyrax. Anytime, you know. There's always the repeats, too, so. In any case, I apologize for going off topic because we'll get back to the reading because we were in the middle of something and I just, what a love fest, by the way. Thank you. That's righteous. And by the way, like I said, anything gathered gets put right back in. No, I think that was somebody else, Flezzy B. She knows who she is. I don't want to out it. Just in case, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? All right. Let me turn the music down a little bit. It's been rocking for a minute. Or you know what? Let me adjust it. Let me adjust the track. I think I need to take out for a moment. I think I've heard enough of the main melody here. I mean, that's dope and all, but after a while, I'm like, I've heard. Yeah, that's better. It's amazing how just a little additive, just a little extra, a little change. In fact, right now, I'm going to add in, hold on a second, and I apologize. When we come around to it, it may like mute it for a second or something stupid. I've never done this live. 1, 2, 1, 2, ready, drop. Oh, I'm gonna have to drag it. Okay, that's fine too. I didn't know it would do that. Cool. Fun. All right, live mixing. Oh, you removed the just in case. Ah, you're such a positive thinker. I enjoyed that, Fledgeby. Thank you. Lena Caprella! Speaking of positive thinkers, she's awesome. You're all awesome. What am I talking about? Anyway, U.S. government interest in the potential intelligence implications of pharmaceuticals dates to World War II, when the OSS's research and development branch conducted research into their behavioral effects, as well as those of biological and chemical weapons. The U.S. Army picked up on those efforts in the late 1940s. Reports at that time indicated that the Soviet Union was experimenting with mind control substances, which heightened CIA's interest in the development of drugs and investigations of mind control methods so it could develop defensive measures against them. After the end of the Korean War in 1953 and the return of U.S. POWs from China and North Korea, fears arose that the communists had discovered ways to control minds through brainwashing techniques or the use of mind-altering drugs such as LSD. The purported victims of such treatment would become unwitting pawns of the communists, who could program them for nefarious purposes, feeding the anxiety in the late 1940s and 1950s. Were displays of disoriented or inexplicable behaviors by prisoners in communist show trials, and persistent charges that Moscow had attempted to corner the world's supply of LSD chemicals, then manufactured only in Switzerland. It's okay. Evidently, my PayPal is still under my family's professional, sorta, you see undercover. Oh, yeah. What did you do? You were awesome. Awesome. By the way to change that thumbnail, Leah. Way to change, a little online guilt. Way to change his thumbnail. Oh my God. Hold on a second. Way to change the thumbnail. Oh, he's too big in the frame. I was gonna make him look at you. Oh, positive thinker. Yeah, I was saying you were a positive thinker, Lita. But I'm just giving her a hard time because I sent her like a bunch of awesome AI thumbnails where she's like an alien and a spirit animal and like badassery, just generally. But it's cool. It's fine. No pressure. It's fine. Uh-oh. If you're hearing me, something tells me Twitch just broke me down. Oh yeah, something just, there it is. Oh yeah, I know what it is. It keeps kicking me from the StreamYard. I'm gonna have to let StreamYard go there. Oh wow. Just dropped my frame rate like super hard. Well, in the meanwhile, I'll just look pleasant and let you freeze frame my clip. Hold on a second. Oh, that's weird. That's super weird. I had to let StreamYard go. StreamYard decided to just like, I had it up just, for later, so. Anyways, now we're back, right? And my hands are huge. Look at my hands compared to my head. This is why you don't see them often. They're just like abnormally large. That's why when you see me texting or typing in chat and there's typos, it's because look at my hands. It's not right. Anyway, after the end of the Korean War in 1953 and the returns of U.S. POWs from China and North Korea, fears rose among the communists that discovered ways to control minds through brainwashing techniques or the use of mind-altering drugs such as LSD. The purported victims of such treatment would become unwitting pawns of the communists who could program them for nefarious purposes. Feeding this anxiety in the 1940s, 50s were displayed disoriented or inexplicable behavior by prisoners in communist show trials and persistent charges that Moscow had attempted to corner the world's supply of LSD chemicals, then manufactured only in Switzerland. Such concerns in the aftermath of several failed agency operations in Eastern Europe, most notably in Albania, prompted the agency's Office of Security under DCI Walter Bedell Smith to launch an investigation, Project Bluebird, to determine whether the polygraph or hypnosis assisted by truth serums could detect brainwashing amongst government employees. Another project growing from Bluebird, Artichoke, conducted by CIA's Technical Services staff, TSS, and officially launched on 29th October 1952, began research and experimentation with a variety of psychiatric and psychological methods, including the use of various narcotics, to see if these could alter attitudes and behavior. Footnote 48. Oh, good deal. I'm glad it's back together. Good deal. Under DCI Alan W. Dulles, who publicly declared that the Soviets were developing brain perversion techniques in a sinister battle for men's minds, the behavioral program significantly expanded in April 1953 on the suggestion of Richard Helms, head of CIA operations. The agency soon joined its research efforts with Army programs under the cryptonym MK Ultra, run by the TSS chief, Dr. Sidney Gottlieb. The program came to include 149 separate animal, and human behavioral modification projects, some conducted by agency and Army researchers, but most involving one of 80 participating American and Canadian universities, hospitals, and research institutions. Yeah, right? I was having a micro... Definitely episode true, my hands. It's true. Whenever I chat. It's absolutely true. Coffee is my truth. Oh, yeah, coffee is a hell of a truth. Speaking of which. Hold on a second. Let me finish this off, because it's not fair to leave just that much at the bottom. Run by TSS Chief Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, who we saw in the other program and earlier in the picture. The program came to include 80 participating American and Canadian universities, hospitals, and research institutions operating under contracts that did not reveal agency funding or associations. As a part of these drug research efforts, on 18th of November 1953, Gottlieb met with a group of CIA and Army researchers at a lodge in Deep Creek Lake, Maryland, in order to discuss the work that included the use of LSD. During the meeting, 8 of the 10 men present, including Frank Olson, consumed a small dose of the hallucinogen in a liquor drink passed among them. According to Gottlieb, all present were witting of the drugs in the beverage. However, the agency's internal investigation concluded that while Gottlieb had conducted the experiments with Olson's knowledge, neither he nor the others in the group knew what drug they had ingested until some 20 minutes later. In the days that followed, according to Olson family members and his colleagues, Olson began to act strangely and appeared depressed. Realizing that Olson may have a serious illness, Gottlieb referred him for psychiatric counseling in New York. Olson worsened, and his associates decided to send him to a sanitarium near Rockville, Maryland. On the night before the departure, Olson crashed through a closed hotel window, 10 stories to his death. Well. CIA companion woke in time to see his suicide, but not prevent it. Footnote 48. Parentheses S. Gottlieb reported the death to Dulles, who ordered the CIA Inspector General Lyman Kirkpatrick to conduct an investigation. Kirkpatrick recommended reprimand for Gottlieb, who, he asserted, had exercised poor judgment in conducting uncontrolled experiments that could seriously affect the record and reputation of the agency. Kirkpatrick further faulted Gottlieb for not knowing of Olson's prior bouts of depression, implying that LSD experiments had acted as a triggering mechanism directly contributing to his death. Kirkpatrick and Lawrence Houston, the agency's general counsel, expressed dismay with the casual manner in which TSS personnel conducted the experiments, and were outraged to learn that Gottlieb had ingested LSD at least 12 times himself. They determined that the TSS personnel assumed risks in a cavalier manner that lay well beyond the normal standards of the scientific process. However, Dulles overruled the IG, and Gottlieb received only an off-the-record admonition. MK Ultra continued, albeit with significant changes and additional oversight, until 1967. Remnants of it continued until another period, under another project until 1973. Olson's wife initially received word that her husband had died of a classified illness, and only later learned how he had been killed. Not until 1975, when the Rockefeller Commission and Church Commission disclosures happened. So did Olson's family hear more of the truth? Oh, I'm sorry. Let me read that again. Only later classified illness, and only later learned how he had been killed. Not until 1975, with the Rockefeller Commission and Church Committee's disclosures, did Olson's family hear more of the truth. They disputed much of what came out, and claimed that the agency and the Army had murdered Olson before he could go public with the details of the drug testing programs. In 1976, the family received a $750,000 settlement, which we heard before, from the U.S. government, and formal apologies from President Gerald Ford and DCI William Colby, who died of mysterious circumstances as well. The complete record of the case was hard to reconstruct because in 1973, at Helms' behest, Gottlieb had destroyed his office records on MK Ultra, and in 1977, thousands of pages of related material about the program turned up in a budget records, which we read, when released under the Freedom of Information Act, became the basis for an expose book by former State Department officer John Marks called The Search for the Manchurian Candidate. The CIA and mind control members of The members of the Olson family continued pursuing allegations of agency foul play for many years, but in 2002 announced that they were dropping the matter. Journalist H.P. Albarelli resuscitated the Olson version of events in 2009 in a poorly sourced and unreliable book titled A Terrible Mistake, The Murder of Frank Olson and the CIA's Secret Cold War Experiments. Trustworthy accounts of the story are in John Ranelagh, The Agency, The Rise and Decline of the CIA, and Benjamin Fisher, 50 Years of Supporting Operations, 1951 to 2001, A History of CIA's Office of Technical Services. See also Tinker Tailor Soldier, Illusionist, When the CIA Tried Its Hand Magic. Team Saka, Boston Globe. Tom Sikoka, Boston Globe, November 29, 2009. And then there's a CIA news link. There's this very interesting link. New research on influencing the mind. Emerging technology alert. Transcranial magnetic stimulation. https://cia.ic.gov/documents/OCS-ETA 086 2011. Where's Genevieve? There you are. Notice the number similarity there, Genevieve? Let's say this again, in case anybody wants to copy this down and happen to take a look at this page before I get a chance to. Emerging technology alert, transcranial magnetic stimulation. Sounds familiar? Very similar to what they do in the gateway process. Sounds familiar. https://ciawire.cia.ic.gov/documents. Here's the important part. /OCS-ETA 086-2011. The U.S. Congress, the Select Committee to Study Governmental Operations with respect to intelligence activities, foreign and military intelligence. Amazing. Amazing. True. Let me see. True. Hold on. Why is it not adding that layer? Let's see. Oh, there we are. Okay, maybe then, wait. Yeah, Twitch is, you know, oh, there it is. I guess not. I'll have to do this later. I don't remember how to do it. I had it all set up a while back and now, whatever. Yes, Genevieve. The number up above in this link sounds familiar. Emerging technology alert, transcranial magnetic stimulation, cia.wire.cia.gov/documents/OCS-ETA 086-2011. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I just find that interesting, right? Weird. Interesting. Oh, there's the screen share source. Good golly, it took forever to find that. Good golly, Miss Molly. There it is. Good golly, now people on Twitch might actually have an image. God, the heck is happening? Hi, Twitch people. Hi, Twitch person. Fuzzy Bee, hi. I used to have a whole bunch of stuff on there that you could like press buttons and things. This took up too much space. This slowed everything down. Anyway. Wait, what? Lurking, you got what? Hold on a second. What? Hold on. Two things are happening all at once. Holy shit, my arm. Oh, wow. That's rad, by the way. Oh my God. Lurking. Yo. That's... Honestly, I don't even know how to express myself. That's really kind. Holy shit. That's very kind. I appreciate you. How the hell that happened, I don't know, but you got some juice, lady. You got juice. That's... Wow. Ah, you're the badass! You're a badass. I love all of it. Socks matter. Sock accounts matter. Holy shit. That's one of the coolest things I've ever seen. Ladies and gentlemen, Lurking is single-handedly taken me to 400 viewers. And let me, hold on a second. Let me make a bunch of noise on this. Hold on, in fact, you know what? Hold on. You know what this deserves? You know this deserves, come on. Come on. Oh, what just froze me? Oh, it's Twitch trying to send me messages and shit. Seriously, this is for you, Lurking. Woo! Let's go! Hold on a second. Gotta have the breakdown. Ooh! Come on. Come on. Get the shake on. This is for Lurking. Taking it to 400. Let's go. All the way. Ow! Guess what? There's another one. Let's go! Yeah, come on. You ready for the beat to really drop, though? You ready for that? Come on. Hold on 1 second. Here we go. Yes! Goes out to Lurkin! Come on! All this is pissed, you can tell. Chair dance. If you don't have a chair, regular dance. Any appendage is fine. Let's break it down. Come on, huh? Woo! Oh, what's going on with my frame rate? It just dropped like a mick. I apologize, Twitchers. Twitch is killing me. And my frame rate. Not sure why. Yeah. Alright. Alright, sorry. What's going on with Twitch being weird? Stream quality. Oh, that's why. That's why. There it is. Okay, that's better. There we is. There it is. Okay, hopefully that should help. Yeah. Either that or Twitch is gonna get the boot. Sorry, Twitch. I think this is why, yes, it is. And Fuzzy Beat. Hold on a second. Here's what I'm going to do. Yeah. Where's that? What happened to that? All right. There it is. Seems to not have a problem when I'm not using the video over there, so alright. Alright, now we're back. That's fine. Thanks. Oh, sorry. Okay, where am I? Alright. Yeah! Seriously. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you, Lurking. That is super kind of you, and I owe you. I owe you one. That's a very cool thing. I won't soon forget that. Or the fact that there's so many of me that's probably confusing at this point in time. Hold on, let me bring myself back into one position. Hold on a second. Ah, that's better. Okay. Good golly. Oh, and I gotta keep an eye out because did I actually download that shit? Yes. Oh yeah, I gotta keep an eye out because it's sending it through a way I don't normally. Did somebody say grr? I did, but you're not paying for the advertisement, so I won't say it. Sorry, let me put the music back on and we will get back into it. Basically, what you've just heard. Yeah, have a great evening, Lurking. That's so awesome. Thank you, Lurking. True. Oh. Sign in. Okay. Yes. Oh, I'll just do it this way. Continue. Which that's how you say that word. Continue. Oh, really? Oh, really? You wanted to drop out the phone like that? Okay. Continue. Oh, okay. You know what it is. Sorry, it's so funny. It's like as I'm trying to like run a program while I'm running a program and I'm running a program. It's really amazing. And tech is amazing. Anyways, let's get back on track. Hello. Quarantine. God's favorite. Hey, no doubt. I have fun. Say hello to everybody. Send my love. Thank you for following me on. I'll figure out the multi-streaming actually again. I need to do that. Just turn it on and let it go. Because I haven't been. I stopped multi-streaming because it like drags the stream down, but I gotta do that. I gotta figure out how to get that just like badass. Just make it a badass. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna take a they all have ears. True. Oh, Fluzzy you're rad. Yeah, please do make sure to stop by any of our colleagues and friends who are streaming right now at any time. And you know that's always appreciated by all parties. And it's something that shouldn't be taken too lightly on that end because, you know, it gets us out into the stream. It gets us, it gets us basically into people's faces. And that's a deal. That's a big deal, especially when you're talking about creating your art and proliferating your art. And, you know, it's not easy. Not everybody has full-on mind control technology like the government to get it into your face. By the way, Grubhub is giving me a hard time. Gosh, why is it doing that? It's so weird. It's so weird. Anyways, I'll stop paying attention to the thing on my phone. I apologize. That's so rude. It's so rude. Why is he doing that? Oh, because I don't want to miss the order, actually. Thank you, Fluzzy B. I appreciate you for being here. Here, should I take us all over there? Should I snipe him? Should I snipe him for a minute? Because we're done with MK Ultra for a minute. And we're going to go look at Lima Beam and some other things going on there and the connections. But I figure we should take a break. And I actually need to take a quick break. In fact, real quickly, I just want to play for you. I have this wonderful cut. Just this wonderful little cut. I've been collecting for the Museum of Tom Out of Context. And if you're not familiar, it doesn't really matter because it's just hilarious nonetheless. Let's see, where is it? It is right here. And let me play it for you. This is called Tom Gigachad Cankle.
Benefit of the doubt because
I know.
Gigachad
Cankle.
Okay, well, but I think for the purposes of government legislation, one of the things that like Keffel's brought up is that in order for trans people to be protected, benefit of the doubt because
I know.
Gigachad Cankle.
Okay, well, but I think for the purpose
All right. Also, Tom Duty. This is called, this new one is called
courtesy.
Tom Duty.
Disregarding courtesy. That there is, in fact, a duty for the sake of society to misgender,
You said dude.
Oh, thank you, Lurking. I hope they do.
people.
I hope they choose to come to
If they
the
do not
more
pass.
positive spaces.
out of utility. Just
No.
because disregarding courtesy, that there is, in fact, a duty for the sake of society to misgender,
You said dude.
transgender
He said
people.
duty. All right. It's true.
they do
It's
not
very
pass.
true. I need to go and make sure
Out
that I
of
don't miss
utility.
the order.
Just because
I'm
they
going to play
do not pass so hard
something
to
associated
the point
this
where they
that I was
simply
playing the
do
other
not
time,
fit
Dr. Stephen Greer.
within that
And
caricature
I'll
of
be
a
back
man
because
or
I'm
a
not going to play the whole thing.
I would say yes. If somebody,
Actually, you know what?
I mentioned.
I think I'm going to play this. I'll be right back, folks. Stand by. Hello and welcome. I'm AronMSound, and this is Look Up, the show where I interject myself into a conversation I wasn't asked to join. And today I get to
check it
give you
out.
some
There's you can see the studio in that one.
where I
not even
take
any music.
myself out of the sludge and drudge of the battles.
Holy
down
shit, there's
in
no music.
Genderville,
Now there's music.
and I come up for a little explanation, a perspective that
Stand
some
by,
people
folks. I'll
may
be
not
back in a
aware
short
of.
bit. Just going to take a quick break.
And if you're
And
not in
grab the gift
world
that somebody
of
just sent me.
science,
Fuzzy
you don't
rules.
study
I'll be back.
quantum physics, or you're not
This
interested
was-
in that kind of nerdery, geekdom.
It says a
Like
while ago.
myself.
It says 7 months now. Oh my
Then
God, I've
you
been
would
on for that
just
long.
take-
Jesus Christ.
Everything at face value. Maybe. Possibly.
Be right back.
Not saying that you do. I am just basically saying, that there is more to the picture than you may think, because perspective about dimension and nuance is not just everything in interaction and interpersonal relationships and in how we view things, but it's also in how we build the environment around us. Now, I'm not going to go into the double slit experiment. He said slit. The double slit experiment today, or explain how protons are matter and how that works in comparison to neutrons, and how there's a W boson and several other bosons, including the Higgs boson. I'm not going to explain how an atom works, because I expect that most of you watching paid some kind of attention in one of the many science classes that you hopefully took. Otherwise, please, there is so much information available out there that can just enrich your brain with food and just shove it on in
Somebody
there.
rules!
Just shove it in your brain.
Oh, thank you,
Doesn't
Genevieve.
make
When
your
I come
brain
back, I'm going to
swell
play that
and
and take a look at it.
Not the Bruce Lee, I took out my sweat glands and now I can't sweat, and I'm going to end up passing away for making that choice. Kind of swelling. Look it up. It sucks. It's the worst thing I have ever come to learn. Thanks, History Channel. Man, this is what I'm talking about. Ego can make you make some really wildly stupid decisions. Because we all love to quote, be like water. Be like...
What's up, Jordan?
Yeah, I would love to be like water, but he didn't want to be like water. He had his glands taken out.
I'm still in the studio.
Anyways, how did I end up talking about this? I have no clue. Maybe it's because I'm watching too much information. I need to
Yes,
go back
in
to
fact,
reading
Arachnic
too much
was
information.
saying they weren't feeling well.
I don't, honestly. I don't. I just was buried in books. At some point, I'll bring my bookshelves in. The studio's so barren right now, and I'm not endorsing anything you see behind me. It's just, you know, when you travel and tour, you can't see like all my tour passes. They're somewhere.
Everything
There they
okay?
are. There's a tree
Copy that.
of passes
I'm on a short break, so I'm going to be able to react or respond.
that it's literally a tree. At some point, I'll put it up in view so it could be seen. But right now, it's attached to lighting that gives me this lovely, youthful glow. Hello. Hi there. Growl. Anyhow, let's talk about reality, folks. Let's talk about perspective. And if you've never seen this before, I'm excited to share it with you because, like I said, it's mental sherbet comparative to the things that you and I have been sharing. It's so far outside of the Pearlyverse, outside of their perspective. I think that this would be heresy because it makes you think about things outside of a limited a limited viewpoint. It literally makes you think about the other dimensions around you. And I would pose that this is a good thing. This is a healthy thing. Because it's too often in humanity that we don't appreciate how much more is going on. And I won't bore you or make your eyes glaze over with the details of the weirdness right now, because they'll become apparent to you as we move along. I will add more, but this is the beginner's class in weirdness of reality. I give you my reaction to Turdunctor. This is why I don't edit. Because it's better. It's better this way. And you know it. You know it! By the way, I am excited. I plan on bringing a youthful favorite of mine on. I found it. It's called Shadow Vision. If you want to prep, the great Shadow Stevens. It's on his channel. It's all one word, and it's Shadow with an E. Anyhow, you're an asshole, and you know it. Just a lot of how we see imagery and just video as we know it comes out of this 1980s thing that somebody showed me on a VHS when I was 14, and it will warp your mind because it's so weird. The more you see it, the more you laugh at it, because it takes that long. You have to watch it a bunch to even get the humor. It's so advanced. It's alien humor for real. But then again, Shadow Stevens, interesting character. And if I think he's got a show on right now. If you're not familiar with him, go his stuff. I personally haven't listened to the most recent stuff, but I have listened to his material before, and he's a great storyteller, and he's also a great pontificator on the same things I talk about, except he takes it to the other dimensions and really thinks about the nature of the universe in a philosophical way. He also has an amazing, very strange voice. And you might see you might see me, just a little, emulating him just a little bit. That's because I grew up around radio people, though. For real. Yep. Radio. That's the one that that I was gonna say in your car, but it's when nothing else works in your car. It's that one that says AM and FM. I know you don't listen to it, but 101 point. Yeah, never mind. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I give you. Ladies and gentlemen, hobos and tramps, cross-up mosquitoes, and bow-legged ants. I give you Dr. Quantum, Flat World. Oh, what? I'm supposed to press the button? Okay. There's no one there, by the way. That's just me telling me. Press the button. Yeah! Dr. Quantum visits Flatland. Yay! From the DVD, Down the Rabbit Hole, which I would suggest go getting if you're not familiar with this stuff, and if you're into quantum physics and you like smarty pants stuff. Smarty pants. Woo! Yeah! All right. Why is everything so trippy all of a sudden? Hey, he can fly, and he's a nerd. Oh.
A world of only 2 dimensions.
Okay.
Only forwards and backwards, left and right.
Oh.
In this world,
binary
there
thought.
is no up and no down.
Because there is black and white and nothing else.
He said, well, she's out in line.
Oh, you get what he's saying there? I'm going to shrink myself.
In this world, the 2-dimensional beings that live here know the concept of 3-dimensional objects. These 2-dimensional flatlanders have no understanding of cubes, spheres, tetrahedrons, or yours truly.
Little tiny you!
2D perspective, my 3D finger looks something like this.
Ooh, it's a big ass finger now! It looks like a huge blockage to the little circles, squares, and triangles. Ah, it's a blockage! Super nerd!
Hello, little circle.
Hey, circle. Okay, now I want to stop for a second because what? Oh, goodness gracious me. Holy mercy. Wow, that would frighten anything. You look up into space and that's looking at you? A nerd in a super suit? I'm concerned. All right. Anyhow. Yeah, I'm thrown off by yes. What the bleep. Amazing DVD of information. And great. This isn't just like, oh, it's pontificating. It's thinking about, no, this is science. These are facts. And still currently up to date and accepted information that we can trust. Pretty cool. Yeah. Anyhow. So what he's about to talk about is everything to do with perception and perspective. And it's coming from the very scientific viewpoint of actual perspective and dimension. But it does apply to our own thoughts and the way we see the world around us. And that's why I'm stopping it right here, because before I move on, I have to say that this is the best way to explain how you can see outside of your own box if you understand that there is an outside of your own box. I said box, that's right. And he's about to put his finger in it. The box. Dr. Quantum's gonna put his finger. Anyways, all right. And here we go.
And yeah, keep going.
Fear of the unknown. Or
Oh,
should
yeah,
I
you have
say,
it.
not yet known.
Not
What
yet.
was that?
No,
What
that's
was
right.
that? Really?
If we see only what we know, how does anyone ever see anything new? The unknown. How do we ever get out of our box?
Oh my gosh!
Everybody wants into the box. What am I saying?
How often have I been saying this? How often have I been saying this?
Fluzzy B,
Now we're
I
saying
just want you to know.
in the direction of
This
science.
cookies
it
and
says
cream.
We live in a dimension where there's more than
So
this,
amazing right now.
and that there's actually more in the universe than just what we perceive. And he's about to show you
Thank you.
that if
That
you
is
didn't
really-
know any better, you would think
You
that it's
literally
only what you look at and only what you're
reached
surrounded
out
by.
and you're,
But there's
like,
more
physically
to it.
touching me right now.
He's
It's
about
very,
to
very
blow
amazing.
this Pac-Man's little
you're
tiny
hearing-
mind.
Yeah, blow the Pac-Man's
He's
mind.
about to melt
You're
this
literally-
Pac-Man and make it a messiah of Pac-Man.
I may or may not be Dr. Quantum. What can I say?
Becomes universally knowledgeable.
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm eating the cookie,
Attains
chocolate chip
true
cookies right now, by the way.
enlightenment. No, it's for real. This is real. This is science. This is fact. And you too can pull the wool over your own eyes and miss the whole thing.
I've never used
And
Grubhub
miss
before,
the
and they
enjoyment
just like left
and
it
acceptance
on
and
the stairs. It
view
was so rad.
that
It
you
just
get
it was like magic.
when
was
you
just
stand
there.
outside. When you smash the box that holds you in your little tiny frame. Because your prison's so pretty. Because you built your prison, so you want it to be pretty.
No, it's
But guess
it's
what? There's no roof to
before
your
I
box.
properly
And you're
built the
about
whole
to find
character.
out that's true in a universal, omniversal,
Food magic.
multiversal
Uh-oh.
sense.
Somebody knocked something over.
Sir,
I don't know what. Poor cat.
don't be afraid.
Oh, don't be afraid, little pat girl.
Where are you?
This is always the tricky part to explain. I'm in another dimension, another space.
I'm a
I am
god.
above you.
Lick my choke.
Stranger danger.
Never use that word.
What word?
Never use the word.
Above.
Anal? No, he says above. Above. She's afraid of what's above her.
I make no apologies for
Sound
any
familiar?
of this.
Look familiar? Don't ever use the A word. What's above you? Huh. Huh. She doesn't want to look up. Well, that's weird. It's because she's afraid
The cookies are
of
really
the
good.
unknown. And I would say, and I would argue, that that is why all of these other shows are preaching what they're preaching, is because they're actually afraid of what they don't know and what they're not willing to explore for.
No, thank you, Flashy B. I
Dating
appreciate
in
it.
life and in everything. In enjoyment of the experience, in the sentient experience, and in 3 and 4 and 10D. But I'm sorry. Let me let Dr. Nerdy here scare the little
My
fat
alter
girl
ego,
a bit
Dr.
further.
Quantum.
As in, Pac-Man girl. He's just totally destroying
Hello,
her
little dude.
entire
I'm just
concept of
hovering
life.
over you
She's
like a
probably
large
gonna commit
Goliath.
suicide after this because she attains enlightenment and just runs off into a volcano or something. I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. It has a happy ending. Enlightenment is good for you. Smartness is good for you. It is good for the brain.
Fuzzy
Okay,
me,
okay. I say that
It's the
because
MK Ultra stuff. And
because
by the way,
sometimes people
Genevieve, I
need
saw that
to-
video. That's astonishing. I'm pulling that up next. I don't know what that is, but that looks amazing. It's not that long either. I'm totally pulling that up.
It's forbidden.
Well,
No, I'll tell you what's forbidden. The A word.
And I don't want to know. You
doesn't
could
want
be
Above.
severely punished
what
if you use that word.
Yes, Genevieve. Fear of the unknown.
A ghost?
No, he's a god.
No, honey.
not.
I'm a
I
god.
just have a different
See?
perspective than
See?
you. I can see things in a way you can't yet.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, because, okay, and this is an amazing thing he says. I have a different perspective than you do, and I can just see things in a way you can't yet.
Yet.
Not that you can't see it, but that you can't see it yet. Mm-hmm. You have to be able to be allowed or allow yourself to see above you, below you, and beyond the limited dimensions of what you might think or you're held to. And I'd apply that to just about anything. Because that's the con in
It
basic
is.
everyday life and in the ideas that are being thrown around so randomly on this use of the tubes. That somehow life and experience is this limited thing that has a rule book, and that if you don't follow this rule book from 1955 to 1962, failure, you don't fit in, you won't succeed. When I would argue all day long and stand on that hill that it is a multiplex, a very complex, a
Always living in fear of
nuanced
unknown consequences.
interaction
Worrying about what they don't know
with a complex
when they couldn't know it. Fear of falling over when they don't know how to stand. And they'll never stand because they're afraid.
that we haven't even
fall over.
begun to broach.
And Fuzzy B says it's hard to not fear the unknown.
as
True.
the species of human.
But we walk
And our potentials
into the valley of
haven't
darkness
even begun.
because
That
we know
someday,
that there's a
million years
light
from now,
beyond
we will look
ourselves.
at the line of humanity,
We know
and we'll be something else.
we will
then,
be
and we'll
drawn
look back
like
at
a
us
moth
now and
the
talk
flame
about us
that is
as if we were Cro-Magnon.
kindness, love, and all that darkness and
Homo
fear
sapiens
falls to the side for
currently
those of us
are
who
still
find
evolving,
truth
and we will as long as we survive.
in experience.
We might even integrate into technology. It looks like we're heading that way. So the portion of us that allows us to adapt is that thing that perpetrates our success. So I would even argue that adaptability is the most successful trait. Knowledge being the most valuable asset. Because that's the only way you ever adapt.
True.
By gaining knowledge and growing like a good little sponge. And you go,
Grow like a sponge.
That's your brain. I'm sorry. Let's get back to the scared, the really freaked out Pac-Man girl.
Come on. Freaked out Pac-Man girl. Let's go.
Okay, you have a safe hidden in your pantry.
I thought he was going to
he's
say
playing
something
God
else.
now.
You have 12 coins, a will, and a passport.
That's because he can see what she cannot, because he's looking at things from a different perspective. He's looking down into a world she can't perceive of him above. She wouldn't have perceived him until he came over and made her aware that he existed above. And this is real in everyday life. Because this is going on in our life. There's so many things.
Awareness.
Like you walk down the street, you may live somewhere. Let's say you live in New York,
Can
or
be
Los
limited.
Angeles, or in a large city like Seattle, or you've lived
Based
there your
off
whole
what you
life,
allow
and you walk
in.
down the street your whole life, and maybe there's a little store or a restaurant that you just never noticed in the Nook, and you've lived there your whole life. It's been there your whole life. You come to find out, how did you miss it? Well, you just didn't have the perspective to look over that day.
Awareness.
Perspective to look before that
Perspective.
day. My bad.
Perception. These are gifts that some
Take into consideration that each one of us, until some
may not take full advantage of,
buddy,
like I am.
some big
This
super
cookies and
nerd
cream drink.
the size of the Empire State Building floats over us and goes, "Hey,
True. Pac-Man dude lady dude lady.
it helps us find that
Pac dude lady.
other perspective." That's not likely to happen, so we have to do it for ourselves. Which is why I always suggest.
I always
people
play
study
with the
philosophy,
Pac dude lady anyways.
or at least
she
read
sped
about it.
so much
Look into it, think about it,
faster.
Have the discussions about the things that make
Roblox.
you uncomfortable. Because we don't grow. We don't actually stretch.
Speaking of
our
not growing,
limitations without
Roblox.
thinking of the things that make us uncomfortable. And
I don't know why I have such an aversion to it. It looks like something you'd play with when you were 4.
How many strange
Damn, that cookie's
conclusions you will come to. when
Speaking of
you
cookie.
come through.
I enjoy a
And that's
mouthful
amazing
of
because
cookie.
life is strange.
Chocolate
The
chip
universe
cookie.
is strange.
Please.
Dr. Quantum, kind of weird. Why are you looking at her safe, Dr. Quantum? That's a little creepy.
Doctor, a little sus. Little sus.
How did you know that? What are you?
Because he's a god.
A god?
Yes.
No more than you. You see, since
he said
I
no
am
more than
above in the third dimension, I can see inside things in your world.
Wait,
Third dimension.
ooh,
Art
what's
crazy.
that?
There's only 2. Look.
So if I were to touch
What
the
is she
inside
watching?
of your stuff,
Washing. Cleaning. Scraping.
You have to cut through my skin. Otherwise, it's impossible. Stop!
Yeah, doctor. Yeah, doctor, touch that. Oh,
ready for more
More what?
dimensions?
for what?
Oh,
Yeah, are you ready? Are you
no.
ready for more dimensions? Are
There
you?
aren't any.
Yes, there are. There's more.
What will
So
happen
many
to me?
more.
What will I become?
You have to
relax.
become it to know.
Exactly. You have to become it
Okay.
to know, but you have to allow yourself to become it. Like she says, okay, consent. Just rub my hands and pull you up out of your reality and put you up on top and make you three-dimensional later. Now you're a marble in the sky. Wow, yeah, right.
I never knew.
See? Marble in the sky.
Now she's just gonna take off and be
Allow yourself to become
whoever she wants to be. Perspective matters.
Oh! All right. All right.
Isn't it
Wow, that
funny?
was.
That which we are most afraid of
Oh.
is what thrills us the most.
True.
Truth. 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 That is a great explanation of other perspectives and how you two can pull the wool over your own eyes. If you don't, look up.
This next video, as I
what's-
come back, is
Dare
brought to
I
you
say, above you.
by a video essayist named Upper Echelon.
I'm so glad that I
Concerning-
found that because it is exactly
Patent US
the
6506.
metaphor and reality and
148B2.
science
Quote unquote.
that supports what I've been saying about
Screen
these
control.
limited concepts and the dating arguments in the arguments over general reality and how we all
I've
have
never
to
viewed
live.
this other than to quickly preview.
This is
So So you and I will both be seeing this at the same time. My reaction
It's so
will
good.
be
It's so
earnest.
good. Dr.
And on this
Quantum.
note-
There's more. There's so much more, Dr.
There's so much more.
Next, I had to give my brain a rest from that, all the dating universe and whatever and all that stuff. It was rotting my head like bad candy. So,
Yep.
hopefully this is some mental sherbet for you.
Mental
And once
sherbet
again,
is
I
always
love
good.
that the
I
scary
love the
word
sherbet.
was above.
E energy equals mass
Anyhow,
times
thank you for
light
joining me
squared.
on this
True.
quick version
Except we now know that
of the show where I interject myself into conversations.
equals,
So don't forget to
light
like and
squared,
subscribe if
which
you like
equals
it.
energy, which is even weirder.
And most importantly, the word
It
of the
works
day
out
being
either way.
above.
Like and subscribe.
Don't forget. Don't
And
forget,
thank you so much
folks.
for doing that. Speaking of which, hey, what's
Look
happening?
up!
Oh, well, look up! Whoa, Jesus.
For real.
For real, yeah, okay. Yeah. All right. That's fine. Thank you, sir. Sir! Oh, man, speaking of which, Resto Chesto on a panel today using the hard R, sir. Sir! Wherever Resto is, good on him. Sir! He was sirring it up, Lita. Where's Lita? She's somewhere. She's probably commenting on Princella. If she's still alive. Or Daryl, who is probably still alive. You guys have seen Daryl, though. Okay, I'm excited. I've never seen this. Your guitar looks similar to... Oh, awesome. Yes, I've had that. That's a guest guitar. I don't really play, but it's there for people who like to play acoustic. And it belonged to a late musician friend of mine, and it came with the studio. What is this? Okay, ooh.
This video is brought to you by...
Okay. Ooh.
Please stand by for further details. We return you now to your regularly scheduled program.
Ooh.
All right, jokes aside, I think today's video is a pretty cool topic, and I hope everyone else will think so
Sorry,
too.
my nose is
US 6506148B2. What is it?
Take
Short
it out for a
answer,
second.
it's a patent held by the US government pertaining to mind control. Long answer, it's an electromagnetic manipulation technique classified as magnetotherapy designed to elicit
True.
physiological effects in human recipients through pulsating frequencies that are distributed by television screens and computer monitors. Basically, it's a patent for mind control through a screen, sort of. Here's the thing.
Interesting.
This
Can you
topic
imagine
is
that?
dangerously close to a line that I just don't want to cross. I do not want to run afoul of YouTube's community guideline standards or get branded as some sort of conspiracy nut job, because the truth is, we just don't know enough about this patent or its author to really say for sure.
Interesting.
However, after seeing the topic surface on social media, reading the documents, delving into similar research, and tracking down decades-old internet archives, I wanted to tell the story of US 6506148B2 because it's interesting. That's really about it. To really begin, we need some context. In the aftermath of World
Give
War
it to
II,
us.
American and British intelligence agencies cooperated while competing, in a sense, to explore what was
so
now
this is
defeated German
definitely MK
territory,
Ultra
looking for
associated.
weapons, scientific research, military technology, pharmaceutical products, and more. Operation Paperclip, as it's now known, was a very real, very secret at the time endeavor,
Yes, it
resulting
was.
in measurable scientific growth and gain for America. Example,
It did.
German technology
Sadly
and
to
recovered
say that
research
we-
out of literal death camps post-World War II resulted in the product we now know as Bayer aspirin. This is a
it's a
commonly
that's
accepted
a washburn
historical
too.
fact, but it goes deeper. In the following years, American clandestine intelligence,
dope.
mainly the CIA, became
love that.
obsessed with compelled truth and mind control. Commonly referenced now as one of the most glaringly obvious U.S. domestic atrocities of the past century, the CIA, in the aftermath of Operation Paperclip, began conducting undisclosed experiments on U.S. citizens that involved psychedelic drug regimens, abuse, and other shocking techniques to break the mind of participants. According to officially declassified MK Ultra documents that managed to avoid being lost or maybe destroyed when the
We've
House
gone
of Cards
through
finally
this
came crashing
paperwork
down,
here.
we now understand the full scope of the atrocities. Quote, although the CIA insists that MK Ultra
And
type
I just
experiments have
read
been
you this
abandoned,
one.
14-year
Ah,
CIA
he's doing his
veteran
research.
Victor Marchetti
Nice.
has stated in various interviews that the CIA routinely
Cheers,
conducts
Felicity.
disinformation
Cheers. Thank you,
campaigns,
by the way.
and that
This
CIA
is- this
mind
is
control research.
literally, you just,
continues.
like, handed this
in
to
the
me, and I'm like,
1977 interview,
"Oh!"
Marchetti specifically called the CIA claim that MK Ultra was abandoned a cover story. End quote. Now, that could be a topic all on its own, very easily, but the point here is to
True.
demonstrate that the United States government, namely the Central Intelligence Agency, at one point in time, at least, had a fixation on the topic of mind control, up to and including the torture of their own citizens in
It seems
undisclosed
to still have
experiments.
one.
Scary stuff. So how does it connect? Well, having established that there was, at some point, a willingness to conduct undisclosed, immoral, unethical, and illegal experiments on U.S. citizens domestically, it sort of changes how we need to analyze things.
Yeah,
For
because there was
starters,
admission
patents
of it.
can be filed for a number of different reasons, but the primary application or reason to file a patent is to protect a specific invention. Going further, it's not just about
cheers.
protecting what you made, it's about protecting everything possible that's even remotely similar to what you made, because the world of invention is now a constant battle between individuals, corporate interests, and even entire countries.
It's all lawsuits.
Basically,
by
the
way.
patents we will examine today don't necessarily even do anything, right? I have to state that in cold, point-blank terms.
Wow.
Or maybe don't do anything anymore, but they certainly exist with extremely troubling implications in tow. This is the main patent in question, the title of the video, and a common focal point for online conspiracy theories. US 650-6148B2. This patent is extremely long, contains a tremendous amount of information, but I'd like to read a couple of individual passages for contextual reasons, as well as link it down below in the description. First one, quote, "These results confirm that, indeed, the nervous system of a subject can be manipulated through electromagnetic field pulses emitted by a nearby CRT or LCD monitor, which displays images with pulsed intensity." End quote. Remember, the title of the patent
I
is
can't
Nervous
imagine
System
what he's talking about
Manipulation
at
by
all.
Electromagnetic Fields from Monitors.
I don't know what he's talking
It
about at
pertains
all.
directly to the idea that pulsating EM fields from television
Ha.
and monitor screens, regardless of what is actually displayed for the image,
Twitch
can be used
folks,
to
I love
manipulate
you.
the nervous system of nearby
Come on
watchers.
over to YouTube.
One more paragraph.
Flesby,
Keep in mind,
thanks for
this is
watching
from
over
the
there.
patent
You're so
itself,
kind.
which was filed
You're
by
really,
Dr.
really kind,
Hendrikus
Flesby.
G.
Thank you.
Luce in 2003 for this one. Quote, "Certain monitors
I
can
want my
emit
bandwidth
electromagnetic
back.
field pulses that excite a sensory resonance in a nearby subject through image pulses that
I have
are
to do
so
that
weak
earlier.
as to be subliminal. This is unfortunate
Set
since
it
it
up
opens
right.
a way for mischievous application of the invention whereby people are exposed unknowingly to manipulation of their nervous
Yeah,
systems
look at that.
for
Did you
someone
see my
else's
depth
purposes.
just jump out?
Such
jump
application
out?
would be unethical and is of course not advocated. It's
moving
mentioned
it.
here in order to alert the public to
50
the
frames a
possibility of
second now.
covert abuse that may occur while being online or while watching TV, a video, or a DVD. End quote.
True.
Consider for a moment that the patent itself is warning the public that someone else can manipulate them subliminally through their screens. But let's take a step back because I'm probably losing a whole lot of people right now who will be thinking something
Are
along
you?
the lines of,
Are you really losing that many people on this concept? That we wouldn't get? That somehow we could have flashing lights, adjust our nervous system when it's timed and colored to affect us and make us feel a certain way? I like this guy already, by the way. But I'd ask you the question, how much time have we spent in front of these screens? And how many images have been flashed in front of our eyes? And how much have you spent, how much time have you spent recognizing that there's information in these flashes, in some of them, and that not all of the information being handed to you may be with your best interest? He's posing some interesting information here.
is this idiot really going to say that I can get controlled, mind controlled through a TV? Yes. Yes, I'm saying
Make us
that,
think
but not in the way that
a
most people
certain
might
way.
think.
Or
Turns
to
out there are
feel
actually a multitude of medically relevant
a
patents to
certain way.
draw from that demonstrate the basic premise of EMF
And
nervous
I would
system
actually postulate on this even further. So now I can open up the call-in, actually. I would postulate even further that that feeling and that thinking is being displayed in the people we see in a lot of the debate panels and the behaviors in some chats. A disassociation from understanding even that they're watching a show, and the expectation that someone on the other side of the screen has to be absolutely real, or else they get confused. And I can say this because I've had the experience myself that somehow the suspension of disbelief has been lost because someone or something has affected the way people are thinking when they're terminally online. And as I read an article today that said 200 million people streaming who can't seem to get offline. As if there's a new addiction on the planet. A limited click. Caught within itself. In a loop. That thinking in a certain way you're talking about is a disenfranchisement that we've heard time and time again, and I've covered quite extensively, that has created groups like Red Pill, Black Pill, Manospheres, Incels, cliques within cliques, hiding in servers and on channels that seek to do nothing more than reinforce bad ideas and bad behaviors. And it's up to us to just be aware and recognize the biases, recognize the things that would hook us to the program addiction. There's nothing wrong with speaking out about it, but you may find that often you'll be slammed down for thinking schizo, they'd use the word, or sus. Are you a coomer? Do you cringe them out? Is your action cringe? These words, boomer, coomer, cringe, incel, amongst a number of others, could be considered cult-like because they assert an inside language, just like church groups. Except in this case, it's a program addiction. It tells people that you're accepted and acceptable. But if you were to use the word awkward in exchange, you might find that people get more confused. That even the confusion over whether or not an actor on the other side of the screen is playing a character, or whether or not a person is an actor, is confusing to people now, because they're so used to seeing someone just blather and hypnotize them with mundanity, telling them what they need to think, what they need to feel. Disenfranchisement, my friends. Separation. Telling you, with a pain point messaging process invented by advertising, so that you feel you need more, and there's no solution but to fill the empty hole that keeps growing. It's called programming for a reason, and when people can't comprehend their programming, they are quick to label. Yes indeed. Especially when they feel like they're under scrutiny.
There's this one, for example, that pertains to pulsed EM fields for the purpose of treating neurological disorders.
Ooh.
There's this one, which uses electromagnetic brain stimulation to manipulate dreaming. And then there's this one, where, quote, an electrical device applies low-frequency energy in a range below approximately 10 hertz to the patient's brain tissue, end quote. Remember, the original patent we're discussing today, US 650-6148V2, pertains to frequencies near 1/2 hertz or 2.4 hertz. Why am I showing these other examples, even though they're probably very boring and a lot of the information is going to make people tune out? Well, the answer's simple. The world of medical research has already accurately identified that low-frequency pulsating EM fields can manipulate the human nervous system. That's a fact.
True.
The only difference is
can put
our
you into
delivery method
hypnosis
and
if I
strength.
wanted to,
I
or
can't sit here and tell you whether or not
kind of
your screens are secretly modifying your behavior and mental state. I've read the research, done the digging, but I would need literal years to understand a lot of the subject matter. However, what we can do is look at a few more connections.
True.
Let's re-examine Hendrikus G. Luce and ask the question, who is he? Internet conspiracy theories abound, stating that this individual does not really exist and is likely a pseudonym for some sort of governmental program or group of people, but let's dig deeper. The patent itself has an address. The address leads to a person by that same name, and the person has an obituary. Not a great start for the world of gripping online conspiracy theories, but there's more. Hendrikus G. Luce, over the span of about 5 years, patented 10 separate inventions. I'm just going to read them in order. Nervous system manipulation by electromagnetic fields from monitors. Same one again, but a fresh filing. Nervous system manipulation by electromagnetic fields from monitors. Different number though. Remote magnetic manipulation of nervous systems. Pulse variability in electric field manipulation of nervous systems. Pulsative manipulation of nervous systems. Electric fringe field generator for manipulating nervous systems. Subliminal acoustic manipulation of nervous systems.
Whoa! That's my world. Hold on. Pulse manipulation of nervous system. Hold on.
Nervous systems. Pulsative manipulation of nervous systems. Electric fringe field generator for manipulating nervous systems.
Let's see what it says. Oh, I can't zoom in on this one. Oh, yeah, I can. Give me 1 second. What do we do to fill the empty spaces? True. Absolutely. Excellent question. And some people will go to any lengths, and surprising lengths, frankly, to fill those spaces. Sadly so. About to open up StreamYard, by the way. Because the truth is, folks need to love themselves first. Oh, what am I looking for here? Sorry. There's a lot of interesting stuff this evening. Oh, damn. Wi-Fi's covered Plum Island. Oh, what the hell happened? There it is. There it is. Touch foam. Yes, true. Better than, well, it depends on which caulking you're using, but you know. That's a personal thing. We don't need to talk about that. Present, and the present, under the present, and then you go to the present, and then Yelp, and then add to Stodge, and add to Stodge, and then now I say StreamYard is over here. No, that's not it. There we go. Okay. Yep, StreamYard is live. Hold on, let me give you guys the link in case anybody wants to hop up. Talk about what they just saw or any of the things that we're learning. Because this is some seriously wild stuff, right? It expands, yes. Yes, the false sense of panic. It's a lot of times about fear state. Hold on a second. Let me put the call in. I'm going to replace the other pin, which is the CIA file. So hopefully you got that. I'm going to replace the pin message and ba-boom! Ba-boom! Message pioned. All right. Let's see here. Oh yeah, we're still running pretty decent. All right, cool.
Let me see what else he has to say. Oh yeah, I was looking for the acoustic manipulation. What does it say? Excuse me. I was going to zoom in. I was going to enhance. I need to enhance. Hold on. Enhance. Yeah, I only needed one enhance. All right. In human subjects, sensory resonances can be excited by subliminal atmospheric acoustic pulses. Oh, it's the brown note. That are tuned to the resonant frequency. The half-hertz sensory resonance affects the autonomic nervous system and may cause relaxation, drowsiness, or sexual excitement, depending on the precise acoustic frequency near half-hertz use. Oh, damn. Okay. Down below, you can put everybody to sleep. The effects of the 2.5 hertz resonance include slowing of certain cortical processes, sleepiness, and disorientation. For these effects to occur, the acoustic intensity must lie in a certain deeply subliminal range. Suitable apparatus consists of a portable battery-powered source of weak sub-audio acoustic radiation. Interesting. So very low volume source of that sub-audio radiation, which is basically just the sound. It doesn't even have to be that loud. It causes, the method and apparatus can be used by general public as an aid to relaxation, sleep, or sexual arousal, and clinically for the control and perhaps treatment of insomnia, tremors, epileptic seizures, and anxiety disorders. That makes sense because it would normalize your nervous systems or your neurological responses. Hold on a second. Why is the chat not updating? Wow. Give me 1 second. El Chato, come back. Come back to me, El Chato. There it is. Oh, no, did it not? Hold on a second. Pop between two things. There we go. There it is. There it is. Safe. And safe. Okay. What else is he saying?
Acoustic manipulation of nervous systems, magnetic excitation of sensory resonances, manipulation of nervous systems by electric fields, method and apparatus for manipulating nervous systems. Those are all of them. Do we see a pattern here? This inventor, for the span of about 5 years, patented nearly a dozen separate nervous system manipulation techniques and devices, primarily aimed at television screens and surrounding uses. But it gets even more strange. In 2003, at the age of 77 approximately, according to his obituary, Hendrikus G. Luce created a software development company of sorts. According to information filings with the state of California from 2005, this company was called Q-Wave and was registered at the same address where he originally filed most of the patents. This company had no discernible online presence I could find other than a very basic website, but more on that later, but remained active and in good standing for about 12 years until it was dissolved in 2015. What's infinitely more interesting to me, however, is that when dissolved, the official records indicate that the company, quote, never incurred any known debts or liabilities. The company that existed for over a decade, legally, seems likely to have incurred and subsequently paid some sort of debts or liabilities, but also, the corporation never acquired any known assets. See, that's strange to me. I've had my own company for a few years now, and I have absolutely incurred debts and liabilities that were then paid, and simply by way of existing, I have built up assets, which, like this very YouTube channel is an asset. All the electronics equipment that I have for working on it are assets, etc., etc. There may, of course, be a plausible explanation for all this, but it's interesting to say the very least that a software development company never accrued any debts, liabilities, or paid them off, or got any assets whatsoever. Think about it. A prolific and highly skilled inventor, obviously this man is top of his field, and we'll see why in just a second, pursues almost a dozen separate but highly correlated nervous system manipulation patents from 1998 to 2005. 2 years later, he forms a software development company that's registered and updated for the next 12 years continuously.
So basically, he then started a software company because he needed something to control the electronics, I'm guessing. Corporate world doesn't think free thinkers. True. They hate me. When free thinkers discover the ideal behind the programming methods, they become so defensive that often times the reactions are destructive. Yeah. To others and themselves. Definitely can be. There's definitely moments where that happens. Hey, Queen Cascade, how you doing? If you roll back to the beginning, I actually read the entire report, the CIA report on MK Ultra. If you're interested. Right now, we're going over one of the patents that seems associated to mind control techniques, electronics specifically.
At zero liabilities and zero assets, and then closes it all down.
Good to see you.
That is a very strange pattern to observe. For added impact here, Hendrikus G. Luce, as of 1989, I think, according to Defense Technical Information Center documents, was working for the Laguna Research Laboratory on projects for the defense.
Wait, did you hear the name? Technical Services. MK Ultra. Thank you, Genevieve. Yes, good morning, Queen Cascade. It is morning on your side. See, this would be Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, Aerospace Technology Office, Adaptive Stochastic Content Addressable Memory. Stochastic content, adaptive stochastic content. Stochastic terrorism is when you incite others to create the terrorism via your statements or ideas or directions. So changeable, directable, content arrangeable basically, or choosable memory. Army research issued by the U.S. Army Missile Command. Technical report, approved for public release. Laguna Research Laboratories. Fallbrook, what the fuck? Fallbrook? That's in the valley. Rainbow Glen, that's in the valley. It's a house. I know exactly where that is. What the hell? Wow. Not long finished a stream, unfortunately. A 15-year-old girl was, I heard. Listen to it and watch it properly later from the beginning because although it's morning, you've been up all night. I understand totally. Thank you for being here. I'd appreciate that you stopped by afterwards. Righteous, enjoy. It's weirdness tonight.
Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which is the research and development arm for the DoD, the Department of Defense. Hendrikus G. Luce was patenting a wide range of nervous system manipulation devices and techniques that can supposedly exercise control through EM field pulsing screens shortly after working for DARPA, where he then created a software development company which seems to have produced nothing for 12 continuous years and then closed down with no assets. I have more questions now than when I started doing this whole thing. Let's circle back to that company again, Q-Wave. What is it and what did it do? Well, according to Internet Archives, the company had a rudimentary website where it sold a piece of software. That software, priced in at $14, was apparently a sort of at-home testing version of the patented concept. Quote, exploratory experiments at Laguna Research Laboratory in Fallbrook, California have shown that externally generated pulsed electric fields can affect our nervous system by exciting a so-called sensory resonance.
Fallbrook, California is in the
certain pulse
valley.
Frequencies near a
Not far from where I live.
30 pulses per minute. The excitation has been observed to result in relaxation, drowsiness, or sexual arousal, depending on the pulse frequency and the skin region to which the field
enjoy
applied.
your deviled
These
eggs.
physiological
That sounds
effects
tasty.
have been observed only for weak
Good
fields.
deviled eggs
And
are awesome.
Further down, it reads, quote, pulsed electric fields may also be emitted by computer monitors and television screens, simply by pulsing the brightness of displayed images. The strength of this effect depends on design, but for certain monitors and TV screens, a sensory resonance can be excited by image brightness pulses that are so small as to be imperceptible. With such computer monitors or TV screens, susceptible people at normal viewing distances can thereby be subjected to covert manipulation of their nervous system. End quote. And then lastly,
Can't
the list
imagine
of
that. I
features
don't know
that
what
the
it means.
software supposedly included. This is the part of the video where I go down a bit of a rabbit hole for speculation. Here's what all of this looks like to me, and this is opinion, very clearly labeled opinion. Hendrikus G. Luce was an inventor working for the government of some kind. During his professional career, he created numerous different nervous system manipulation devices and techniques for the Department of Defense. Those techniques were almost certainly adopted by other government agencies, such as the CIA, which already...
These wouldn't have been just adopted by. They would have been paid for and directed by the technology gathered in the MK Ultra program from the 1940s all the way to the current day. This is proof that MK Ultra never ended. It just changed names. I'm not surprised. We are following another story where technology that seems derivative of this world of technology seems like misuse of some of it too, because in the case of what we're following with Lima from Aura and the Aura technology and its use on Amanda Rabb, Bam Margera, and likely Dia and Dalia Takalia, Lima Javrovovich's sisters. I'm sorry, let me say her name. Lima Mora Takali, or she spelled it Takali, or Takwali. She's also spelled it Tagali. Javromovich, her married name. Well, she may have used it on her twin sisters. Are you familiar with them? If you've been on YouTube long enough, you might remember them. And if not, let me introduce you to them and remind you who they are. Because they're a missing character often in this story. Amanda is one, used by people she thought she could trust, as what seems to be less than best intentions in the end. From the outside point of view, specifically mine. But in the case of the Dahlia and Dia situation, there are many unanswered questions and a lot of evidence to suggest that somebody may be in trouble. And there's no way to do anything about it. But wait. Now, I have read information currently that shows that Dia Takali has a restraining order on one of her sisters. Which sister that is can only be, well, presumed or assumed. We can only ponder because the information isn't public, because the TRO turned into an RO. And it stems from a different state. Meanwhile, last records show Dia and Dahlia were actually living in the Los Angeles area. So before we go forward into the rest of the story that I've been covering for a while now, that relates to MK Ultra, I'm going to show you some of their videos. On their channel. It's called Dia and Dahlia. And actually, give me 1 second. I just saw something odd that maybe I should look at. Interesting. Dia, I thought, Hello, Kitty. Who's this? For the record, Your Honor? Oh, that's different. What are the channels covering this? High Priestess Steph has some good info always on it. Excuse me, but the producer's trying to shove me out of the chair. Trying to find anything, that relates to Dia. But the truth is, I'm sorry for not looking up. I'm looking down at the. I'm trying to find the most recent thing, and there's really just nothing on Dia. It's all about Dahlia, and we can go to her page, by the way. Yeah. By the way, the smoke pop. Now I'm hungry for a spicy effect. I may have to go big. Excuse me, sir. That is my in-ear monitor. Don't eat that. Thank you, producer. You know how important that is. Can't. Oh! I'm now being physically attacked on air by the producer. Okay, he stopped because he knew he was on air and it's being recorded. Hollywood. You see how it is. You just saw it. It was just beyond the camera view. Baby. Vicious producers. Jesus Christ. Okay, so let's go back to what I was looking for originally. And I've shared a number of their videos. Let's go to the channel. I've shared some of their videos with other people. Let me go to their channel. It's called Dahlia and Dia. If you're not familiar with their channel. Hi and welcome. So glad you could join us. They have a number. They have, let's see, 12,000 subscribers. It used to be 16. 30 videos. They're all kind of dark. There's even a walkthrough with the Vega brothers from 6 years ago. So they basically stopped posting in 2018. And their sister put up a feed that said that she was now the one taking control of posting on their page. And then, oh, geez, they have an ALS. Interesting. I didn't see this.
We're Dahlia and Dia, and we accept the Ice Bucket Challenge. And we challenge Brad Etter and Emiliano. This is the Twin Edition. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, I felt like I was dying.
All right, so they seem like fun-loving kids, even though you couldn't see them. Hold on a second. Let me find one of the actual videos here. Because they were talented. Lucifer. Oh, yeah, they were in Lucifer for a minute, apparently. Evil Twins giveaway. I'm trying to find the more recent one. 6 years ago. Oh, yeah, let's watch Chloe for president. I love this. This is hilarious. And weird.
Compassionate. Honest. Warm-hearted.
True.
Logical.
Absolutely.
From the makers who brought you Chloe 911 comes the latest installment to the prosthetic family line. Chloe for president.
I'd vote for her.
Times are changing. It's time to have a president who really cares.
So
She's
amazing.
unlike any candidate you've ever witnessed. She's great at delivering meaningful speeches. She always has the solution.
Invasion.
And if you don't like this party, simply vote for the other. It's that easy.
Either
I'm
side.
Democrat. I'm Republican.
When she's not in the public eye,
So cool.
she's working hard at the office
True.
to give you what you want.
Productive
Unlike
conversation.
past presidents, she's caring. Watch Chloe care.
True. Genuine.
She has core values. She's educated, composed, and respectful. But every now and then, Chloe likes to let loose and have a good
speaking.
time. She's only human.
Is she, though? Community and team atmosphere.
She's not even racist and knows the solutions to America's economic problems.
Invasion.
True.
Invasion.
All right, so you get the idea. They were pretty funny. They had real quirky sense of humor. They were clear. This is 2018. 6 years ago. Wasn't that long ago, right? Well, something has happened. And we don't know what. But, let's see. Let's see. This is called the Dandy Lion page. Spelled Dandy, Lion. And you may recognize one of these people. Well, this person. I'm not going to play a whole lot of it. The last post is from a year ago. And just warning, it's not pretty.
Oh shoot, am I recording? Yeah, read. Whatever. Might as well just do another one.
Yes, Queen. It seems that the VR is something akin to what we've seen in that patent. Clearly, thank you for bringing that to my attention, by the way, Genevieve. Now, I want to draw attention to the state of the room and how there's stuff all over the room. There's things in there. Now, we saw this seems pretty personal belongings and paintings and such. Now, when we saw the body camera footage, she was not in a space that had any of her belongings except for that piano and 2 paintings and her crutch. You can see she even has like some hand lotion or something on the table there. It's concerning. This is Dahlia Takali on her Dandelion page that has not had a post on it in a year. But for a couple weeks, a year ago, she was posting. Brother Jumbi, how you doing? I apologize. You just missed it. I read the entirety of the MK Ultra report from the CIA, directly from the CIA webpage. It actually, and if you'd like me to put the link back up, I can as well. If you go back to the beginning, I read it all the way through in its entirety. This is Dahlia Takali. This is one of the twins, who are the sister of Lima Jevramovich, or Lima Takali, aka Lima Mora Takali Jevramovich. And, oh yeah, give me 1 second. I got you. Let me see if I can pull it up easy enough over here. I know it's in one of the pages right there. This is coming directly from the CIA.gov. And Brother Jumbi, here you go. Boom. There's the actual PDF. So this lady right here had a channel 6 years ago. This is from her Dandelion channel. We were just watching a short, and I'll take us back real quickly so you can see the quality of the difference between her 6 years ago and her in that video.
But what if you change your mind? Ladies.
Dahlia's on the right.
Thank you so much.
That's Dia. That's Dahlia on the right. That's Dia right there.
Ladies.
That's
Thanks so much.
Dahlia down below. That's Dia on the right. That's Dahlia on the right. That's Dia on the left.
Ladies?
Thanks so much. Thank you so much.
All right, so you've seen them up close. You've seen their acting capability, and once again, taking you back to the Dandelion page and to what seems to be very problematic. Because if you watched any of the body cam as well, you'll see that she's in a different place that is not where we see her in the body cam footage. This is a year ago. That is Dahlia Takali.
Having shit that happens.
And I hate to say it, but that is the height of the video quality, unfortunately. Yes, she does look like she's been crying here. And in each of them, she does look troubled. No! Abramovich became the new spokesperson for Ukraine? That's kind of amazing. I'm actually a big fan of her art. The audience is watching. Holy jeez, that's just astonishing. I totally fangirled Pussy Riot. The main girl at a festival, like, and I've met many famous people, and you know, most of the time it's like, you're another human. I fangirled the hell out of her. Wait, hold on a second. Wait, what did she say? What'd she say there? Oh, you can hear, I'm sorry, you can hear the reference in the background, my bad.
I'm stopping this and starting it over because that's...
Yeah, she's just mumbling. There's a lot more. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me see if there's any shorts. There's a playlist. No? Community? She make any posts? No? $4 a.m. piano jam time. We'll play a little bit more of this. The reason I'm playing this, yeah, the calligraphy, the writing on the walls is something else as well. I mean, you could see that she has personal items in the room here. I mean, this seems like some kind of mania. I've watched these before. I've shared this with you before. This is clearly not the same person making... I mean, it is, but it's not the same person any longer making these videos. Which brings me to...
sisters.
Our father, growing up, was very abusive to my sisters and I. And my mom left when I was about 5 years old and my sisters were around 3 years old. My sisters didn't remember any of the trauma, but I had I remembered everything, and my sisters were the poster children for the perfect child.
She said her sisters are identical twins.
They were identical twins. They were athletes. They had straight A's.
And they suffer with a lot of mental health problems, apparently.
They had no recollection of the trauma, and then roughly within their mid-20s,
Oh yeah, no, she's not playing a scale at all. She's just playing atonally, where she's just smacking notes all together. So one of the things I find interesting is the suggestion that somehow Lima knows better than her sisters, that she remembers things they don't, that somehow this was what affected them in their late 20s, giving them both simultaneously what she claimed to be dissociative identity disorder, which is a absolute anomalous rarity for a pair of twins to actually experience it at the same time, late onset. I've looked it up. It happens, but the rarity is extreme, and the causes for it are extreme. In any case, her language here seems so odd to me. Maybe it's just me. She's playing on the nose scale.
began to hear voices.
She says that they were falsely or incorrectly diagnosed, discloses their medical conditions.
Once they started to seek treatment is when it all went downhill from there. They were told that they were schizophrenic, which is not the case. At the beginning, they were prescribed antipsychotics, misdiagnosed for about 3 years.
They were falsely or incorrectly diagnosed with like schizophrenia or something, and then later were correctly diagnosed with instead dissociative identity disorder.
Two things that are not associated. Two things that don't have a direct connection between them when it comes to disorders being actually psychological or neurological. One of those is neurological, the other is psychological. And that's a very distinct determination between the two. I agree with her. I agree with a fuzzier face.
After 3.5 years, my sisters were finally properly diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder.
Now,
did you see the little eye blip? Her sisters were properly diagnosed by who? By what?
For about
by how?
3 years.
I still don't understand.
they were falsely or incorrectly diagnosed with like schizophrenia or something, and then later were correctly diagnosed with instead dissociative identity disorder.
After 3.5 years, my sisters were finally properly diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder.
Now, dissociative identity...
As you well could tell, I'm a big fan of performance art. She's a particularly ballsy one, you know, on the darker edge of things. But, you know, there's plenty of other ones. Oh, why am I blanking on her name? Laurie Anderson. Laurie Anderson, wonderful performance artist. Andy Kaufman, probably one of the greatest, most famous ones who also dipped into acting. He was a performance artist. Gigi Allen being on the furthest edge of the darkness. Improv is everywhere for being a great influence. Munchausen proxy syndrome for profit. Oh, Genevieve. That. Ding ding. Ding a ding a ding a ding ding. Ding a ding a ding 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 a ding. I mean, if we're just gonna like Occam's razor it, I don't think it's been said any better at this point.
Identity disorder is the sort of new name for what used to be referred to as multiple personality disorder.
Having DID means that as a child, your personality was unable to fully develop into one singular personality. Everybody as a child starts off with an unintegrated personality, and around the ages of between 7 to 9 in normal development. But if there is repeated
Which, by
or
the
severe...
way, is why children will suddenly snap from like one attitude to another, because personalities don't actually fuse until you're a full-blown adult. And then suddenly there's an need for access. Oh, the adapter just said, what's going on? That was odd. Are they listening? Are we getting too deep? Oh, goodness, they're about to shut me down, huh? Is that what's going on?
Trauma before that age, then the brain can say, whoa, I can't deal with this. This cannot be my life, and we would not be able to survive if I was aware of this. So this trauma, along with the ability...
Disassociated DID is what I think her name is. She's still online, but there's a lot of problems. Apparently, there's been some debunkings. I don't know enough about it to speak on it fully, but I just know that there's a lot of controversy around this person right here. But I really just simply want the sloth head in the background. Yes, true.
To dissociate to a high level, and having disorganized attachments to your primary caregivers prevents one personality from fully integrating, because the amnesia that goes up to keep that trauma away. And that's why if you have DID, you have multiple personalities rather than one singular one.
So she goes on Mark Lait's channel, says that both of these twin sisters have DID.
My sisters were finally properly diagnosed with dissociative...
Finally properly diagnosed. That's the language that bothers me. Like, what happened? What do you mean they're finally proper? Who are you to be the arbiter deciding that they weren't diagnosed properly before? What was wrong before? They seem, I mean, this is 2020, 4 years after the videos that we were, not the dandelion. The dandelion is a year ago. 2022. This is 2020. They stopped making videos in 2018. So 2 years earlier than this. Essentially. This is saying that her sisters were out of control or ill at the time they were making their videos. But it seems like they were pretty coherent and sane to me. Because it takes a lot of savvy, it takes a lot of control, it takes a lot of knowledge, it takes a lot of wherewithal and ability to oh, hello, Fly. Did you come over from Easy was about, okay, just because you got caught on Easy doesn't mean you can come over here. It's gotta be Canadian. I'll get you, sucker. I see you. Sorry. I live in the boonies. Every once in a while, one or two of them gets in and it's just like, please. Please. All right, flies. Yeah, it's just some very interesting. And by the way, what's going on with her hair and the look here? I don't know. I mean, it seems like she seems to.
She also says a few other things about them. For example, they had this YouTube channel.
My sisters.
Oh, by the way, if you're not familiar, we're watching BJ Investigates, who has recently just beaten one of the restraining orders against her, filed by somebody that she actually claims is allegedly a stalker. So, in Georgia court, the judge essentially said to the other plaintiff, or to the plaintiff who had filed the TRO, no way, not gonna happen. Doesn't make any sense. So she's out of that one. And she hasn't gone to the court to deal with the newest lawsuit and restraining order from Lima that has silenced her about the subject. So we may not have all the up-to-date information because the main researcher, investigator, has been silenced essentially by the person in the video above me. Now, this is my point of view, and it is editorial, and I'm going to play something here, just for my own edification, if not for the fact that it's true. Disclaimer, copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research, as well as tapping that ass. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. So take that, YouTube. Yeah. Back to the show.
Very successful YouTube channel. Their career was on the up and up and
what
rising.
happened?
Our channel is
Lena,
Dahlia
what
and
happened?
Dia. That's Dahlia, I'm Dia, and we do surreal scripted shorts is how we describe it.
YouTube.com/.
Dahlia and Dia.
So the girl in the background right here, not her, but her, that's the girl in the videos we see slapping on the piano with the blonde hair. Why does she have blonde hair in 20? I mean, it just doesn't, none of this makes sense. Genevieve says that she has witnessed the firsthand when a parent, conservator will pressure doctor, specialist, etc., that other illness is present, stage, and will physically make the victim disabled. All the while. Oh, Jesus. Oh, is it raining? I thought that was just my sound effect for you. I apologize if I brought the rain on by, playing the magic sound effect. I didn't know I was getting that realistic. My apologies. Lead it. Where are we going? Here we are.
Oh, actually, it's double shot 108, but we're changing it. So you just YouTube search Dahlia and Dia, and you will find us.
And once
You gotta admit, that's a hell of a trick they had going on there where they could just finish each other's sentences. Creepy as fuck, but awesome, right? But let me add this. Does that seem like those girls are disassociating? Creepy, yes, weird, but they were like in sync. And why does she seem so upbeat about what happened to them? And we've not seen Dia since 2018. And she's the one who seemed to be the director and the one talking to the camera on a regular basis.
He had this YouTube channel.
my sisters had a very successful YouTube channel. Their career was on the up and rising.
Our channel is Dahlia and Dia. That's Dahlia, I'm Dia, and we do surreal scripted shorts is how we describe it.
YouTube.com/.
Dahlia and Dia. Oh, actually, it's double shot 108, but we're changing it. So you just YouTube search Dahlia and Dia, and you will find us.
And
I'm gonna actually look up double
once
shot
they
108 later
started
on.
to seek treatment is when it all went downhill from there. I started Aura because...
Wait, hold on a second. Did she just say when they started to seek treatment it all went downhill from there? What the fuck did she just say? What's going on?
And once they started to seek treatment is when it all went downhill from there. I started Aura because...
Wait. Look at the... Wait. We gotta enhance this motherfucking moment. Holy shit. Yeah, girl. Oh, sorry, we're gonna enhance your face. We're gonna enhance. Come on over here. Yeah, I see you. I see your weird reaction system, in my opinion. Let's take a look at what the fucking weird facial... I'm sorry, this is weird to me.
Once they started to seek treatment is when it all went downhill from there. I started Aura because...
She's not even really looking at the camera. One eye is looking off, and... That's some weird stuff right there.
Find us.
And once they started to seek treatment is when it all went downhill from there.
But isn't she supporting mental health benefits through... Oh, profiting from benefits through disability benefits, and some even go as far as death in order to acquire huge life insurance policies. Holy fuck. Jesus. Offing your own relative to make money. Yeah, I just never get her reactions to things. It always seems very uncomfortable to me.
My sisters, who are identical twins, have had some mental health struggles. There was an incident where I went.
So not issues this time, struggles. And she said that. I'm sorry. Let's roll one more time. I'm sorry to keep replaying this, but. Is it? I guess it's a lazy eye or something. I don't know. I don't know.
Went
I don't know
downhill from there. I started Aura because
doesn't make a lot of sense what
my
she said there.
sisters, who are identical twins, have had some mental health struggles. There was an
Issues,
incident where
struggles,
I
what were
went
you gonna-
to a friend's
mental
wedding in
health
Chicago,
struggles?
and I was living and taking care of my sisters at the time. I was going for a few days, and I
Was
got
she?
a phone call from
Is
my
that what
sister.
she calls taking care of her sister? That's Dahlia. The girl smacking on the piano.
That they were having seizures and they couldn't stop, and at the time
Oh, which is my favorite story that doesn't make any sense. They were, and we've talked about this before,
was
they were
living and
having
taking
seizures
care
for
of my
9
sisters
hours
at
and
the
couldn't
time.
stop. They'd
I
be
was
dead.
going for a few days, and I got
or
a phone
brain
call
dead.
from my sisters that they were having seizures and they couldn't stop. And at the time, I didn't know what these seizures were, but I found out that they are called pseudo seizures.
Yeah, no,
they're
so,
caused by
that's-
severe psychological and mental distress. I ended up video calling them for about 9 hours. I was trying to convince them to let me call the police, so I'd be interacting with the people at the wedding and smiling and acting like everything was okay. And then I'd go into the room and I would check my phone because both my mom and I were on this video call for 9 hours. Eventually.
Anyways, these people are extreme narcissists. They don't care about anyone but themselves. It seems like there's something there. Yes, I see some of that being a thing. For certain.
I'm scared.
Yeah, me too.
So I was like, fuck, let me go back in and try to, log in again. And she just, I was in the waiting. And I said, I don't think I'm going to be allowed to go back in. Oh, well.
So she, this is
But
down
this
the
is
rabbit
fine.
hole, by the way, if you're not familiar.
Because a source
she
gave
actually
me a lot of the notes about what happened and that it was a bit of a
should have been at the trial the other day, or at the hearing.
But we all go to BJ.
She is basically passing on the information for BJ Investigates.
BJ's declaration. It's really, I've got words. I thought it was just messing, girl. She is not playing.
Essentially, she's speaking
I
for
was
BJ
like,
right
oh,
now.
she's gonna judge Judy me here in a minute. I better hurry up. No, she's no joke. She's no joke. I'm just saying. Shout out to Heidi. Thank you for being here. Well, she made me feel like I would get grounded. Girl, I thought we were good. I said, she gonna be. There was people. The minute she said,
showed up.
turn on your
her
camera,
internet,
I was like, oh fuck.
her
nobody-
internet
and
didn't
I'm
work.
like, where's the on button?
When she went
It's so early in the morning. Where's the on
online
button?
to listen
I
to the
couldn't
judge, it was
figure it out.
hardcore.
Oh, court tends to do that to a person. No, I've been to a lot of hearings. It's been a minute since I've been to a virtual hearing. I'll say that much. I mean, it's just like, I get it, it's Zoom, but I'm like, damn, let me not act brand new. I know how to turn on my camera. And I did, and I was like, oh shit, this is awkward.
All right, let's get to the paperwork she brings up.
Into the details, but suffice it to say, the judge was like, sir, you have no basis for a restraining order.
I missed that part.
Like, basically, that's what the judge said. And that was going to be it. Well, I guess, I don't know, by like statute or something, he is entitled to a hearing. So this morning was the hearing, and due to some technicalities and stuff, the hearing had to get pushed off. But there's no restraining order, and there never was a restraining order because the judge has since and made the right decision, which is there's no reason for one. Boo. It was the flop. It was the fail. Good try.
Good on you.
With your dignity, what would you choose? Unfortunately for Amanda Rabb, she didn't have a choice. Her choice was taken away from her by Lima Yevremovich, who owns a company that claims to have proprietary cutting-edge technology that will solve the homelessness crisis, that will prevent
That's what she was saying.
relapses and overdoses forever. But she needed an experiment, someone that was broken, mentally ill, addicted, shunned from society.
Damn, Genevieve,
someone
good
who
on
could
you.
disappear and nobody would notice. This is Amanda, a young woman who fell victim to the dangerous life of prostitution
peace,
and
Amanda.
addiction. Amanda knew her life was spiraling. What she didn't know was that the treacherous lifestyle on the streets of Skid Row wouldn't take her out. Her
What we've
demise
seemed
would
to
come from
find
the
is that maybe
experiments of Lima
there might have been a
Yevremovich.
relationship between these two
Trust me,
before
you're
we
gonna need some
even
water for
see
this
her
one.
on camera talking about it. Before
Also,
the
I
money's
have to
even been
mention that this is all
raised.
speculation. I found all of this information
Agreed.
online. I don't know
Once
anything
again,
about the legal system.
all
I don't know
speculation
anything
on my
about
part as
anything.
well.
I'm just simply
It's
a
only
guy
what
in
we
his
can tell
bedroom
from the
making
words.
videos. Amanda's
And the
mother was
videos.
absent for most of her life.
And
When
the
she was
history.
3 years old, her parents
And the
split and her
paperwork.
father Larry won
NBJ
custody of her in
investigates.
court. Growing up in Los Angeles, California, Amanda was your typical Cali teen. She hated visiting her mother's side of the family, which she claims to be a big source of her childhood trauma and mental abuse. In 2017,
By the way,
she got
this
accepted
comes
to
from the
Cal State
Patrick
Northridge
CC
and was
channel.
pursuing a creative writing degree.
If you're not
Amanda
familiar,
got mixed in with the
great
wrong crowd
sleuther.
and began
Great
smoking
crime.
weed and skipping classes.
And
After
just
just 2
very
years,
interesting,
she dropped out and moved in with her boyfriend. Creating bad habits and
documentary.
missing the structure of school, Amanda had a lot of free time. She experimented with meth and Primo cigarettes, which are marijuana laced with crack. The drug use triggered symptoms of
She
a
didn't
serious mental
experiment
health
with her.
disorder.
Her boyfriend
A
was
breakup with
giving
her
him to
boyfriend
her.
made
She
things
didn't
even
realize
worse.
that
She had to move back in with her
they were
father.
laced.
Larry was concerned with her health and brought her to a doctor who diagnosed her with schizophrenia
Got her
and
addicted
prescribed
to
her
crack without her
medication.
knowing it.
Amanda would leave the house and go missing for days, sometimes weeks at a time, just looking for her next fix. Her habits led her to exclusively living on the streets of Skid Row without a home. If you don't know, Skid Row is a 4-square-mile town in Los Angeles where approximately 9 to 15,000 homeless people live on the streets, intense and lacking basic human resources. The
is
area
true.
attracts victims of addiction, mental illness, prostitution, and extreme poverty. She was suffering
That
a
it does.
full-on addiction to smoking crack, which forced her to turn to walking the streets, selling her body to keep up with the cost of her habit. Her father would take the bus to Skid Row and try to find her, to give her clothes, money, and food. One day, after sitting next to a woman for 15 minutes on the bus, Larry realized it was Amanda.
That's
He
the
didn't even
story.
recognize his own daughter while sitting next to her. She didn't care to see her father. All she wanted to do was go get high. They went to a sketchy trap house where Larry waited outside for 30 minutes while she did her thing. He bought her clothes and went home without her. This was Amanda's lifestyle for 2 years. Most of you are probably wondering why he would essentially let his daughter
I can't even
spiral out of
imagine that.
control. On numerous occasions, Larry would try to get her to rehabs or medical facilities. Amanda did everything she could to escape, sometimes even jumping out of the car while he was driving. At some point, it becomes basically impossible for one man to keep up with Amanda's unpredictability. But the only reason we know about Amanda's story is because of this video posted by Soft White Underbelly.
I do crack.
By Mark Leda.
Yeah.
And we'll be looking at Mark
Crack is
in
an
a moment as
expensive
well.
drug to keep up.
Soft White Underbelly is a YouTube channel with over 3 million subscribers owned by Mark Laeda. Mark will walk the streets of Skid Row and pay people up to $100 to tell their stories on camera. Obviously desperate for money,
Speaking of which,
a lot of them accept.
Didn't feel comfortable with that, so I wanted to do something that mattered more in the world.
What's up with Mark Leda?
No.
What? He has a Patreon where he's got nudity of these people? He has unedited clips of what? What's up, everybody, and welcome back. As you can probably tell by the title of this one, I'm going to be doing another reaction.
What is
to
Mark
an interview
Leda
that
doing
Mark from
with
Soft White Underbelly did,
nude
except this time
pictures
the
or
interviewer,
videos
rather than being Joe Rogan, is going to be
Of his
Adam22 from the
subjects,
No Jumper
homeless people
podcast.
that
Now,
he
if you've
pays.
seen any of the mentions that I have made of Adam22 in any of my previous
What is this
videos, then you
about?
probably know that I don't think very highly of this person. However, I will say I'm going to remain as unbiased as I possibly can. And on top
It's
of that,
hard.
I will say, having seen some of these clips, I think that he actually did a pretty good job of getting some of the information out of Mark that I really wanted to know about. So that's kind of a little disclaimer there. I'm going to stay as unbiased as I possibly can. On top of that, this podcast was an
I'll be
hour
as
and
fucking
40
biased
minutes
as I
long.
think I wanna
and
be.
so because of that, I did have to chop it up and sort of just, find the clips that I wanted to address. So this
True.
isn't going to be the entire podcast, and I have previously watched it, so it's not really a true reaction. However, this did give me an opportunity to sort of prepare some of my points. And the
or a prostitute or whatever it might be, they probably don't really feel like they've ever had an opportunity where anyone cared that much.
Or something like that, but they're really not, they're not trying to promote anything.
Right.
They're just telling their story, and sometimes you can just feel that they're telling a version of the truth that's pretty close to what actually happened.
Seems like
So the fact that, you know, these people haven't had somebody who is willing to listen to their story is one of the things that sort of grinds my gears a little bit about this.
True.
Because, look, when you've got these vulnerable people, you know, they're very used to being on the street. They're very...
And one of the things that we saw with Amanda was that she was cherry-picked as a vulnerable person in a situation that may have even had some chicanery involved in making sure that she ended up in the Aura program. Now, this isn't for certain. This is me just speculating on the subject, on the fact that Larry Rabb was attacked by Amanda with a pipe, allegedly, and that's what ended up pushing her towards the option, and the limited option, of having conservatorship control taken over her essentially by, from my understanding, Lima and Aura. Now, would things have ended up better without that? We can never know. But we do know the outcome by having Lima involved. Now, in the case of Mark Leda, we're talking about a man that essentially makes money off this. And he must make a lot of money.
Okay, there's no reason to say, oh, well, your story is more shocking and therefore I'm going to platform you and put it up, unless, again, there's profit involved. So just a few things on that, diving back in.
The one thing I learned is you make this contact, and you oh, great, I made this contact, but that contact knows 4 people. And then we meet those 4 people, and this one happens to be really good, and they know 4 other people, and it just spreads out.
Sorry, let me go back to that.
To leave me alone. Now, I don't know about you guys. I don't know what your answer to that question would be, but I know what my answer to that question would be. And it wouldn't just be having a lot of money in my savings account, okay? It would be a steady revenue stream. Like, I'm not afraid to give this person $1,000 to leave me alone, or that person $1,000 to leave me alone, because it's not just coming out of my savings account.
No, because
I'm
there's a business involved with all
enough
of
money,
this.
whatever I'm doing, whatever
And this
business
is a very
lucrative
practiced
and
business
profitable
person.
enough that I know even if I give, 10 people who are bothering me $1,000, I'll make another $10,000 next month. So
And
for
that's
me,
the way a
it would
business
be a
has to
lot
work.
of money that I'd have to be making for me to just pay someone to leave me alone. On top of this, I've said in other videos that I think it would take somebody who is extremely uncorruptible to do something like Mark is doing. And he just said, okay, I think his words were, they cue into the fact that I'm a white boy with money and I'll pay him to leave me alone. Okay.
Let's hear it from him.
To submit yourself for a possible interview on Soft White Underbelly. And the way to do that is to send a paragraph or 2 of your story, as well as a 15, 30-second video of yourself speaking, just so I can see what you look like, how you speak, to info@softwhiteunderbelly.com. So you send the email to info@softwhiteunderbelly.com
This is from 13 days ago.
With a bit of your story and a video, and we will get back to you. And if we're interested, we'll make arrangements, and we'll go from there. Second, there is a Spanish language version of Soft White Underbelly, which is called Soft White Underbelly en Español. This is on YouTube. This is a new channel. It's the most popular videos from my channel with my voice as well as the interviewees' voices dubbed in Spanish. So for the Spanish speakers among you, that channel is on YouTube.
Does this sound to you like somebody who's running a channel for the well-being of the homeless people that he's interviewing to get them attention? Or does this sound like exposing their video and their persona for entertainment purposes? Let's hear a little more and then we'll go back to
White Underbelly en Español. And third, there is a book coming out. I've been working on this, obviously, through all the portraits that you see in Soft White Underbelly are what I chose from, and I chose the best ones from that large group of images. And this book will be coming out this fall, probably in November, in time for the holidays. This is a collection of all the best portraits. There's
Down
also
in
a
the
quote
bottom
from each
corner.
interview on the facing page, and then in the back of the book
What the
are
fuck?
some of my personal notes about some of these interviews and interviewees, like what was going on behind the scenes. So the book is $125. The signed copy is $150, and you can pre-order it now at softwhiteunderbelly.org.
The signed copy. Who's it signed by? Does he send them, these people on the street, revenue from this? Genevieve says they had a company permanently shut down because they were allowing a parent conservator to do this to their adult disabled child. Good on you. Nobody should be doing that kind of stuff to any other human, frankly, in my opinion. Sorry, let me get to the search here.
By requesting public records and reporting on them. And I just want to clear up that incorrect notion. Whenever a member of the public requests a public record and the police department or the town hall or the city hall or whoever releases that record to you as a member of the public, there is absolutely no question, no arguing about it, whether or not it is a public record.
From
So the notion that
Surprise
somehow
Witness TV
the public
from a
shouldn't
month
be able
ago.
to disseminate public information for the public good is frankly, like, I don't know, like fascism or something. Like, that is not where we live. And I think honestly, like, a lot of people just don't understand how our laws
Control
work.
over public
a lot of
appearances
people are
of the
just
regime.
mistaken. If you genuinely believe that members of the public
absolutely
shouldn't
business.
discuss and
Contract
disseminate
law
public records, then
supersedes
you're
all
just
laws.
wrong. There's no starting
Conservatorship
point that we can agree
absolutely
upon
involves
because
contracts,
you're
and
just
they have to keep
mistaken.
the books,
Furthermore,
just like
there
any
seems
other
to be a little bit
business.
of
True.
confusion, and in my opinion, it's intentional confusion. It's intentional misinformation. There's a little bit of an attempt to start a narrative, which I did anticipate and I've been talking about for a couple weeks, that somehow I'm doing something wrong by showing y'all how to report allegations of criminal activity.
And let me just say this for those of you who are concerned about similar things. There is nothing wrong with reporting illegal activity if you feel you are being harmed or someone else is. Now, I would not do that without justification and just cause, personally, or suggest otherwise. But if you are in trouble, or someone is harassing you, or doxing you, or going real life on you, without cause, without you doing anything actually wrong, then listen to BJ. She knows what she's talking about. The trifecta of human trafficking is complete, but legal until someone makes a mistake under the guidelines of the UDHR. Yeah, true. Talk, but he would have to get people who he photographed to sign a release forms to protect himself from being sued. True. Yeah, so he's just walking away with the info.
And let me be very clear. Dahlia Takali made allegations of criminal activity in the Tulsa police body camera footage. That body camera footage was a public record. In fact, I took steps to further redact from the public, which is an extreme step for me to take. I further redacted from the public Dahlia Takali sitting in that shower. That is a public record. And the reason, I just want to be very clear, the reason that we have public
Candy
records
Cane, how you doing?
statutes
Welcome
that
on in.
allow members of the public to request public records is exactly
I've been covering
for cases
MK Ultra, and I
exactly
read
like
the,
this. Because what did the
CIA
public
report.
not know before we started making these requests?
If you're interested, Clean Cascade
Nobody
or
knew
Candy
that Dahlia
Cane,
Takali was
here's a
making
link
allegations
to the
of
actual
criminal activity against people
CIA
who were
webpage
in charge of her. Now,
that
very
has the
quickly, the narrative has
report
changed from
on
me
MK
saying
Ultra.
Dahlia Takali has made allegations of criminal activity to BJ's making allegations of criminal activity.
Since you missed me
and
reading it,
that's
you can
also
read it for
just
yourself or
incorrect. Dahlia
back to the beginning and hear me read it
made
later on.
allegations of criminal activity. They were not taken seriously. They should be investigated by the proper authorities. These hotline numbers exist for a reason. They're not there to look cute. They're not there just to decorate the internet. They're there for us, the members of the public, to use. I will never apologize for reporting someone's allegations of criminal activity, and in particular, I will never apologize for telling other people to report those allegations of criminal activity whenever the appropriate law enforcement did not act appropriately. And the whole reason, this should be in a textbook, because this is the reason why public records requests exist, so that we can see how our institutions are being run and we can hold our public servants accountable. The notion, the idea, the thought that I should feel bad or wrong, or even more deranged, that I should be being accused of criminal activity for reporting allegations of criminal activity is something wrong.
That's insane.
Is something wrong with them. And if ever there does, let's just be very clear. If ever there does come a day where calling and reporting someone's allegations of
in the modern day, there's a sense of shame over trying to do the right thing, that somehow, just because somebody else likes or supports a person, that you should feel shame for doing what is considered the right thing, that somehow you're bitching out or you're a snitch or whatever. We aren't fucking prison. Unless you think that we're walking around in an open air prison. Do the right thing for each other. Don't worry about what somebody says about your pride. Your pride is actually being upheld when you do the right thing. It's just that simple. When you don't do the right thing because you want to be cool or in group, what are you really doing? But being terrible to others and yourself. Being disingenuous just to fit in. If you're older than 15, I highly advise against it. It's not a good look. Right on, enjoy. It's an interesting read, I'll tell you that.
Trafficking is a crime, lock me up, bitch. Because I'm not ever going to feel bad for it. Somebody needs to investigate these allegations. Look to me like nobody has investigated it. And if that makes anonymous accounts on the internet upset, maybe they are on the wrong side of the law. That's all I'll say about that. Now let's get into this public record and see what we can discover. So this is the presentation, the PowerPoint slides that Lima did present to the Commission on Alcohol and Other Drugs on May 11th, 2022. So a little bit over a year ago. All right, so here is the first slide. It is 42 slides long. I don't know how long this is going to take me to record, but here we go. So the first slide is ARA. Virtual wellness tools created by clinical psychologists. Then it says business-to-business solution for mental and behavioral health and substance use
You should all be able to see each other.
Now we were unable to get the recording or the video transcript or anything like that. The only thing we have is this PowerPoint. This is interesting.
Did you pocket mod her?
Public record. It looks like this might be Lima and her two sisters, Dahlia and Dia. Obviously, I have no way to know that for sure. I don't know if that actually is Lima. I'm assuming she put this up to try and start talking about growing up. My father was very abusive to my sisters and I. They didn't remember anything, and I remembered everything. I assume that's what this is about. I've also heard Lima say before that she was a very angry child, and her mom could never figure out what was wrong with her.
Hell yeah, Queen Cascade.
Her slide she's trying to set.
Nothing better than some lamb. Come on, gyros all day. Gyros all day. Gyros all day. Can anybody buy me some gyros with fries? They're not open anyways. I'd buy myself. And it sounded good. It might have been. Yeah, it definitely. I think it was probably lag. Oh, I can hear my reference in the other room. Sorry.
you know, she's angry or whatever. And it's actually very interesting. If you've seen the recent BJ Investigates on Venture Starters, you'll see that this really tracks very closely to Lima's pre-scripted script that she always reads from and changes a few things here and there, including her team having extensive experience in government initiatives and going after government contracts. So the next slide is Dahlia and Dia's story. Misdiagnosis led to addiction. Dahlia and Dia had no memory of their trauma, lived in a safe neighborhood, athletes, educated single mother, which gives us a little bit of a clue. Straight A's in school? Well, that's very interesting because when Lima reported Dahlia missing in this exact county, LA County, 2021, she was developmentally disabled. Now, I am not.
Anybody else think that's a little odd? 2020, 2 years after they were making short films that were concise, well edited, well written, smart, scary, odd, creepy. These are not developmentally disordered people. I've lived around people with developmental disorders. They are not they. I think it's horrifying to suggest that she used that as a way to control her sister. I mean, the truth is that maybe at that point something had been done, because between 2020 and 2018, 2 years, somebody cannot become developmentally disabled. Problemed, troubled, sure. But what we see is mania out of Dahlia. Come on, kettle corn, sticky fingers. You know, you gotta lick the sticky fingers. Stick them. Stick a lick.
Psychologist, psychiatrist, neurodevelopmental specialist, anything like that. But it comes as a surprise to me that Dahlia was announced to the public as being developmentally disabled when she was 30 years old or 29 years old or whatever, running away.
Yes.
But she made straight A's in school. It is possible. I am sure that it is possible. But it's very surprising to me that somebody who can make straight A's would be developmentally disabled. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, so developmentally disabled that you need to put it in a bulletin of a missing person, but they can make straight A's in school sounds very weird to me, but maybe, who knows? I don't really know. Successful acting career and won awards for their YouTube channel. Another picture of Dahlia and Dia here. Okay, so this slide says, how does it make you feel? Again, I wasn't there in the presentation, but I've heard this pitch so many times that I can imagine it went something like this. My sister started to develop symptoms of mental health problems, and they went to the doctor, and instead of having the tools to treat them, the doctors just asked, how does that make you feel? And my sisters, like blind people trying to describe the color blue, could not answer the question. And so for that reason, they were given a cocktail of prescription medications, misdiagnosed, and developed addiction to their prescription medication. I assume it went something like that based on this slide. This, whatever this is, cocktail. This is probably when she clicked over, given a cocktail of medication. Here we go.
And Genevieve says, classic bragging of a narcissistic, abusive caregiver. Yeah, she does. Kate, she does such a good impression of her.
Diagnosed, misdiagnosed, struggle with addiction to their, got it. Listen, they ought to put me out there doing the aura pitch at this point, because I got it down. I got it down.
Like,
Dahlia and Dia have been stuck in
video
a
images
for
and
4
thumbnails.
years. Now, this was 2022, so since 2018. That's very interesting, because I've heard her say elsewhere that this all started like 2013, and that they started developing their symptoms of mental health issues or whatever in 2013. So that would be 10 years ago. So it's looking like she can't keep her timeline straight.
Dahlia was pronounced dead 7
Maybe
times from an overdose.
So been in and out of over
60
treatment centers. In 2018, they developed addiction from a prescription of Suboxone. It's very interesting. In 2018, they developed this addiction, and in 2018 was the same year that Lima and Ivan started the beginnings of Aura. It's very interesting how that lined up like that. Like, in the midst of all of this trauma and turmoil, Lima had the bright idea to start her business and actually did it the same exact year that the twins are developing this issue. Dahlia was pronounced dead. Oh, wow. I didn't see this before. Dahlia was pronounced 7 times in from overdose. Okay, well, this honestly, not to be taking Dahlia's words seriously, God forbid I do that, but one of her delusions was that her mother was killing her and resurrecting her, killing her and resurrecting her, killing her and resurrecting her. And as it turns out, there's a public record that says Dahlia has been pronounced dead 7 times. This is from last year. This is just bringing up like a lot of weird pieces to me. Like Lima herself said that Amanda never had seizures before going to treatment.
So I'm just gonna read it word for word of what we got. The cause of death was marked as a seizure disorder. Amanda never had seizures prior to being homeless. If the traumatic brain injury and the assaults were well documented, they would have most likely marked it as a homicide.
But Amanda was in treatment under Lima, so it kind of seems like another way of saying Amanda never had seizures before meeting Lima. And then we have Bam himself telling me that he's never had a seizure other than with Lima.
Before I met Lima, I never had any seizures.
So the day you met Lima Yevremovich, had you ever had a seizure before?
Never, but I had another seizure, and I'm like, the only time I have seizures is when I'm around you.
And then we also had Dahlia saying that Linda, Lima's mom, quote, lives to kill me, resurrect me, kill me, resurrect me. And now we got Lima over here saying Dahlia died 7 times, pronounced dead 7 times. Is that true? Dahlia was pronounced dead 7 times? Like a coroner showed up and said she's dead? Somebody who knows more about this process than me, please comment.
This is a video called Lima from Aura is canceled by Lima.
The T sounds so fucking dumb. And for a person to believe it, you would have to be dumb.
Lima Takali Yevremovich.
Lima Yevremovich. One of the most weird people in the world, in my opinion.
Miss Lima.
Little Miss Lima. She has several
Once again,
aliases.
this is from Lima's channel.
Lima, Mora, Tagali, Takali, Taquali,
Yep, because those are the different versions she's written.
Painful
Yevremovich, whichever the fuck goddamn name she wants to use to goddamn.
Yevremovich.
Only a criminal has that many aliases.
Lima Yevremovich. Okay.
Miss
If you
Lima.
have a bunch of different ways of mispronouncing my name.
You mean, no. It's the way you've spelled your name on legal paperwork, conservatorship paperwork, restraining orders, and Baker Acts in specific cases like Bam Margera and others. Yeah, it's not how it's pronounced, it's what you've spelled. Yeah, burnout used to be a thing. It's true. I find it interesting that it's a complete misrepresentation on her part in this fashion, that she would say something like, oh, it's a way I pronounce it, when nobody's referring to that. They're referring to the paperwork and the way she's written her name differently every single time.
Does not make it a bunch of different aliases.
Candy Cane
and also,
thinks she looks
I got
extremely
married, so
deranged.
my last name changed. Big shocker.
And
Hi
Queen
guys,
Cascade
I'm
says,
Lima, the one you've heard
even in this video,
so
she doesn't
many
look right in the
wonderful things
eyes.
about. And this is my friend Dustin.
Hey, how's it going? So I'm the one that edited this video together. I tried to keep it funny. I have a YouTube channel myself. I run it with my brothers. It's all about.
Did you guys see that? Do you see what just went down in there? The uncomfortable smile and the looks? I'm gonna slow this down because this is some weirdness. Awesome, slow down weirdness.
Skateboarding, and we post every Wednesday. So if you like the editing in this video and you want to see what we're all about, go check it out. It's called Dern Brothers.
And if you guys want to support me, please go support him because he's helping me out a lot. And while you're at it, make sure you subscribe. I'm married, so my last name changed. Big shocker.
It's not what we're talking about.
Hi guys, I'm Lima, the one you've heard so many wonderful things about. And this
Interesting. Lima, what have we heard about you? Oh, yes. I know. This is
so severe.
This is what we heard. This is
All right, Lima.
All right.
Welcome back again.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
We haven't seen you in a while.
Yep.
So we finally, after how many months now? It's been like
It's been since
9 months or something?
April, May.
So we have the autopsy results for Amanda.
Eyes giving bride of Chucky.
Just came a couple days ago. Tell me what you know.
Yeah, so the reason that it took so long is because there was a lot of lack of documentation because Amanda was homeless. And so basically what they used was they did the autopsy, they looked at her medical records, and then Larry and I also sent in your videos to kind of show her condition from the drug use and the beatings that she took. And we also had some photographs. And so I'm just gonna read it word for word of what we got.
She's just gonna read it word for word from
The
what
cause
she
of
got.
death was marked as a seizure disorder. Amanda never had seizures prior to being homeless, and they believe that it was post-traumatic epilepsy, but they couldn't mark it as post-traumatic epilepsy because of a lack of evidence. So they couldn't tell if the seizures are from past drug use or traumatic brain injury from the assault, since
Hey, what is up guys, it's Dustin and I'm back with another video. Now this is an impromptu video. I literally had I'm still going strong. Although I don't like to give attention to online drama, I understand that many of you are curious, and out of the respect for people that support me, I will address the rumors in more detail in the coming weeks. But please keep in mind that I am not obligated to discuss private family matters with the public. In order to respond to the inquiries and accusations I am receiving, I would have to disclose information from medical records, and it's not my place to speak about the people and the cases I
Oh, I'm sorry, Fuzzy, that sucks.
In her system, but like Tylenol in her system, but like Tylenol in her system. So
yeah, no, you know, the way I look at it, and her father, who I'm very close.
Of the evidence is if there was some type of criminal activity, the person who helped Amanda's dad to dump Amanda's ashes, his name was Albert Monero Jr. He was listed as a program director at Aura or something like that.
It's amazing how all
so
of
this
them
guy also went
end
on
up
ahead and
having
did some
seizures,
podcast
right?
appearances as well
Even her
after Amanda
sisters.
passed away, and we're going to
But
hear from
only
him
after
too. Now I've
they're
linked that
having these
podcast below, and what you're going to
problems and they're
notice
properly
is I started
diagnosed,
asking
right?
questions about what was really going on in that podcast, like in the comment
seems
section. And now that video has been completely edited, okay? But I have the video in its full entirety from before it was edited, and I still have the part that references Amanda. But if you click the link in my description box below and follow it along to the Joel Marshall podcast, you will not be able to see the clips that I'm going to show you in this video today because they have been deleted. And so I'm going to renew my question that I've been asking since I started on this series and on this playlist of Bam Margera and Lima, is if y'all didn't do anything wrong, why are you editing podcasts wherein you talk about Amanda?
Larry and I also sent in your videos to kind of show her condition from the drug use and the beatings that she took, and we also had some photographs. And we
also had some photographs of what?
Of what?
I'm just gonna read it word for word of what we got.
I'm just gonna read it word for word. I'm just gonna read it word for word of what we got. I'm just gonna read it word for word. Okay, let's see if she indeed does that, because now we have the autopsy report.
Beatings that she took, and we also had some photographs. And so I'm just gonna read it word for word of what we got.
Genevieve,
the cause of death was marked as a seizure disorder. The cause of death was marked as a seizure disorder. The cause of death was marked as a seizure disorder.
I'm just gonna read it word for word of what we got. The cause of death was marked as a seizure disorder.
Cause of death was marked as a seizure disorder.
Well.
Okay, real quick. Again, we're gonna go over the whole thing, but just real quick before I pull it up. Can y'all read what this says? Cause of death. 25-year-old black female Amanda Rabb died of cardiac arrhythmia.
Hypertension, obesity.
Hypertension, obesity, and schizophrenia were contributing factors. Does it say brain injury from the street is a contributing factor?
Nope.
Does it say, like Albert Monero Jr. said, that it's living on the street was the contributing factor?
Nope.
Getting beat, getting RAPED, any of that? Does it say that to y'all? No.
Nope. No, ma'am.
Hypertension, obesity, which was she wasn't obese until she was in Lima's care. Okay. And schizophrenia were contributing factors to her death. But the cause of death was a cardiac arrhythmia. Do y'all see seizures anywhere here? Do y'all see that she had a seizure? No.
She had
We're going to go through the whole thing
and
together.
some drugs in her system
and y'all
that
can tell
were
me if you see
medical.
That.
And
now, I do want to say also, I know some of y'all are
weed.
Mark fans here. I have emailed Mark twice. Twice I have emailed Mark. I've gotten no responses. And I have emailed him even in good faith saying, oh my God, this lady lied to you. Here's the information. Here's the thing. If you want the autopsy report, call me. Give me a call. Give me an email. Nothing.
Wow.
So if Mark Leta didn't know about this stuff, I think he should issue a correction to his subscribers.
True.
If Mark Leta did know about this stuff, I think that is a huge problem because he allowed a lady to come and lie to his subscribers. Not only his subscribers, but people who donated to the tune of tens, possibly hundreds of thousands of dollars over the course of his channel. It's misleading to allow this woman to lie on his channel and then ignore that it was a lie. And I'm not talking about a little white lie. This is the cause of death and the drugs in the woman's system.
Amanda never had seizures prior to being homeless, and death was marked as a seizure disorder.
This
is not going to be
9 months or something.
April.
Tell me what you know.
Because Amanda was homeless, and so.
Sorry, I messed up where I was. Hold on.
And then Larry and I also sent in your videos to kind of show her condition from the drug use and the beatings that she took. And we also had some photographs. And so I'm just gonna read it word for word of what we got. The cause of death was marked as a seizure disorder. The cause of death was marked as a seizure disorder. The cause of death was marked as a seizure disorder. The cause of death was marked as a seizure disorder.
What technology are we talking about?
Hi, I'm AronMSound, and I'm the founder of Autonomous User Rehabilitation Agent, or AURA for short. Our team is on a mission to treat mental health like physical health by allowing mental health clinicians to see how a patient is feeling. We do this by allowing therapy.
Queen Cascade, she does mention some of the things that she thinks she's on. Yes. In one of the last interviews. Yes, not long before she died.
To use virtual reality in sessions with patients. And we also have a mobile application that can be used for telehealth and also tracking patient progress. Therapists are able to log into the patient portal and track high-risk and low-risk patients.
And what is that technology?
Because I have a family member that struggled with mental health and addiction, and my goal and mission is to make mental health care manageable, not just for my family member, but for anyone else that's struggling.
And why is she in an office filled with military images? Still,
I'm Amanda, and I'm a patient at this recovery.
Seems odd.
I'm Janelle. I'm Amanda's roommate, and I'm a patient at this recovery center.
Aura, what did you think about it?
I think it is amazing. I can see how it's definitely going to change addiction and lower the relapse part of recovery, because it's like a lot of people, once they leave, you know, they normally do
Yes, exactly, Genevieve. Mark even made the comment on one of the videos, did you get the medicine that Dad and I were able to get for you? Yeah, yes, exactly.
30 days and you think that you're cured.
Did you take the medicine
out,
yeah.
And I
exactly.
mean, it's kind of easier once you're in recovery because the things that you're addicted to are not around. But then when you go out in society, it's right there. So you think that you're cured, you know, you got your certificate.
There's Amanda.
Aura has really shown me that I'm ready for the real world. I've been in rehab for over 7 months, so I know a lot about recovery and things like that, and Aura is just icing on the cake.
And so how has Amanda been with you and other patients?
Amanda, you can literally see her transform from the first day I met her till now.
First of all, I hate talking to the camera. I think it's the most awkward, weird thing when you're not talking to another person.
Interesting.
Just gonna
really?
put that out there. It's always really weird when I have to post a video like this. So I wanted to make an announcement that my Instagram account was deleted and that I didn't just go silent or disappear off of social media. There was quite a few people that I was in communication with, and so I'm really saddened about the fact that I've lost communication with those people. You know, I can't imagine how people that make a career off of Instagram feel, that it's so easy to have an account taken down. But for me, I didn't make a career off of social media or Instagram. It was more of the communication I had with you guys. It was basically the biggest, the way that I promoted everyone to communicate with me. So I had like thousands of direct messages from, you know, thousands of people all over the place telling me about like family members that were in crisis or asking me for advice on mental health services and conservatorships or court-ordered treatment and guardianships. And so I was doing my best to go through my messages and respond to as many people as I could. And I had quite a few people that I was trying to help out. And so now I've just lost complete communication with those people, and I can't imagine how they feel.
Because her Instagram was reported for sexualizing children, apparently. It's a channel called Bubble Tea. And this is a video called This Invention Shouldn't Exist, patent 10861-307, part 1.
In today's video, we will discuss the patent that BJ posted on her Instagram page and recently made a video titled, This Invention Shouldn't Exist. Watch before it's too late. Or what I like to call patent 10861-307. As somebody who is certified in networking, I personally had an interest in this patent, especially because of the type of technology and language being used in the network topography. I will do my best to TLDR the technical details for those of you who are not familiar with technical jargon or networking, and I think this will lead the conversation in the correct direction when it comes to Lima's intentions concerning the products she is selling to us and the general YouTube audience.
How you doing?
So she'll be joining us this evening. She'll just be chilling in the back here, but have you guys ever watched Terminator? I'm sure you remember the technology Skynet from the Terminator series.
Oh yeah.
This is eerily similar. So in BJ's video, This Invention Shouldn't Exist, watch before it's too late, she talks about Googling tracking addicts and how she was able to find this patent on a Google search by searching tracking addicts, and this patent came up. And this patent is by David H. Williams, as you can see right above me, and he is based in Missouri. And this application was submitted in 2014, and it is assigned to Conquer Your Addiction LLC. So this is his work website, and it appears to be for his consulting business. If you copy the domain at the end of this email address, it actually takes you to what appears to be a hobbyist website. So this looks like something a network hobbyist would keep for fun as a website to just talk about their projects and stuff like that. If you look at the top of this website, we have sort of a gift basket full of different types of technology, and you know, they're not all the same. They can be used or not used, but
Interesting.
it looks like, just to me, like a bunch of abbreviations kind of thrown into one place. This video is going to be a summary of the patented technology I assume is being used by Aura, who you also know is associated with Lima Yevremovic. I hope I'm saying that right. Something to note is that Lima never talks about software or technical details. It's always very high level to me.
And to be more specific, she never mentions it at all. What it's doing other than exposure therapy, and she talks around it. She uses hyperbole that suggests she doesn't even understand what's going on, as far as we can tell. Much less that most of the time when she's referring to it, she's using scripted language, which has always been odd because she has no background, as is pointed out by Down the Rabbit Hole. But she has no background in psychology, nor mental wellness and health. And her degrees don't support that. So there are several things out of place. For instance, where did the technology even come from? But let's look at something else real quickly.
Addicts' mobile devices. Interesting. This indicates peer-to-peer, so this is some type of peer-to-peer. I don't know. I think they make it look confusing on purpose. High-risk areas, events. You got your base locations. Frequent locations seems to be gym and grocery store. Sanctuary areas, events, locations. There's a good church here. Location-based privacy and security. Communications networks, POTS, LANs, WANs. Internets, clouds, virtual locations is very interesting. Look at this. Trigger-oriented base support networks. What does that mean? I don't know.
Let's find out.
To be a summary of the patented technology I assume is being used by Aura, who you also know is associated with Lima Yevremovic. I hope I'm saying that right.
Who cares?
Something to note is that Lima never talks about software or technical details. It's always very high level to me, from what I've heard, and it seems to me like she's in sales and marketing. So I know there's been some things about her saying that she knows how to code.
I agree. I like you.
I'm
Who
not
are you?
sold.
This is Bubble
I'm more
Tea.
sold that she's a
Subscribe.
salesperson. So I believe David H. Williams is Lima's co-collaborator.
This is Bubble Tea. Yeah, the page is called Bubble Tea.
The transhumanist agenda.
She has 3,000
And if you don't
subs.
know
Make sure to go
exactly
like and
what
subscribe.
Transhumanism is, just type it into Google. It's a really good read. So I have.
Oh yeah, if you're not familiar with what transhumanism is, expect that this is our future. Because we will interpolate with machinery at some point. It's the natural evolution of adapting tools to ourselves. And as we seek to become more of ourselves, we will seek to add with our own technology. Brother Jumi, what's happening? Welcome on back. Good to see you.
This network myself for a few hours after reading into the patent, and it's very non-traditional. And the nomenclature used to describe certain aspects of the network is really confusing to me. I think you will probably hear me say quite often that certain things are out of place from a traditional network.
Thank you, Brother Jumi. I appreciate.
The
Oh, by the way,
background on this
Easy
is
definitely was like,
addiction to
yeah, if
substance-
Jumi wants to train me, you know, if he's going to go on a boxing, like, couple rounds, you know, because I think it's Taekwondo, by the way. He was open to that. He was like, yeah, you got to hop over to his stream. I'll have to share the video with him. I think he did see the boxing video that one day.
Such as alcohol and drugs, and activities such as gambling are a major scourge of society. Addictions can come in many forms, but generally can be put into two categories: addiction to substance, such as drugs, alcohol, or food, or addictions to an activity such as gambling, sex, or shopping. So, the human impact of addiction can vary greatly in terms of physical toll on the mind and body, as well as everyday life damage, such as destruction to families and job loss. Common life-ruining addictions include those involving alcohol, prescription and non-prescription drugs, cigarettes, nicotine, and gambling.
I want to hear your explanation.
That's not the word I would choose. I would choose person for the sake of this video and for giving you all the details on this patent and this technology. I'm gonna have to say that word. So, location and context of an addict, a support network, and other information and aspects of an addict's persona and professional life for addiction treatment purposes, including relapse prevention and containment.
In other words, tracking
this diagram
people
includes various example networks
like,
and technologies that may be used for collecting and analyzing the addict's
because they're
location
in
and context. So
rehab.
What does context mean exactly, Lima? What do you mean by context? Okay, because I feel like that can mean anything. That is a very general term.
I don't know if it's appropriate for her to mention Lima while
you can
talking
see our
about
location
this patent,
anywhere.
because we don't know that this is directly associated.
And
It's just
yes,
very similar.
that is true. That is,
So,
as we get further
odd.
into this, something that they can do. They can actually make a virtual map of an area that they don't know that you're in. So
True.
you could be in the middle of the desert and they could not have any sort of map that exists of the desert. IoT. This one, oh my god, I was cracking up so bad when BJ kept zooming in on this one. So IoT is like, it's like a network of physical objects that are linked together through wired and wireless networks. You have a gift basket full of different iPhones and Ethernet devices, pagers, whatever. As long as it can get some sort of internet connection, it can be within the IoT network, as long as it can be on that same network as the other devices. So they all talk to each other using the same network so that they can exchange data. And in this case, we're measuring biometric data. This type of data measures your individual physical characteristics. Other well-known techniques to gather this data include iris, PAL, and facial recognition. IoT is 101A. It's right up here. And IoT in this particular network, this hodgepodge of a network, is used in the addict directory for user information to store trigger-oriented base support network, which is in figure 2, and we'll talk about that as well. And we can see on here, if we look at the map, this actually points to the addict on the map.
Jesus Christ.
Again, I know this is very confusing to look at, but if you check out
Where
the
is it? The
scribble
important
right here,
portion
which
is
is
over here.
I'm not an expert in that either, so I won't get further into the weeds on that. So network-based. What does network-based mean? Well, if we're just looking at this, it really doesn't mean much because there's really no symbol associated to it. So what they mean by network-based is that there will be a contract between service providers such as ISPs or other local slash wide area networks, because they all
it's at the end here. Hold on.
and on-premise equipment will be used to monitor and track or support the network.
Okay, so she basically goes through how the network works and connects and communicate.
Virtual locations.
She kind of calls out a couple things.
We talked about the slang.
Boba tea in. There we go. Let's get back to the tech.
The data can be processed. What that means is the protocol layer The protocol layer is the type of data and how it's actually processed by the devices or databases it's going back to.
Ignore the dancing
There's
skeleton.
different types of languages that we could get into.
Or
but
not,
That's
either
just
way.
a little nuanced thing that I'll leave there for you. So it could be various types. We don't really know yet. So a support network and third-party data and interface is to be stored on the IoT network according to 103A, 103C, and 103B. So that would be right here. And what this looks like
Enjoy, Genevieve.
is
Well, I'm not sure what you do with that for, but that sounds interesting.
symbol right here, I believe, is going to be at their central base station or location and be like a physical hardware layer that they can access themselves and maintenance. And then what's stored within that is the actual support network data and third-party app data interface. So I don't know what that third-party app data is. You know, is that something that's automatically installed on the mobile device? Possibly, but it's not really been defined in the document yet. So we'll leave that open as well. And then the support network data. So what is the support network data? That would just be all the data we spoke about previously in the first part of Figure 1. So that's what I would consider the support network data, as well as, you know, the listed here that show you how this tracks the biometric data that's going into the network we just deep dived into.
So now biometric data.
Human-centered computing is HCI theory, concepts, and models. So human-computer interaction is what HCI stands for. There's a lot of abbreviations, but I will define each
And if you
one of
look
them.
at the list over here, locators, GPS, Wi-Fi, SID, beacon, TDOA, etc. Embedded, attached, addict data, tag devices. Embedded, inserted, attached. Well, one of the things is this is, as far as we know, not the technology. This may be the technology. It's something that has been found by BJ that seems very similar. And if anything, we found many pieces of the technology, including the stuff that the DoD actually consigned. And that guy who actually made it in Fallbrook, California, which is crazy because knowing the street and the whole thing, I was down the street from that growing up my whole life. It's kind of crazy. I lived blocks away from there. I dated someone who's, like seriously, it's pretty wild. She'd have to get permission for the patent creator. Yes, it would be a license. But there's some suggestion that she was farming technology in order to get in with a Navy research laboratory. There's Instagram posts that suggest that she was doing that and asking people for it. But I just find it very strange that this says embedded, inserted, attached, addict data, tag devices. Embedded, inserted, attached. Medical medicine usage controller. If with attached embedded devices, wraps, wearables, implants, and drug dispensers. Wouldn't Lima have to get permission? Waivers are contracts, true. And you see blood pressure sensitive sensors, anger, excitement, frustration, breathalyzer sensor, relapse proximity, blood alcohol content, sensor relapse, acoustic microphones, sensors, noise, kids, socials, socials. Nearby cameras, video streaming beacons, sensors, contacts, data sources, cars, building, people, specialty information and broadcast, and a sensor array and a map. They really need to pick a lane, true. They're going for everything. Biometric photo, electric force sensors, infrared motion, magnetic sensors, various. breathing, heart rate, weather. They want to see a three-dimensional environment with you in it. If worded correctly, disclaimer can be deemed a contract. True. I've seen it. This is it's amazing, actually, how that can happen.
So it's clear. Human-computer interaction is research in the design and use of computer technology, which focuses on the interfaces between people and computers. HCI researchers observe the ways humans interact with computers and design technologies that allow humans to interact with
no, it's just
computers in novel ways. HCC is used by NASA, and they use this to develop tools and procedures. And it also provides NASA with a baseline data for modeling and designing technical, physical, and social components of Moon and Mars habitats. Human-centered computing versus human-computer interaction. HCI is an aspect of HCC, and HCI addresses the need for user-friendly interfaces and usability engineering, while HCC covers a much wider domain. So according to...
This is what I wanted to hear.
So all the networks we just talked about, there's the IoT, the beacons, and that is apparently pinging whatever this is right here, number 7. Localized networks that collect and
there's a cane,
local contextual
there's a bag,
information including Internet of Things, sensor devices, and or networks.
Looks like some of these are implanted.
That's a mobile device, but they're just making it look like extra tall, so it's kind of inconspicuous. You're smart, David, but you're not that smart. Distributed ADIC support resource sensor deployment.
There's
and
a
data
necklace.
Communication
What the hell is that thing? What the hell is... Look.
I think that's just saying that there's different options to apply to whichever individual and what their personal needs are. Of things, ADIC-related sensors, devices, and networks. This is more of the same stuff.
Did you see all the places, all the sensors were stuck?
About, you know, this is what
all over the human?
This is just the dumbed down version that they don't want to put first, so not everybody can read into what they're doing, is what this is giving. So network connectivity, processing, work office, building systems, network, all under IoT, cloud, edge distributed devices and networks, and the mobile devices offered by the service providers. Smart
I've done a bunch of these, by the way. At least, you know, the paradigm layout.
Sensors in retail environments, okay. Nearby human sensors, devices, and networks. Oh, that's
so
a
basically,
smartwatch. Wild. IoT, cloud. This is blank.
They're saying that
I think it's supposed to be.
They've got these ways to track people.
They've got it all.
And it's all covered by this patent.
This to me,
although that is not
in the first
specifically
figure, and the network right here. That
what Lima has been doing.
100. This should be.
And we've actually seen the technology being used by Amanda Rabb, but that's pretty much it.
And that's what I've been
and I've yet to find any example of video.
This really just illustrates everything that's going on.
Other than this one.
So, in the dumbest way possible, which is good. That's what we want to know, right? But the fact that they didn't put it in the first figure really bothers me. That is all the research I have personally done so far on this patent. I haven't dug deeper into this, but I want to, and I am going to create a part 3 after I am done writing and researching this more. So I'm not sure how much time exactly that will take me, but
give me 1 second to get to that spot.
Before we get into the letter itself, I want to just give y'all a little bit of a rundown as to why I had to write the letter in the first place. Last week, I don't remember now.
Which means that it's a clinic that is partnering up with us to to use our technology. And so just a quick recap of what that technology is. It's health detection, so we have a computer, microphone, we analyze voice, stress, cravings. We use technology.
Sounds pretty familiar, the tech that we were reading about right there in the patent. Now, we're not looking at MK Ultra at this point in time. There's no behavioral changing. There's no adjustment. This is just tracking. You know, authoritarianism via technology, just because you're ill.
To really figure out additional data streams to help the doctor treat the patient.
Amanda did not survive the court-ordered treatment. She died on May 9th, 2021 at Desert Hope Treatment Center in Las Vegas. Lima returned to Soft White Underbelly purporting to read the autopsy results and announced Amanda's cause of death as being, quote, marked as a seizure disorder. This was a lie. I requested Amanda Raab's autopsy report. The Clark County coroner marked her cause of death as cardiac arrhythmia, with complicating factors being obesity, schizophrenia, and hypertension. Over the course of
This is Amanda Raab.
Lima was unsuccessful in the conservator.
Sorry.
Lima appeared on this channel about half a dozen times. Over the course of these appearances, Lima described how she was attempting to put a 24-year-old homeless, drug-addicted, quote, prostitute named Amanda Raab into a conservatorship in California.
Is the way that you get somebody that doesn't want to get help into treatment is through something called an LPS conservatorship. And that's what we're using for Amanda. You're being forced to go to
Bluetooth, Genevieve, yes.
mental health facility.
True.
And it's easier if it's a family member. So Amanda's father is working really, really hard, night and day, to make this happen with me.
Interesting. Working really, really hard night and day to make it happen with her. Because what ended up happening is that Amanda Raab was charged with beating her father, Larry Raab, with a pipe. And then that made it so that she had to go into conservatorship as her only option other than going to prison or jail, local jail, county. Huh. That's a very interesting language, and I've heard it a number of times. Vehicles have Bluetooth as well. And hear a little more
Lima
of this.
worked with Mark Leta and Amanda's father, who Amanda had publicly accused of molesting her, to do this.
Here with my auntie and uncle, they took me in because I was with my dad. He turned out to be a molester, so his wife left him. So now I live downtown LA as a prostitute.
Lima was unsuccessful in the conservatorship attempt, but succeeded in having Amanda subjected to court-ordered treatment. Lima transferred Amanda across state lines into an ARA treatment center, Desert Hope in Las Vegas, Nevada, and subjected her to ARA's experimental virtual reality treatment program.
So any facility that Amanda's going to be going to through a scholarship program is going to be an AURA treatment center, which means
program.
that
It still
it's
doesn't
a
make any
clinic
sense
that
to
is
me.
partnering up with us to use our technology. And so just a quick recap of what that technology is. It's health detection, so we have a computer, microphone, we analyze voice, stress,
Some type of computer.
cravings. We use technology to really figure out additional data streams to help the doctor treat the patient.
Amanda did not survive.
I mean, this is essentially what a lot of that technology could do. She's saying her technology, and she's never specific about it. And that's also not what she says later or at other times earlier when she was saying that it's exposure therapy via VR. So it seems like the technology is wavering around. And if you catch one of her pitches, she'll tell you it's information collection. Bridget Moten! Hey, what's happening? Good to see you. Glad to see you. We were just going over mind control tonight. I read the CIA's report on mind control, specifically MK Ultra end to end. So if you go back to the beginning, I actually read the paperwork all the way through. And if you want a copy of it, I've been putting it up here in the chat occasionally. It's from the CIA library, Intellipedia, and it is the complete report and has all the footnotes to all the other reading involved with anything in history, including all the science, for MK Ultra. And I was just connecting it and showing how the technologies have some symbiosis. And we're heading towards the VR side and the behavioral adjustment side. Essentially, we're just looking at the tracking and it's kind of authoritarian stuff. But I think we need to pop in and take a look at the technology really quickly because, hold on a second. Oh,
He attempted to put
hold on a second, I hear a pop.
She appeared
Somebody here? Give me a second. Oh, no, they must have popped in and out. Sorry. Okay, where were we? There's Amanda.
So for the criminal justice system, we have a system. It could be better, it could be refined and reformed, but I do believe
this is what we know of.
I'm Brennan Spiegel, Director of Health Services Research for Cedars-Sinai. I could not disambiguate this virtual reality from real reality.
Everything's down to the high level of details. You can even see the track marks on the person's arm right here.
And I realized at that moment that this was a technology that can overwhelm the mind, and it could be used for evil.
It can overwhelm the mind, and it can be used for evil.
The virtual reality that Dr. Phil and Jay McGraw have created to help people when they get out of treatment is incredible.
I do think you can turn this around, and I have some...
Yes, indeed. And it seems like the seizures have a likely connection more to the supplement. And that the aphasiatic states of, you know, memory loss and problematic, you know, emotional behavior or personality disorders that come afterwards, or in Amanda's case, death by cardiac arrest. You know, they may have more to do with the influences of that supplement and the uses of the VR. It is very troubling.
Thoughts about this. I asked some people to come here today. You all know what virtual reality is, right? When you put on goggles and wherever you look, you feel like you are right there in the moment. I've created a virtual reality tool to help that transition go smoothly and prepare for triggers, because I know people can be stars in rehab. It's transitioning out, and I'm trying to create a virtual reality tool to help people do that.
There's just a new way of tweaking the mind to become sort of super better in essence.
Virtual reality exposure therapy, Lima says it is unethical and illegal to put the drug of choice in front of someone who you are treating in a residential treatment facility.
For example, if you're in a treatment facility and I put your
we don't know what they are
in front of you, that would be extremely unethical. It's not allowed, right?
She said it is illegal. You can use pictures, she said. But it's illegal and unethical. And laughs. That would be unethical. Laughs. Like how funny it is that it's unethical.
It would be extremely unethical. It's not allowed, right? There's no drugs on the premises. If I can put that drug of choice in front of you, just the visual of it, it's not the same as me showing you a photo, but being able to put you in a room through our virtual reality technology, being able to put you in a room where you you essentially are by yourself, right? So now I'm able to test you because it's the power of VR.
She said she's
able
worked
to
with
test
a man
you
who said
it's
his
the power
rock
of
bottom is him
VR.
alone on the couch with a bottle of alcohol, and so she created an environment that looked like a living room and a bottle of alcohol, and this man put it on. So I'm not saying that's illegal. I believe it's unethical because I think showing someone a picture of a drug of choice is like a degree of extrapolation, right? It's less concrete than a virtual reality simulation. I think that should absolutely absolutely be federally regulated, that you should not be able to just toss an unconsenting person into a triggering exposure environment. But that is not what the law says right now. So this is where we are. And Lima admits to using virtual reality to trigger people with PTSD and to trigger cravings in people struggling with addiction.
We also use virtual reality so we can put patients in triggering environments.
Amanda enters into Desert Hope Treatment Center, an ARA facility in Las Vegas, Nevada. Now, interestingly,
once again, if that's a treatment facility in Las Vegas, Nevada, why are there military pictures on the wall? Everywhere. And in one of the videos, she's wearing camouflage. There's a lot of missing pieces to this story, and I'm starting to wonder if we're going to know them all, because there's so much cover. And where's the money coming from?
Lima posted a picture of the treatment center that Amanda was supposed to go to and never corrected the record and said that's not where she was. And it's not Desert Hope. There's a lie. And people get upset when I call Lima a liar because she has this sweet affect and she doesn't seem like evil. She's got this nice little soft voice and she seems to be, you know, saying all the right dog whistle words. And she's, you know, addicts and homeless and prostitution.
Veteran centers.
And she uses all these scary words that get you in a state of upset. Ooh, girl, chill out.
True.
And then she offers you a solution. And so you're like, oh my God, make this trauma stop. So she must be telling the truth. I operate in one absolute thing, and that is truth. Lima didn't tell the truth. Now we've caught her in two lies so far on the timeline.
And there's
First
a video
of all, that the audience was somehow going to help pick.
I've shared pieces of a little bit earlier that shows the Desert Hope treatment facility. And then interviews to people that are supposed to be living there, including Amanda. Now, what's concerning is that when they interview them, there's no way to know where they are. They could be edits, but there's actual walk-around tour of the facility. Did she take that just visiting? And then add in the other video later? We don't know.
And
we can only speculate.
Before. She was the worst case you could find on Skid Row.
Yeah, definitely. And
took a lot of courage for you to-
probably the worst case I've ever seen personally.
It took a lot of courage for you to decide that she was the one you wanted to try to help.
Yeah, but you know, we have a lot of confidence in what we do.
That was not true. Amanda was hand chosen because they had the cooperation of Larry Rabb. You need a family member. Number two lie we've now found. Lima said Amanda was going
we've
to
come
be
to
at a treatment.
find, by the way, Bridget, I don't know if you know this, but it seems like the language of the relationship in the interviews from the last time when I did the Amanda R video last week is that Amanda may have met Lima before we're told that they had met. And the videos of Lima acting like she's looking for somebody are just that. It seems, I could be wrong, but it does seem inferred by some of the responses and actions of Amanda Rapp, as in talking about being gamed or being used for military experiments or all sorts of things that she says in the interviews that when you pay close attention to them individually stand out a lot more knowing the rest of the information that we know in retrospect. Yeah, I believe she did. Yeah, I think so. Well, I mean, like, there's definitely something going on there where... Yeah, I mean, who's to know, truly? But it does seem that the VR areas that she has them in are almost standardized, by the way, in the Unreal Engine, which is a video game platform that you can use to build video games, like GTA 3, and that is the same company and the same platform.
Facility that Amanda was not at. She was at Desert Hope Treatment Center. That is where she was. That is where she took her last breath. It wasn't the one that Lima posted on Instagram. Doesn't seem like necessary to have lied about that, but here we are. And so if y'all are upset by the word lie, maybe repeat it each day to exposure therapy yourself to it. I don't know. The end of 2021, Amanda spends in Desert Hope Treatment Center from October all the way through May when she died. So, except she did check out one day. We'll get to that. January 7th, coming to an end according to Lima's 30 to 90 days. If you entered into treatment in October, Lima told me that insurance only covers 30 to 90 days in rehab. If Amanda entered rehab around October, January 7th, Mark Laita makes his very first Instagram post ever, and it is a fundraiser for Amanda. Interestingly, this is around the time that Albert Minero Jr. enters into the story.
The people trust me. They know I'm one of them, just an everyday guy.
Oh, that is something. They could have videotaped the facility and used it in the VR to make the patients think that they were still there. Absolutely. It's a whole thing. That is absolutely part of it. They could have kept them in stasis. I mean, we learned this from the MK Ultra experiments, that people can be convinced or confused into sleeping for 30 days on end and not know that that's what had happened. So, in an immersive environment, you could be subjected to all sorts of stuff if it was photorealistic enough. And you were maybe a little confused because of the, treatments or drugs you might be receiving to keep you sedated. And Mr. Mineta, this is always interesting to me. The actor turned chief happiness officer.
Passion and a purpose.
Albert Minero Jr. is the program director for Aura.
Now
but a quick
program
Google
director,
search
sorry.
will show you that he is also a very prolific actor.
Hanson is a nerdapalooza, bro. When chicks see him, they get dry.
He has been in Hollywood for at least 10 or 15 years.
We're back with my new buddy Albert, who's looking for me to help him get relationship ready.
What do you think a woman is thinking when she walks in to see your dirty drawers sunny side up on the floor?
Haven't had any here for a while.
The goal is to get some here.
Yeah.
I want you to keep that in mind.
Okay.
No undies on the floor.
Okay. I don't know what to say.
Something's wrong with his mind.
Okay.
So what? Does he even know what he was turning
This is not a tag team event. One of you speaks and the other doesn't, and that's how it works. In my courtroom, you are under oath.
Judge
You do not
Junior.
lie. And you tell the truth.
He's appeared in Lima Yevremovich's twin sister's YouTube videos. He's appeared in Instagram stories of Bam Margera's wife, Nikki. Bam Margera's brother-in-law has featured Albert Minero Jr. on his channel, but he also happens to be the program director of Aura. In January, when Mark Laita was posting on Instagram trying to raise funds for Amanda's treatment, it's also the same month Albert Minero Jr. would have met Amanda.
Amanda, you coming into my life had such a humongous effect that I could never have known when I first met you.
March 2021, Lima goes on the Meet Aura Instagram account and announces that her twin sisters, who both allegedly have dissociative identity disorder, not sure how that's telling us that.
My sisters, who are identical twins, have had some mental health struggles. They were diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, which is more commonly known as multiple personality disorder.
In February, Lima announces on her Meet Aura Instagram account that her sisters will start using Aura technology in March 2021. So
March 2021. Interesting, because the videos we see of Dandelion. Give me one
Keep
second.
using that word, especially in true crime, the word of exploitation.
Exploitation. I wonder where we've heard that. Oh yes, body cam footage. But before we go there, I just want to remind you once again, March 2021. And this would be, let's see. A year ago. That is Dahlia Takali. On her Dandelion page. This is also Dahlia Takali.
Here's Cake by Melanie Martinez on Amazon Music.
No, Alexa, will you play Cake by saying Frank Sinatra Cake?
Frank Sinatra by Cake on
There's
Amazon
the
Music.
crutches, but there's pictures on the wall here. There's personal items in the background and surrounding. And anybody who lives in LA will recognize this as a bungalow somewhere in Hollywood or West Hollywood. Once again, that is Dahlia of Dia and Dahlia. You can go to their page, and 3 years earlier, I want to remind you, this is after Aura technology now. And real quickly, let's go once again. Remind you about what she was doing in 2018.
Compassionate, honest, warm-hearted, logical. From the makers who brought you Chloe 911.
By the way, that's
comes
Minetta's
the latest
belly.
installment to the prosthetic family line. Chloe for president. Times are changing. It's time to have a president who
That's
really
Dia.
cares. She's unlike any candidate you've ever witnessed. She's great at delivering meaningful speeches.
That's Dahlia. That's Dia.
She always has
Dia.
the solution.
Invasion.
And if you don't like this party, simply vote for the other. It's that easy.
I'm Democrat.
That's the girl we see in the
I'm
video.
Republican.
When she's not in the public eye, she's working hard at the office to give you what you want. Unlike past presidents, she's caring. Watch Chloe care.
Now, why don't we see the one on the right? But we've seen video of the one on the left. Well, I'll tell you this. There's also another portion of the story that includes not just a restraining order that I mentioned earlier in the video that Dia placed on one of her sisters, but there is also the case of a habeas corpus. If you're not familiar with what a habeas corpus is, it means to produce the body. And BJ Investigates reported on this as in Oklahoma, where they are supposedly from, where their high school yearbook shows them being from, with 21 other twins. You heard me right. A small town in Oklahoma with a graduating class of under 1,000 had 21 sets of twins graduate in the same year. Odd. Anomalous. Rare? Absurdly so. The likeliness of which is unusual to say the least. Hey, what's happening? Give me 2 seconds. Make sure I got your audio. What's happening, Juby? Yeah, let me add that. Let me make sure the audio is right. Hold on 1 second. It looks like it's not taking it. Hold on a second. I gotta change it over. Give me 1 second now. Let's see if it. Oh, there's the. Try it now. Jimmy, if you wouldn't mind. No, it didn't add it. Hold on a second. I gotta. No, not yet. It's still doing its weird thing. Sometimes it does this weird thing where it doesn't want to drag it in. Try it now. Nah, shit. Give me 1 second. Hold on a second. I know how to do this quickly. Where it'll just restart it all together. Application. There you are. StreamYard. And then, come on, meow. Yeah, that should be it. All right, now try it. Nah, man, why the fuck is this doing this? No, StreamYard is being weird. Hold on a second, let me make sure that, oh, you know why? Hold on a second, that's my bad. Shit, I'm doing stupid shit. Let me make sure that it's actually, I know, it's getting late. Hold on a second, let me see which output it's going to, make sure. My apologies, audience. My setup is, yeah, system default. Oh, a second, I'll set it to this. All right, that should do this, and then I want to make sure it's actually. Oh, come on, StreamYard. Yeah, say hello for me. Oh, what is going? Nope, it said nope. And let me just make sure that my StreamYard video is actually. Maybe. Yeah, hold on 1 second. You know what? I'm going to do something else. Let me do that because it's been up for a minute, and it could just be the. It just could. Give me 2 seconds. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. Don't go in here. This is what happens. StreamYard is not always your friend, folks. I wish it was. Yes, 1, 2, 3. And I know how to test this real quickly just to make sure the audio is actually coming back. Hold on a second. Yeah, the speakers are working, but how about... Okay, I'll be... I'm almost in there, June. Give me 2 seconds. Here we go. You were running the ship for a second there. Hold on, stop the camera. Damn. What is really going on here? Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do this totally other way. Audio capture beta, and then I'll just do interwebs audio. Let's see if this'll do this for me. Hold on. Where's my talk for me?
Hey.
Yep, there's the interweb audio. Seeing it for some reason. StreamYard audio is like nah.
Oh man,
I had a whole other channel for it because it's like nah, that's fine. No, you're fine. Let me just double check to make sure I've got the settings exactly the same way. My apologies, audience.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mess up your show, fam.
No, you're good. It's actually good timing.
Yeah, I just got home from some fights, and I saw you still online. I was like, oh, what is Aaron talking about?
Oh, shit, man. I'm getting deep tonight on this one because, you know, I ended up reading the MK Ultra. Hopefully the audience can hear Jumbi now. Can I get a 1 in the chat? One's in the chat if you can hear Jumbi. And let me just double check, and I'll drag you on to the... Oh, yeah. There we go.
All right.
Cool. Let me clean you up so you don't look like you're just like hovering in space up there too. Hold on a second. Where's the StreamYard? There you are. Filters. Get rid of the filters. Okay, dope. Sweet. How you feeling, man? What's going on?
Feeling good, man. Came home from a night of fights, and I saw you talking about twins. So I was trying to get caught up.
Oh man, yeah. The twins thing is a, you know, it continues to be a really weird portion of the story because we have a big edge of it missing with Dia. We know things. Right. I was just about to explain the habeas corpus thing where it means to produce the body, and it was dropped in court, by the way, in Oklahoma. So it means that something was produced, somebody was produced, you know?
Right.
And that in itself is kind of a wild thing because it's like, okay, did somebody show up to court? I would gather Dia showed up to court, and that's maybe when the restraining order against her sister was filed. But we don't know who this is the other thing. We don't actually know who the habeas corpus was filed against. That's even weirder thing. We just know that it's requesting the proof that Dia is still alive, essentially.
Wow.
But the redaction is who the names of it's filed about, and there's several other pieces that are redacted on it.
And both of the girls are still alive?
Well, we know Dia must be alive because it's mentioned in the body cam footage where the female cop says she's been here before and she knows the sister. And there's some confusing references when it comes to Dahlia in the body cam footage because we don't know which sister she's talking about. Well, she mentions a sister it keeps copying her personality and taking her persona and crashed a car. Now what's weird is if I'm getting the story right, Lima crashed a car and lied that Dia had. So, or Dima is actually who's on the report, but there's seems to be a story that BJ has told, and Down the Rabbit Hole has also said this as well, that there is likelihood that there may be confusion over who it was in the car that crashed. Okay. So there's also a portion of the lawsuit that's confusing because it says that Linda Mora, I don't know if you remember in the body cam footage, the lady who claims to be the mother, Linda Mora, it says in the complaint lawsuit against BJ Investigates, where this restraining order and all this stuff actually extends to, that Linda Mora, their mother, and it doesn't name her Linda Mora, they just says their mother lost her programming job, computer programming, which is a whole thing in itself. Like, what is her mother doing? And is her mother involved? And the person who was in the body cam footage doesn't seem like somebody who's doing programming. She didn't seem to, I mean, if you saw her computer and the way she was dealing with the phone and stuff like that, she said she wasn't capable of doing that stuff. But Linda Mora is supposed to be their mother. It's so confusing with the characters and the names and such like that. In any case. Hold on a second. Queen Cascade said that she thinks that the supplements are for suppression of her neuroinhibitors. Interesting. I would wonder if that's true. I'd have to look at it. I don't know anything about the supplement that they're giving me. So what fights you go see tonight, man? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Oh, no, you're okay. Yeah, one of the guys from our gym, shameless plug, shout out Los Angeles Muay Thai.
Yeah, come on.
A guy that trains with us, he cross trains with us. Good kid. He had a, I guess you could say it was his big fight, or not big fight, first fight under the lights. And as coaches, we get to see what they're made of,
Sure.
And,
yeah, because under the lights and the people and the screaming and the attention and all that shit, that's different. Just like for an actor or a performer, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'm a little frustrated because I have a rule, man, especially with how much I fought in Los Angeles, especially at Commerce Casino, man. I fought at Commerce most of my career. So like every time I fought, win or lose, I fought bell to bell. That's what kept me a name in the industry. I wouldn't just give up. There wasn't a scenario in which I looked like I just quit in there, right?
Yeah.
And I tell guys, if, before you invite me out to corner you for your fight, make sure that you're prepared mentally for the pressure of the fight. And he wasn't prepared for the pressure of the fight. Poor guy. So I had to give him the old the big brother talk about there's people who take things serious and there's people who are hobbyists. And I said, it's till Monday to figure out which side of the line he's on so we can move forward,
Bro, that's a tough one. When you see that line of like when somebody gets in the real scale. And when I say that, I mean like there's lots of scales of these things. There's semi-pro, which is more hobbyist, and then there's when you turn into a pro of any nature, the level at which you have to perform, you find out real quick. Like I always relate this to touring because we live in a submarine that rolls down the highway. You go to work. You literally wake up in the morning across from the guy you're about to spend the entire day at work with. You stay out of each other's way. You have to, excuse my profanity and my discussing this, you have to shit next to this guy, likely, in a truck stop sometimes, shower after they've showered, sometimes in like, I mean, it's crazy. It's summer camp, all in the most adult like military way. So one of the things that is very telling is people's mental attitude aptitude and emotional intellect on a tour bus. The ability to sense social spaces, cues, the whole nine. And then add in the fact that you got to be socially cool in some way, shape, or form, and perform like a badass all day long in any environment, whether it's raining, snowing, inside, outside, carrying your gear somewhere. So these are the things, by the way, after a couple days, and I'm telling you, after a couple days, you can always tell someone on tour who is just not meant to be there because about to crack. Things are just too confusing. They're sleeping too long. They're maybe partying too hard. It's the common one. They get caught up in the just everything and stop focusing on what they're supposed to do. And then they might
checkout time.
What's that? Yeah, exactly. Miss check. Oh, there's a thing called getting grease spotted, by the way. So the joke is that if you get grease spotted, it's because you walk out and there's just an oil spot standing there, where the bus used to be. So, and that's real. That's real. And if you get, it's a deal. If you miss the bus, you have to get yourself to the next spot. And if you miss that, you're definitely fired. If you're not already, and maybe there's a ticket waiting for you to go home.
Right.
It's a deep business on that. And the point you were saying about when you get people under the lights, that's a real deal.
Yeah. A lot of people don't get that concept of the lights will, I call it the truth room, right? There it is. You're walking in. This is what you came here for, buddy. Let's see if you can maintain what you showed within this amount of time. And yeah, man, a lot of guys, they take that shit for granted. It will murder a lot of people. They don't get it. You'll walk under those lights. You'll hear the crowd. You'll see the extravagance, and it'll murder you. It'll murder your confidence if you're not present. Yeah. And I'm sorry to cut you off, but
you're good. No, so you had to have that conversation with him, and how'd that go down?
And mind you, I'm 37 now, man. So I'm a new coach. So in the coaching game, I'm considered a young coach because I only retired about 3 years ago.
Yeah.
But with that being said, I have good stats as a coach already. So this kid, he shit the bed tonight, man, for sure. And if I could put it like performing, like the drummer just got up and said, "Fuck it, I can't do it," type shit. And the amount of work we put in as a team, I just let him know. I told him, I said, "Yeah, bro, you didn't. You lost. You did, and you let your team down, man. You let a room full of fucking dudes who are sacrificing time with their family, putting their own bodies on the line, missing work, buying tickets, gathering a support group for you, man. And you came out here and quit." And I told him, I was like, "Yeah, man, I don't waste money. Scare money, don't make no money. Yeah. And I don't like to show up to places unless I know I got a good chance of winning. Otherwise, I could just watch this shit at home." And but that's a reality you gotta tell these kids, because we're in a generation of instant gratification.
True, man.
They want to skip the line. They want to find a way to get up there. And social media, YouTube guys are all doing this shit now, so they think it's a quick way to get more followers for them. But for these kids that are doing this as a hobby and maybe a career, they get influenced by that.
Man, I can't even imagine. And I'll tell you what, it's probably not something you've seen, but I've been addressing a very strange, you probably heard me talk about the suspension of belief as opposed to suspension of disbelief.
Right.
I've been dealing with this kind of, I guess it's an offshoot of that. Instant gratification expectation, or placing expectations that you would never rationally normally put on, let's say, art, to fulfill you with its knowledge, than for you to fulfill your own knowledge
with the art.
And it's this very odd thing I've been noticing, where there are certain creators who have mentioned to me directly as I've chatted with them back and forth, big creators who are bigger, no shit. One of them has 85,000 fucking followers. A pretty big creator. who felt uncomfortable with the idea that there could possibly be a creator out here who's playing a character who's still telling you the truth. Because
it's
the message,
like Inception.
Yeah, right? You know what I'm saying? Like at that point, I'm just like,
It's like they mixed the two movies, like Inception and Idiocracy. They just put them together.
Yeah, Inception? Inceptionography? Yeah, it's kind of an odd, uncomfortable thing because I don't want to be dismissive or rude or shitty to people. I understand that someone who is grown up with a device in their hand has a different point of view because they are playing video games. The video games transfer into the streaming. The streaming is coalescing with this, so there's a IRL, there's a real TV point of view, but they don't even recognize that even in real TV, we're scripting for these folks. We're making sure that there's a psychologist pushing an edge. There is always a director and a producer deciding what is most dramatic. When the Thorpes came out, nobody understands in any way, shape, or form any of the strange-ass sociodrama / moral play going on alongside that they're trying to attempt, and or the surreal story around that, which is even more abhorrent of the fact that people are just going like this. I only see what I want to see because it's so much more pedo. You know, and that's the other portion of this that I found. A lot of deflection away from things that make them feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, and what I've noticed about that as I've gotten older, Aaron, I've gotten to a point of where I'm used to addressing confrontation because it breeds comedy on my end because I'm confident in what I do.
Yeah,
but that comes with the knowledge of you gotta have work ethic, you gotta have routine, you gotta have curriculum. You always gotta be learning. It's an art. Whatever you're doing, you should see it as art. Period. And if you're gonna do it, you should be an artist at it. And
not to cut you off, but I have to mention the question of the art involved seems completely ignored. And I mean, like when I mention acting and art, the rest of the chats seem to be fixated with, no, it's psychological issue. No, and I'm talking about a specific creator who I literally saw today speak as their own person. And I'm going to do it for you now. I'm going to do it for the audience now. I want you all to see this. You and I have actually may have spoken like this before, but okay. So when you drop the character, it's totally different. You're not who you play. When you're you, it's a fucking different person. And if you don't know the difference between the psychology of an actor or how to put on a fucking spacesuit, then you may actually be having problems with autism, or you may be actually having dissociative problems. If you go to the movie and you are calling somebody who plays a Marvel hero a liar, then you shouldn't be doing that on YouTube if you don't understand whether someone's playing a character or they're playing you.
Right.
That's just simple. So excuse me 1 second. Okay. Now.
Yeah.
You understand the difference. For God fucking sakes.
Yeah, and here's the thing too. To your point about Thor's, people got to pay attention to the art, because if they're pushing that as an art form or a way of expression, that means that they're practicing those things. It means that they are rehearsing these things. That means they are probably moving, even if it is in character. It's like method acting. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, that's why I call it sociodrama, because it plays off of enough of a nut of reality that it's hard to discern where that reality is leaving off. And that's the other thing, is once you know that, in their case, the larger story of what actually happened, not what they say happened, but what actually happened, it makes everything else make sense. Like, oh, fuck, they're playing off this because it's so easy for them to just riff off that shit all day because it happened in front of them. It's happening around them. They're experiencing it constantly. And what a way of catharsis. But forget about that. Forget about them. They're old news, frankly. Yeah. Good on Grace. I hope she does well, by the way.
Yeah. to hop back to another point, I probably
I'm
missed
sorry.
what I
I'm
was
sorry.
talking
No,
about.
you're good.
No,
No,
you're
you're
good. I'm loving it, fam. Twins. I've been doing a lot of research on because I'm writing a graphic novel, fam. So I'm like a nerd. I'm like the type of guy that'll go sit in a library for a few hours and get like some real dark American history lore type shit, you know?
Hell yeah, let's go. Wait, I'm sorry. Before you go any further, found anything that's like we should all know other than like H.H. Holmes or some shit like that?
Oh yeah, man. I could go into days of because mind you, my perspective on a lot of these things is I understand religion on a scale that I learned a bunch of them because my dad was military. And so I learned like customs. So if we were in a place and where we had to be proper, I had to know the culture and know certain things. So my dad would teach us these things, kind of like recon. Hey, we're going to be hanging out with our Arab friends. So make sure you do these things. Don't do these things type stuff. So
don't lift your feet up at them.
And a lot of my old babas, tios, whatever you want to call it, they always had really cool ghost stories and stuff. So when you look at that from a point of view of people who don't believe in Western religion, you get a lot more because they try to come with receipts. You should read these things or read this portion and stuff.
Yeah.
But all throughout different cultures and history, twins have been known for a few things. But it's like doppelganger syndrome. One will snap and kind of try to eat the other. There's a bunch of stories on it and like different lore, Mesopotamian lore. And so it's always creepy to me whenever MK Ultra or the government type stuff gets involved with twins, because it always throws me back to things that they have, things that they know for sure, without 1,000% of a doubt, about us as humans and our connections to each other, and how to manipulate those things. But it was just really creepy following the story and catching up, and then especially with how they use frequency to confuse people, like you were saying. And I was like, yo, that's fucked up, because theory goes twins have a heightened sense of
Well,
perception.
if you've seen any of the video, they finish each other's sentences or simultaneously say the same words without looking. She's not even looking at her in this one video, and she's got her. That's not practice. They're just talking, and he asks her a question, and they both respond. That's a psychic connection in a neurological way, where their brains are actually functioning in similar fashion, which is one of the very few things that gives the credence. And by the way, I looked up the science and the history on this stuff, by the way. DMS5 has some interesting information and some of the support of simultaneous DID exposures or experiences in twins. As adults. It does happen, but it is an incredibly rare occurrence. And the few that have been documented, the girls aren't in there. There's 4 documented cases so far. They're all male.
Wow.
They would be the first women, and they're not in the case studies that I saw. And I went looking deep in that, because it was like, but does that even happen? It just doesn't even sound possible to happen at the same time, to trigger each other into something when they're 30.
Right.
You know, that's something that happens over the course of, it happens over the course of your being a teenager, and you find out that your personalities haven't fused. So you start playing them out, and it becomes more apparent. In any case, it just seems to me that there's so many holes in that twins process, and how or what happened to them. The fact that Dia has a restraining order. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm confused so do we know that for certain that both twins are alive right now?
As far as we know, one is in a mental hospital or has just gotten out.
Okay.
And Dahlia is somewhere, likely in Oklahoma still.
But no story from them themselves about what happened separately?
No, not directly. And the only most recent information we have from Dahlia is a restraining order against BJ Investigates, who she, I guess about 9 months ago, followed on Instagram and on YouTube when it seemed like she was out in the public again. Now, this is before the body cam footage and her hiding in the, the bathtub.
Right.
So, in the complaint, I've read it, and I'll be frank with you, it doesn't sound like somebody in her state of mind wrote it. We heard her talk.
Right.
We've heard her talk a bunch, actually, in that state of mind.
Right.
This sounds more like somebody wrote it for her.
Like a cover-up.
Yeah, something where they needed people to file this thing. And here's the other issue is that, so another portion of the restraining order is a stranger named Brian, essentially, to the story. And Brian is actually, well, according to BJ Investigates, one of her stalkers from the Free Britney campaign.
Oh, shit.
And somehow Lima got in touch with this person, found common interest, and brought him into the restraining order / lawsuit, to which the judge has dismissed him from because he doesn't have rights to the case.
Grounds. Right.
Yeah. And the restraining order apparently didn't work out for him either. That's within the last 2 days. So the other portion of the restraining order and the case continue to move on. But if you're to look at the information in total, it's pretty wild. There's just 300 pages of screenshots of BJ Investigates videos.
Wow.
And the discovery doesn't really relate to what the screenshots, which is even weirder when you look at it. It's like, why are these here? Are these suggesting that Homegirl's obsessed? Most of them are from similar videos and things, and there's repeats, and there's some pages where it's just, non sequitur, essentially. Some chat stuff. Some things that don't even have anything to do directly with BJ. Yeah, it's a pretty wild thing. I think it's a red herring. I think it's just a waste of time.
Yeah, sounds like a way to split up resources.
Yeah, and then the girls can go away and disappear. Because the real question is there a trafficking component to this? Because Dahlia's hair color changed. And their hair size, her haircut changed altogether in the body cam footage. It's not the same as the blonde from a year ago.
Right.
And she's saying that she is feeling disembodied. Where is Dia? Why did their decline happen so quickly when we could see that clearly they were cogent and coherent?
Right.
Weird, sure, but twins.
Yeah, that's fucked up. And the Free Britney guy, what was his, that whole thing is fucked up from what was shown with the public. So what was he trying to do in this scenario, essentially?
So he was one of these folks who got sued by Lou, what's her name? Who was Britney Spears' caretaker, essentially. Or the one who watched her business. The one who seems to have misplaced $600 million. Which they've since tracked, which BJ has tracked down where that is.
Wow.
And where it's been split up and stuff like that, which is pretty astonishing. And how it's been passed, apparently it's been kind of passed around, allegedly. So, here's this bulk set of money, near $1 billion that, you need to fund something or have the weight to get a loan that's ridiculous, or, you're worth $600 million now. If that doesn't belong to anybody and you're the business manager and you've got a holdings firm, I'm not saying that that's what's happening. I'm just hypothetical. I'm just, spitballing here.
I hear you.
But you could reasonably transfer with little taxation issues via your LLC, support funding for investment purposes, and then once the investment arrives, the fund is paid back immediately with the totality of the loan. Oh, there it is. And then you're constantly washing the same $600 million. Oh my God.
That's
Sorry,
crazy.
that works too easily. Fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, did I lose you?
Am I still here?
Yeah, you're here. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Oh, shit. Hold on a second. There you go. That was, the second one was me.
Yeah, I'm becoming more or less, I guess you could say, oblivious to a lot of the happenings around me the older I get, right?
Right.
And it's crazy how much goes on like that, and it gets exposed, and then people just kind of like clickbait, respond to it, post it, and then just move on. Like, yo, bro, that's a real thing. You're not following that. You're just gonna post it so people know what happened. But watching cases like that, it really makes me. I know a lot of kids in the music industry that are really talented or trying to get in. I'd be like, yo, bro, I think now is the age of independence, you know?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, because it's just not a nice game, Aaron, on a spiritual, energetic level.
Yeah. No, and another thing I always say is it's now more like the internet business, where you need to build the business and have it be popular and worth something so you can turn around and be like, all right, I'll sell it to you.
Yeah.
Here's the masters for the first 2 albums that I'll license to you for 10 years. That's $32 million in possible return. And I want 10% retributively, and I want of all hard copy. I want anything that has to do. So you do a reverse 360 thing where you just include everything on licensing, and it cuts both directions so everybody gets money, and that way at the end you're getting paid out, you're getting percentage of the long term, there's ownership rights, and by the time you're done with it, it's like everybody made their money back 12 times. And that's really that's the new age of licensing, you know, where it used to not be that way.
You would make a killing in a high level fight game, man.
Call me in, bro. Call me. You know how long I've been settling shows, man. Like a lot of people, forget that you know and I learned how to settle shows when you had to settle a show. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and imagine this, Aaron. This is where I'm at in my stage of this business. I just finished like a straight 1-year persona building program for a bunch of guys.
Oh, sick.
Where I made them make sure that they did things like listen to commentary, watch classic fights, give mock interviews. This is all after training and stuff like that. So they're already tired, so they have to snap in, you know?
Yeah.
And it's crazy. First, the biggest hurdle was literacy, man. I was like, what the fuck were you guys doing in school? And then when I had to explain the difference between persona and reality, it blew their mind. It was like telling someone that wrestling didn't exist.
Wait,
or it wasn't real.
What do you mean? The difference between persona and reality? Like, tell me about this, because this is something fascinating I've only been finding recently. I feel like the past 25 years, people have been forgetting all of these very introspective things that we've practiced in the past 100 of getting to know our id, understanding our human behaviors, becoming more accepting of our oddity and our, just our random nature, how there is some individual thing about every single person. This is in the 90s, was all of that of like, oh shit, every single person is their own. Oh damn, we can't all be the same. All that shit failed in the 50s. It failed again in the 80s. It's just not fucking working. Let's just all, go our own way and be cool and be nice to one another, or at least accept that there's a couple of assholes over there. We know who they are. I mean, I feel like that's what we got out of the 90s. We came into the 2000s. I feel like with the hip hop generation, I felt like that was working. It seemed like all of us were getting it, and then suddenly now it's as if there's a disconnect with all of it, like a rejection of like, I don't want to know myself. All that shit is hoo-ha. I don't want to hear that. That's some bullshit. But you know what? I'll listen to Destiny 8 hours a day.
Yeah, it's because like, consequences consequences are different now all across the board for everything. Am I wrong?
Sorry. Hassan, true. They're totally different. Or XQ. I'll listen to XQC for 8. Forget Destiny. At least Destiny makes sense sometimes. I don't agree with him even when he makes sense, or isn't deflecting or red herring or whatever the fuck he's doing. Hassan, okay. Political wish-washy. You know, there's always been somebody like Hassan out there. Stochastically or whatever you want to call him, you know, they're terrible. Like, the kids are freaked out because he's a socialist, except he's rich, so they don't even get it. Which is funny because, of course, he's socialist. He's rich. Kids, he doesn't. Never mind. I'm not going to explain it.
Don't do it. Don't do it to yourself.
It's not worth it. It hurts. No, the one that freaks me out is XQC with 42 to 48, sometimes 56,000 people watching him, like a TV show. And I don't even know what to make of that thing, you know? And I say that thing because it's like watching a ghoul for me.
Right. I remember telling these kids, I was like, growing up, before competitions, I would listen to a lot of Ric Flair, the wrestler.
Yeah, you're telling me this. It's a good person to listen to, too.
And because of his how emboldened he was, how confident, how fly, how flashy. If I could slap that on my hard work and martial knowledge, I now have a product, you know? But I also have to know that there's a line where that product has to stop. Point blank, period. I'm not gonna go to the grocery store and start acting and talking like Ric Flair. That's crazy. Also, if somebody was talking to me about like the 4 horsemen of death, like politics, religion, sex, and immigration, I'm not gonna talk in my Ric Flair persona. I'm not going to say these sensational things to get a rise out of you just to fuck with your emotions. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Because I know how to sell a product. And so from doing that with the business, man, and watching different things, you start learning that first off, lawyers and promoters, we all know they're the same guy.
Yeah, they are. Oh my God, why are they always the same fucking guy? Like, they end up I don't even want to get into it. No, that is a thing. That is a thing.
I could see like a whole social media network that's just lawyers, promoters, and used car salesmen for sure.
Bruh. Wait, hold on a second. Lawyers, promoters, used car salesmen, and people who own rehab centers.
Oh no, don't do. Oh yeah.
There's another couple subsets to that, but they're yet real niche. Specifically, owners of other people's copyright royalties. Oh, I just knocked you out. That's weird. Hold on a second. I just knocked you out the States. That was weird.
Yeah. I always watch out for those people because they never take their mask off. They never take their mask off, you know? They always, you there, Aaron?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I lost you on screen. I see. I can hear you. Yeah, they'll always be like say you go to your promoter, local promoter for whatever fight you're fighting. You say, I gotta pull out, man. My mom died. You'll be like, oh man, I'm so sorry to hear that, baby. You sure you can't come back? You sure you can't just take a couple days off?
Oh man,
like, yo, my mom died. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. He didn't even hear what you said. All he heard was, I can't be there.
Right. So when I started hearing these, when I hear a lot of these content creators, yelling from their personas, they're not able to hear anything anybody else is saying critically. They don't give a fuck at all. They all, like you said, they already have a script, a narrative, a direction they're going to push, and they're going to ride that, as scintillations as it might be, to the fucking views and shit.
Let me challenge you to something that I've come to find out very recently. They aren't personas, and they aren't characters. They are IRL who they are. They're only thin masks of social or parasocial expectation. And I say this because when I pull up my argument essentially to challenge their belief systems when it comes to Merck, there's a streamer out there named Merck. She's actually a preschool teacher. which I think is hilarious. And she gets the game. When I say she gets the game, she has a lot of personal emotional problems, apparently, that she shared right off the bat. Kind of as a like, I'm never gonna let you dox me. Here's my real fucking name. Here's my real shit. Here's what's really gone down with me. Except I'm a preschool teacher and yada yada. Okay, boom. I've done something similar. I'm not gonna let you take anything away from me. It's the yes and quickness of here's all the things that you could possibly hurt me with, and I'm owning them. I'm not just owning them, I'm putting them out there face forward, so like it's done. What are you gonna do? Try it.
Right.
And her persona she started with was essentially mirroring Destiny's behavior. Salacious, using the N-bomb, using all the slurs she could, while she's acting crazy in like a Furby kind of a character playing video games. Essentially what she did, I saw some of the videos. She is playing the worst possible characters of all the streamers in one person. I think it's brilliant. She's just an ultimate bad guy.
Smart.
And she's being disgusting. To a point where it's like, are you kidding? She can't, I didn't believe her at all for the moment. And she's also wacky, and she's not quite as eccentric as my persona, but I got immediately that she's being naturalistic, and it's fucking with the crowd to the point where they're just angry at her. Burn her. They're like, burn the witch. And the more that they're screaming, burn the witch, the more she does this. I don't know. No, I don't know why you want to burn me. What's the matter with you people? It's really amazing what she's done. And she went on Not So Erudite. I highly advise you to watch it and just look at the chat. And it's really about the chat. I think she watched the Thorpes and was like, okay, I get this. I get this. I'm going to just do this I'm going to do this as a woman. As a woman like a cosplayer woman video gamer Destiny. And just be disturbing and like say the wrong shit and say I'm BPD and she's everything, by the way. Every shade the comedy is she's like yeah I'm when she's memeing, she's literally like saying some shit that's impossible, and everybody's like oh damn, and the kids will just keep repeating it back and forth to each other, which makes it real. And by the way, this is no different. She nailed it on the head. This is no different than what we were seeing in these other. You're not over there in Speakeasy's world, but you don't even want to really know about it. But you see it in the Black Manosphere, where somebody will say some shit in chat. Somebody will repeat it up on the panel, ask if that's true. Somebody in chat will repeat it, yeah, I heard that's true. Somebody else on the panel will say, I saw that on a video. Next thing you know, in the next video, it's like, oh, did you hear that this is what happened? And nobody will bring a receipt. Somebody will bring some anecdotal shit, that seems true. In this other world, it's even worse. They'll promise receipts and just never show up with them. And so it's all just like hearsay. Right. And sensitively so. But in any case, I get off tangent. But these are the things that are propagating, both in personality, intention, idea, and she just played right off of it. It's really kind of magical. In the Not So Erudite thing, she knew exactly how to hit Erudite because Erudite doesn't have a suspension of disbelief. And I found it really telling because her chat doesn't either. And then she went on. There's been a bunch of reviews and stuff like that. I can't remember who else she went on, but she pissed somebody else off. But everybody reviewed the Not So Erudite thing. And I started having this conversation when I'd see people reviewing it, saying, you guys realize she's playing a character, right? No, she's sick. No, she's ill. Everybody's got a psych degree, apparently, online.
Yeah, everybody wants to, microanalyze and shit and, pick people's psyches apart, and they don't even know themselves. It's crazy to me.
Well, that's another portion of No, Jumi, I correct you. They do know themselves because they've been, they've been told that they have BPD or that they have autism or that they have the X, Y, and Z, which could very well be. And I hope people take care of themselves, by the way. Mental health is real. But so is honesty to the self.
Right.
And others. But so is understanding the difference between real and not real, which also plays into honesty. And people online seem to forget that. Yeah. And the messaging is lost in all of it. And it becomes this game of how real can I be while just bullshitting. And then people get upset when people start actually lying. Well, you're not giving people a chance to be a character because you can't take it if they are a character, because then you want to burn them like at the stake. And this is the thing this is where fascism of mindset comes in, man. And what you're talking about jumping to the easiest choice, fascism is the laziest of all the choices, whether it be socially or politically, because it relies on you giving in to something that suggests it's going to care for you but controls you.
Right.
And so there's a lot of this going on. And I'm sorry, I've just been gone on a tangent, but it's just been a thing the past couple of days where I've been kind of talking about this and seeing the responses. I'm a little shocked at some of the people who've been telling me, like, I don't get it. If you're here streaming, you're talking about politics, you're talking about anything, you should just be, why are you playing a character? And I actually even said to somebody, all due respect to this person, who I'm not going to name them because I don't want to make beef, but we had our back and forth. I disagree with them full-heartedly. That I said, do you really believe that the anchor man on the news walks off the set and behaves the same way? Does that make him a liar? Well, what are you talking? No, the anchor man, and he literally said something like, the anchor man isn't lying. I mean, he's not acting. I'm sorry. Have you watched Mike Wallace like I have? Because I don't know if you know. I don't know if you notice the way I was reading this evening, or how the cadence of my voice is. But if you think that I'm speaking like this on a regular basis, you're a fucking moron. Yeah, like out of your mind. Out of your mind. And this is the disconnect that I'm talking about.
Yeah. There's a lot of disconnect too. One thing I've noticed in my side of the game is guys who don't know how to let go, so they hold on to those personas. So it's like they're wearing a wilted suit, Oh
shit!
It's like take that shit off, bro. We see it, And if you just say, oh man, fuck it, I'm gonna tell him that shit looks goofy, and you're the guy that does it, you shatter the world, everybody's mad at you, why'd you do it? But I'm like, why would you let this person walk around goofy like that? And that's when I realized, like, I'm not down with hive mind thinking. I'm not down with if I see something that's strange, I'm gonna probably be like, that's strange, instead of just walking by, like,
Yeah.
But a lot of people are afraid to do that because of fear of backlash. And I'm like, bro, if more people actually did that, it'd probably be a better place, or less bullshit would get ran by us or accepted. And I hear what you're saying on fascism, because it is getting easier to accept hate and to be desensitized towards actions of hate or violence or even government fucking weird shit, because it's easier to just keep going, just never mind, head down, keep your head down, keep working type shit. And that's when weird shit happens, man, or stuff happens, like sorry, went off on a tangent there, but yeah, people need to, like you say, look up, man. They got to wake up, and if 2 + 2 = 17, all of a sudden you're like, well, how the fuck does it equal 17?
Okay, thank you. That is a conversation I literally was having in chat. Had to explain that definition is what it means so that we both understand the same thing, right? Locution is the local colloquial usage of words definable by that colloquial locution, meaning that you and I know that meaning between us in this local area. But definitions, by its definition, comes from a generally agreed upon term, not colloquial, not local, not locution. Locution being like, like even the term brother Jumbi. Brother, it would be a locution. If you were in Africa and you say brother, they'd be like, is that your brother? I don't understand.
Right.
I know that has a locution to it, or a meaning that is not specific to the word that we imply, because of cultural understanding, not because that's what the fucking word means. And there seems to be this really weird need to have to argue definition that is standardized. It's as if literally now, and I think this constantly, people want to redesign the wheel.
Oh yeah, I think that redesign is starting with censorship and revisionism of history at the adolescent levels. Straight up, bro. And that's where it's starting, man. They're starting to switch the way these kids see the world through history, art, literature, math. They even switch math.
Yeah. No, math is tripping me out as far as like the way they've are you talking about the squares and the visual formats of the math?
Yeah.
I've seen that.
It was funny to me because I know the answer to the equation, right?
Yeah.
And I know about 4 to 5 different ways throughout 37 years of living to get to that same answer, right?
Yeah.
But now I have to re-explain to you in a different manner, brand new, at an early age, this new type of math.
Yeah.
And mind you, there was a pandemic, so all these kids are in school. Or were in school, they were at the house. And you know how attention spans were. So it's like, oh, they dumb these kids completely down. Slaves are indentured servants all across the board. Don't get me started about Texas history, because the Alamo won everything.
No,
apparently.
Everything about the Alamo is wrong. Yeah, no, that's actually, I've known that shit for a long time. Because I read as a kid the letters. There's a book of letters of what's going down in the Alamo and what's going on outside of the Alamos. And I don't remember the name of the book. I have it somewhere in my library. I'll have to grab it out. I was so fascinated with it because it really talks about from the inside. There's a gun battle going on, and somebody's like, "Dear Martha, the guns are raging around us." It probably didn't sound that way, but that's what I imagine. That kind of thing. Like, bro, are you really dipping the pen in the quill? Are you taking your time? What is going on? But yeah, folks were writing letters back and forth, and then there's also newspaper articles from Mexico, not the U.S., from Mexico in this that explains, like, somebody standing there writing the article, going, telling you what's happening. They don't care whether the Mexicans or the Americans are winning so much as they're like there to report the mayhem.
Right.
And yeah, there was a lot of cowardice. There was a lot of
backhanded shit.
Yeah. I mean, like, there was a whole section where apparently they opened up the doors in the back and let a whole bunch of the people that are supposedly there at the end, but they let them out. And then a bunch of the low-level folks were stuck inside. And yeah, they also, it's not everything they say. But you know what it's called? You know what? There's a name for this. It's called the noble lie.
Yeah.
And the noble lie is actually necessary for the greatness of a nation, I've read. For the fact that there has to be some smoothing of the edge.
Like the idea that the indigenous and the explorers had this beautiful gala of pleasantries.
Of course, Thanksgiving.
Pocahontas was just so endowed.
She was awesome. She was totally down for everybody. I'm sure she was super down.
And another one that kills me, being from like a West African and West Indian culture, is mermaids. How they see mermaids, and how they write mermaids and shit. Because where I'm from, if you see a mermaid, fam, you're like one step away from death.
No, yeah, I was gonna say, if you see one, I think it's the same rules as when you walk into a room where it's covered all floor to ceiling in plastic.
It's over, bro.
It's over. It's already done. I had a mentor, by the way, who told me, bent nose and a 22 bullet on his optic nerve, and he said to me, if you walk into a room and there's plastic floor to ceiling and you look around, you're already dead. All right? Okay. Cool.
Right.
He literally said it to me like that, like in passing, like, "Oh, by the way, if you didn't know."
Right. Yeah, I would tell this story later in life, but I had a scenario like that happen to me, which is probably one of the wildest moments of my young life, is when I realized how close I was to oblivion, and people don't realize sometimes that all you gotta do is take that wrong step, man, and that's it. And but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
Sorry. Revisionism is really one thing that's fucking with me right now as a new dad and somebody who likes history, because I like I always tell people the most metalist things in existence is always going to be history and nature. If you want to see some real shit,
come on.
You want to see some raw shit?
No, we were just watching. We were just watching the other night. I'm sorry, on Easy's channel, he was showing. I can't remember the guy's name. I'm subscribed to him. He was on TikTok for a long time, but he does natural animal stuff, and he called the hippo oh my god, obese horse murderer, or like he called it was obese water horse murderer or some shit like that. It was some like. Homicidal water, homicidal it was like homicidal water horse or some shit like that.
Yeah, it was like homicidal water horse. Yeah. Those and like but yeah, looking at history, especially how they rewrite it, they always rewrite it towards the people that they did the worst shit against, you know?
Yeah, sure.
And like I know there's a lot of conversations about like different types of reparations that have been had and the reasons why, and then you get into people comparing traumas and shit, right? But I always call it the watcher approach, right? I always take the watcher approach. I'm like, you can't pay anybody a hero in this scenario, because if we're going by like biblical terms, those angels were fucking those humans. So they were just there to clean up their fucking mess, guy.
Hey, if you're gonna really be real about this shit, the reason that the whole stories of the demigods came into play at all, whether you talk about the Hindus or the Greeks, it's because the angels were coming, or the heavenly bodies were coming down and getting their wherewithal with the physical mortals. You know, and whatever that means. I mean, and that's where you get all these demigod stories. You know.
And that, it always messes me up about Western religion and how much they hide about the occult and paganism and all the things that they practiced. They always clue you in with shit. Always clue you in. It's kind of like a serial killer. Always has to let you know it's him, kind of type shit. Oh yeah. But one that kills me is if you follow the story of what happened after the fallen came and had to fix up their bastard children. And realized it was too much. The flood happened, supposedly, right? And so then you get into later Western religion. A common term we hear is "wash your sins away." And then when I heard those two stories, I was like,
"Oh shit!" Dun, 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 dun. Hey, and when we talk about this stuff, by the way, and I'll bring it back actually to what we were talking about before, the suspension of belief and the character of the people not being able to the fact that people want a quick fix for things that are complex, nuanced. They want things to be binary. The fascist mindset that comes out of that. I mean, we are really talking about an evolution in a small group of people. And I just read an article, by the way, today of 200 million people that can't get offline. And it's about streamers. And I think the application of like what I started with Aldous Huxley, where we can have technology, but we let it get out of control for ourselves.
Right.
We don't have good regulation, self-regulation over the usage of it. And we don't see the powers that be, in most cases, how they would wish to use it against us. And so we tend to buy into those systems because we want to, like you were talking about, be included in them. It's so much easier than fighting, doing what you or I would do, which is to walk up and be like, brah.
The fuck is that?
Yeah, what are you doing? And that, even Easy was showing videos last night, which I love these things because it's all about bias and inclusion or exclusion, in-group, out-group, but how people, and it's a great example. I wish we showed it to people on tour so they understood for egress and safety purposes. When, say, there's a fire and you're alone in a room and the smoke pours in, you are more likely to run on your own, and there's footage of this, because you instinctually on your own are messaging yourself to say, fight or flight. But when you're in a group, you can see the interaction over and over again. If everybody sits and does nothing,
right,
you'll sit there and do nothing as well. In some cases, one dude's there for 23 minutes in the smoke, dead. 13 minutes, 10 minutes. There's only one guy. He was an artist who got up and was like, I don't know are you guys staying in here? What is going on? Why? No, there's smoke. Guys, everybody get up. And everybody's told to sit and not move in the experiment. And he gets up and finally, just after a couple minutes trying to get everybody out, and he leaves. But that individuality is what I would say, looking repeatedly at images that sell you easy stories, easy outcomes, seemingly perfect images over and over and over a lifetime. I can't imagine it because I didn't grow up with it. And I don't ever want to say these damn young kids, because that's not the thing. I mean, I remember people saying that shit to me. So I'm never gonna I've been there. Point being is that I more feel bad because a whole group of people is just inundated with something that was sold to them full stop, that they have no clue about the difference of. And so when you try to explain it to them, they will look at me or someone, and like we were talking about earlier, try to psychoanalyze because their whole life they've been told they're autistic, ADHD, they're BPD, now they're drug addicted, now they're sex addicted because they looked at porn twice, now they're an addict. Everything now is valor and seeking the attention out of it because you didn't get attention because you were staring at a fucking phone. How easy is it to manipulate someone who lives in fear of what they don't know and how they can fall? Now, this is something I want to ask you. Are you seeing boxers who are afraid to get hit?
Oh yeah. And I personally, I blame I call it the Mayweather effect. We don't have a lot of fighters anymore. We have a lot of athletes and models. And so what happens is you'll get a high level athlete that wants to be a model or actor or a rapper or whatever. And instead of going to art school, learning an instrument, learning how to draw anything, he says, I'm gonna fight. And then from there, I make it to a big show. And then from there, I quit and do something else. Bro. And what you see now is a lot of guys going in there and they're running through picked opponents. Shout out guys like Andrew Tate. They do it too. He did it his whole career. They'll fight an opponent they know they're better than just so they can get the content, the footage to post and build their hype. Yeah. Me personally as a coach, when I was a fighter, I tracked those guys down like Dexter, legitimately, because my thing was if you're gonna have that much exposure, and this is like mid 2000s to 3 years ago, so like 2005 to like 3 years ago, if you're gonna get all this media exposure where it's hard to get it, you're going to be put on a level to where you're automatically golden ticket and I'm B-side, right? I'm going to do everything in my power to expose you when the cameras are on. And that's why I liked fighting, because I could do that legally. That was my job, so it gave me, that was my motivation, was to see if
what a way to do that too, by the way, because that is an action of like, who the winner is. Nobody can walk away and go, no, I mean, his point about no. Dude was on the ground bleeding, his face is broken, and he was crying. And he may have hugged you, but he limped over to hug you.
And to your point, they'll my favorite thing is, and this is why I retired from mixed martial arts. I got to a point to where you could beat a guy up and they had more influence over the state that you were in, because of social media and stuff. So you can beat a guy up, and if you don't finish the job, like lay him out, then he'll win a weird decision. Or because he cried enough on social media, it got turned over. Things like that. So it ruined the fight sport, mixed martial arts wise, for a lot of the fighters, but it turned into a business. Yeah, that's why here's what happened. It's happening. Like guys like Jake Paul, although he has progressed in boxing, he's still not boxing boxers. The only boxer he actually boxed was the Fury brother, and he beat him. But he's boxing guys who aren't proficient in boxing in a boxing arena and beating them because they shouldn't be there. Just because I was because I was a champion swimmer. I'm a great basketball player. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like everybody who fought Butterbean ever?
Right. It's the same thing. And I always tell guys it's Butterbean and the pickup artist and the ITT tech guy all the time on YouTube. It's Butterbean, some dude beating up some guy he's better than. You got the ITT tech black guy. Hey, wake up! You need to do this now. Make a change. Meanwhile, he's feeding you sponsors and he lives with his mom type shit. You know?
Yeah.
And then you see it. It's just fake, but it has ruined a lot of the authenticity in the sport to where a lot of the veterans can't just retire. We have to come back and kind of like gatekeep and manage, and just so we keep the tradition going, because that's what's dying. Because LA has a strong tradition of fighting.
Yeah, true. And a lot of people miss that, actually, that LA has a number of different traditions of fighting, both in the martial arts traditions, where there's some real niche random like Sansu specialists in town and shit like that, where
Bruce Lee set up shop in Los Angeles.
Yeah, exactly.
People don't know that, and like this is a mecca for martial arts, but it's turning into a horse and pony show because it's a business.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah,
and there's definitely a lot more boxing rings than there used to be specifically, but the good ones used to be in downtown, or I know there was one in San Fernando. I know there's a
Hollywood Park Casino.
Yeah, Hollywood Park Casino. Yeah, well, if you're actually like competing, you get to go there. Which someday offline I'll have to tell you how a place I worked was owned by somebody that has a lot to do with the Hollywood Park Casino, actually.
Wow.
While I mean, like before it was turned back over.
Right.
They owned the club that I was working at for a period of time. They invested, I should say, because I don't think they could own anything. I don't know. I don't think they owned it. I think they invested, and it was. Anyways, I'll tell you the rest of it all offline. But it's. It's a very interesting thing, because there's like it was one of those things where after I was working, somebody was like, "Oh yeah, oh yeah." So really? Oh shit. It's amazing.
Yeah. It's amazing.
It's amazing how that stuff goes down. Man. But it really truly is an impactful thing when you realize that there's a generation of people and more being affected by the ideas that you can bullshit your way around, to the point where like they're literally getting in a ring where there has an outcome where you're going to fucking feel that outcome.
Yeah.
Now
you're gonna feel it.
That sense of, I guess, egotism or something, I don't know, or ability to deny or deflect or just disconnect, that's powerful if people are fucking doing that shit.
And you got to know that the thing that's scary about that is being marched in there, someone's guiding that missile, man. And that's craziness to me, you know? But when you say fascism, it is a form of fascism. I see a lot of these guys, they want that. I want to make it to the show. I want to make it to the show. I want to make it to the show, that they'll do whatever it takes to get to the show, which is usually avoiding everything they know is right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or how it's supposed to go. And it's just, it's wild, man. And even how to the point of like faking intervisionism, even how now at 37, I couldn't imagine. I'll just paint it this way. Imagine if Martin Luther King magically got to come back for like 6 hours and he looked at how people used his story to push their narrative.
Are you kidding, man? That is a man who was already getting pissed in the days before. Because of the way things were being misrepresented immediately and being used against him.
Right.
And even I got to add, by the way, because I if you go back a couple months ago, I was doing those debate review things. I have one of those debates where it's I have the like one time that Martin Luther King and Malcolm X talked directly.
I was watching.
Okay, you saw that one, and then the rest of the debate is Malcolm X and Farmer, the guy who did the bank loan stuff, the dude who was actually in charge of the pre-NAACP, the organization that did the marches, and I can't remember the other gentleman's name. All highly educated leaders of the community at the time, but it's 1963.
Oh, wow.
And so it's pre-everything. They're just talking about what they want to do. And they're at a table on NBC with a white host. So it's very interesting in that the dynamic, the host himself, he actually says at the beginning, I don't know if you remember this portion, but he actually, current day, makes an appearance to say, look, when I look back on this, I'm embarrassed for a couple reasons. One, because the amount of smoking that we're all doing in this video is crazy. That's the first thing he says, which I'm over here like,
yeah, you see me.
Yeah, you know, but he and then he says, and also the fact that he didn't push back or question a number of things because he was too concerned about what he would look like. And he says now he would never do this. Now he would have approached it in a completely different manner and been more prepared for what they were going to talk about to drive the conversation. And instead, he felt it was his job to just stay out, which is essentially what he does, except for a couple of small points. And he actually says, I wish I hadn't done that. I wish I'd asked a lot of questions that had poked the conversation further.
So people could get a wider spectrum.
Yeah. It wasn't that he wanted to interject himself, but that he realized that he could have added to the conversation. And he is admitting with a humble way of saying, I didn't do that because I was pressured by my own sense of self. And that's something. That is something to be said. You know, and mind you, there's a lot to the situation, but it was his show. He is the host, and he basically kind of stayed out of it. And I think in a certain perspective, it says a lot about the expectation of the group outside watching, what he was thinking, what he'd have to deal with afterwards. Because think about that. It's not just like, at that time, it wouldn't have been interjecting. It would have been associating.
He would have been complicit.
Yeah. So that's the other reason why he's kind of apologizing.
Yeah.
Perspective people wouldn't even think of today. We'd think, oh, he wanted something to say in that conversation.
My grandfather would call that being afraid of being complicit, especially in issues like that. He said they're, and I'm gonna say this. I hope I don't want to get you in trouble, but he says they don't want to pay the nigga tax. Because when you're complicit in those scenarios in which they're speaking up or giving pushback against current scenarios, and you're not the same complexion for their protection, you're going to get the nigga tax. They're going to treat you like they've treated those people, but it goes across the board, you know.
I can actually say, by the way, that's a clinical usage of the term in the course of representing a story, that you're not using it in order to make a derogatory term towards somebody else, and you are using it. I can't stop you. Technically, socially, culturally, you can drop it all you want. If I start using it, feel free to reach on through, just knock my fucking face out. I
would. To expound on that too, mind you, I'm talking about the era too, because it was a hard R that was put at the end of that when they caught you helping someone. You know, you gotta pay. You gotta pay the.
It wasn't sir. It wasn't sir. No, it was not sir. No, it was something else. Sorry.
Yeah. So like a lot of people are afraid in those scenarios, and it's not just there's so many different taxes that go across so many different boards when you give those pushbacks. They're expected to be I guess under that like fascist way of thinking, and that's sad, man, because it's like the hive mind is crushing the individuality, like it's strangling it, you know.
It's trying. It's definitely trying. I've already experienced. Okay, so let me just say, Brittany Simon, God bless her. Sometimes I'm like, wow, she's an empathetic, interesting soul. She's got a very interesting viewpoint on the world. she's able nowadays, and I've been watching for her on and off for a long time, just catching her just over the years because she's popped up. So there was a point in time she was one of those few vloggers that was talking about anything interesting, actually, back in the day. I don't know if you know who this is.
A little bit, not well versed, but enough to follow you.
Okay, so she has an interesting take on interpersonal or personal growth and these things called bubbles. She calls them bubbles and bubbles of growth. I don't agree with any of it, to be frank with you. I see where she's talking about, but it's a very limiting thing. That also is a philosophical thing. I'm more Lao Tzu. I'm fucking surfing on the grass. You know, I mean, like, the wave of life, whatever. I actually had a conversation, and I'm just saying this as a polarity explanation or a description, at least, between the two of us of that. She's got a set idea of what growth and personal ideation is, and she's described it very distinctly. I hear what she's saying to people. It seems kind of confusing. It seems kind of very self-focused or solipsistic to me. And in the chat, I actually found out when she was covering the same video of Not So Erudite and Merc, that she too was having the same problem as another streamer. Okay, I'll say it. Tomfoolery. He was having a hard time, God love him, with the fact that anybody streams playing a character and is that disgusting or characteristic. And this fascist thing of, I don't get it. It's cringe. It's cringe because I don't get it. I don't get, why would you do that? You know what I mean? Yeah. And that approach to this person in particular, and I understand why, that it's disgusting what this chick is saying.
Right.
It is. No defense on that. But I don't know if y'all remember, I don't know if anybody in the audience remembers, but Jim from Taxi?
Yeah.
He was disgusting too. So was what's his face behind the counter? Hey, come on, so you know what? What's his Danny DeVito?
Al Bundy too.
Al Bundy.
So that was a comedy, but he was a nasty motherfucker, boy. Al Bundy was going off.
Terrible. Archie Bunker.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. People don't. It's funny that we can connect on those things. Obviously, you're a bit older than me, a little bit older than me, but I have to. I grew up listening, watching, and I can see those archetypes in people on these streams, and I can go back like, look at this fake Archie Bunker, and then some of my age will be like, who's that?
Who's that?
They'll be like, who's that? I'll be like, oh my God, bro, what did you watch on TV?
No, they didn't.
But
they didn't. Don't forget, there's a lot of people when you're here who have cultivated a culture that is from the video game, streaming, Twitch, and they're old enough or young enough, even if you're in your 30s, just a little younger than you, where your whole life, man, from everything that you remember, could very well be holding a device in your hand,
right,
watching a show that's developed just for you.
Right.
Now, it hits me very, very much at home in this conversation because one of the things that'll always stand out to me in my memory of the Digitour 2010 was a 12-year-old child who right now it would be, 12 in 2010, so they are 13 years, they're 26 now, 25. They're an adult. They got a job, they got maybe a kid, they got a car, they got an apartment at least, where we hope, something. Just getting out of college maybe, or maybe I hope for the best for this person. Seemed like a smart kid, he was going someplace. They're very honest. He looks to the camera as we're interviewing him on his way out the door at the El Rey Theater. It was Mystery Guitar Man, Carmen, and Gregory Brothers, Epic Rap Battles, A History, and Nice Peter doing his own shtick, like all the great YouTube early stuff, and there's more that I'm forgetting that I know. Oh, Dave Days played that show. I don't know if you remember Dave Days, but he was a big YouTube guitar player, rock and roll dude. And on the way out, we're interviewing kids, and I remember standing there watching the interview staff interview this kid, and they go, "What'd you like about the show?" And he goes, "I didn't know it was real." And the interviewer, Bam Bam Joey, actually is you can find Bam Bam Joey's YouTube page. I don't know if this interview is anywhere, but he was the one doing the interview. He goes, "What do you mean you didn't know it was real?"
Right.
And the kid goes, "Well, it was on TV, so I didn't know it was real." And it took a little prodding of like, what exactly do you mean you saw it on TV? But I mean, you didn't think that there was somebody doing that? And he goes, "No, it just never, he basically said it never occurred to him that those were real people, those were real things."
Yeah.
Now imagine you grow up that way without ever going to a show or concert that puts that into perspective. Everybody you see,
right. Yeah.
You will take face value from that point forward or not. And there's a duality to this that is discounting anything you see while at the same time expecting it to be perfectly real. Which is why I've come to realize somebody like Brittany Simon responded the way she did to me when I'm talking to her in chat. And she was actually having a conversation with me, which I totally appreciate, by the way, if she ever watches this stuff. And I actually did. I think why she talks to me is because I tweeted her once and I apologized for my bad take, which I still left up on a video with a very funny thumbnail, by the way, that I did in AI anyways, it's really funny. But I tweeted at her, or I wrote to her a message saying, "Look, I want to just apologize. Here's this video I did. It's purely just in fun of YouTube, but it's a bad take. And I just want to say I saw another video that made me feel like it was a bad take." Never got a response from her, and I realized why. She says in the stream while she's actually interacting with me, it's not the first time she's done this in stream in the chat, like said my name and pointed me out and gone back and forth with me because I'm saying some challenging shit. Where it's like, are you really thinking X, Y, and Z? Or do you really, I really ask her questions. And the response this last time was, in response to me saying, "Do you think that she's not acting? Do you think Merck isn't putting on a character? Do you think that she's not actually performative? And if this were a movie, would you be calling the actors liars?" Because I'm starting to think that you folks don't know the difference between real and not real. And I dropped my line about the suspension of belief, And she actually said to me, and this is why I've told this whole long build up to this, "I don't feel comfortable with the way you think. I don't know how to deal with it. I don't understand it." Which I thought was very honest. Most people would never be able to base it out of "I don't fucking get you.
Right.
I don't just not get you. I don't understand the way you think. And you know what? The way you think makes me feel a little uncomfortable. It makes me feel a certain way." And it's I was like, "Oh, wow, I get you on that. I feel you." I'm thinking to myself a lot of different processes at that moment, why, what, well, okay, I understand. Well, I'm challenging a whole basis of behavior and perception and all sorts of stuff. So when you're giving somebody who has built their life around this expectation, like a push, a nudge, that just is basically saying, all the shit you really are absolutely sure is real. That one right there that you're looking at, pointing fingers at, I'm telling you right now over here. And I remember I did this with the Thorpes too. I don't know if I told you about it. I broke a couple people a couple times with the story about the Thorpes. In fact, Dave and I went into somebody's chat in a stream once, and she was almost all the way there in full belief of what we were telling her, and then she just pulled all the way back when the chat said, no. The group pulls you back because people are afraid to disagree.
Right.
And in this case, the person I was talking to, though very gracious about it, said, "I don't feel comfortable with the way that works. I don't understand how that thinking works. And although I know you're earnest, I don't know if I can go into this conversation anymore because I'm getting uptight. And I literally watched her go like this, bro. This is one of the funniest things she did. As when she was I don't understand. Oh, you can't see. Hold on a second. Let me present real quickly. I forgot I dropped the present. Here we go. Two seconds. There we go. Get in here. Oh, what did I do? I'm just pressing buttons now. I'm just clicking buttons. I was expecting it to, oh, now it's gonna, to pop up in the same space. Hold on a second, why is it?
Yeah, I see you. I see your thumbnail.
Oh, it's frozen on me. Hold on a second. There we go.
I see
I've got a choice.
now.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh, let me focus for some reason it, there we go. Now you're back, and now, hold on a second. It's being slow on me. Okay, now it's giving me a set. There it is. Yes. It's going to give me a little wackiness. Oh, this is what she did, basically, though. Oh, my God. By the way, the timing on this shit is amazing. I can do so many weird things, by the way, with this. I can, like, dance with myself. I can also make faces that change. Watch
That's
this.
crazy.
This is amazing. Anyways, so yeah, I'm talking to her, and here I'll get rid of the double up for a real quick second. Where the hell am I doing here? In fact, there it is. Sorry. All right, so yeah, I'm telling her, and she says, I don't even know. I just don't feel comfortable with the way you think, and I don't understand it. Something to that extent, we'd have to go back in the video to check it. But she literally, when she says it, she goes like this.
Oh, that's creepy.
Like she gets up in her chair and changes position into a closed body position, and it's one of those, like super tell of. I felt kind of bad, to be frank, because I know I must have pressed a little button there. I got through. But it was more than that of like, oh, wow, I see how truly uncomfortable that fucking made her. Like that was weird in the sense that like, wow, how far in your own, I guess, sense of self, or I don't know, man, closed off, limited by the group, limited by your understanding. I don't even know, because she's a smart lady. She's been through a lot. She's changed a lot. She reviews her own fucking like videos of herself. You know what I mean? Which I think is really smart. Most people don't ever like go and react to their own videos of like, she goes back 12 years and goes, let's see what Brittany was talking about 12 years ago. And we'll sit there and be like, oh no, Brittany. Oh no. Like she's funny. She's really funny. I actually want to see UNHINGED do that too, but I don't think UNHINGED said anything different the whole time. But you know what I mean? Is like, but the point being is that I am starting to be shocked about the great minds, these very solid, inspirational. I even asked her in that stream, by the way, well, this isn't a book, right? And I knew it wasn't. But I said, and she said, oh no, I haven't written any books. And I was like, you should write a book. Her shit is so perfect for like self-help. It would be perfect. Yeah. It's exactly something simplified in a lot of senses. She already has it written out. I've seen it online. Like it's larger than a pamphlet for certain. It's definitely a book. It's not psychology per se, and it's accessible in thought. So it would drive a conversation either way. There's plenty of other people with self-help books about crystals you put up your bum. So why not that shit? And you know what I mean?
Right.
So I saw
a meme recently. You mentioned crystals. It was hilarious. It killed me. It was a guy wakes up in hell, and it's supposed to be the voice of the devil saying, hey, show the guys what you brought to protect me, or protect yourself from me. It was a bunch of crystals, and all you hear is all the demons laughing.
Yeah.
Down, man. Oh my God.
True,
That's the
man.
craziest shit to me too, man. Especially I'm West Indian, bro. So I'm like,
oh yeah,
what are you guys talking about, man? Go outside and put those polished rocks down. Oh my God. Well,
Yeah,
go
if,
ahead.
you,
I'm
if
sorry.
you if you saw what I'm putting on my house, like you'd be tripping out because you were talking about angels and stuff, and I've done a lot of, like, in the past decade, a lot of reading and research, I guess you could call it, and just a lot of understanding the Gnostic and also the Goetic demons, aka the angels, you know, and the misunderstandings around the histories and what that stuff is. And I've brought it on stream before. I don't know if I've ever shown you this, but I have placards and things of that nature. Specifically, also, I have visuals I could bring up that the Goetic demons look to me, and they look to my father, who's an electronics engineer and has been his whole life, and they look to my formerly electronics draftswoman mother while I was growing up. So she used to actually do the drafting for electronics printed circuit boards. So she's incredibly versed in all the symbols and stuff, because she'd make it on actually it was called not vellum. Is it vellum? No, it wasn't vellum. It was gosh, I can't remember the plastic sheeting she used to put this stuff on, but she used to do it with little tape and stuff like that, and edging and cutting. I mean, like, amazing printed circuit, and they'd shrink it down, and they'd take an image of it and shrink it down, and that's where you get the printed circuit board from. Back in the day, back in my day, back in the 80s, before computers were doing it for us, you know. And in any case, I got a hold of a number of, and you can find this online, the Goetic demon symbols, and started looking at them, researching them, seeing the different versions of them. And I started seeing this initially on a thing called sacredtexts.com, and which is a repository for esoteric, grimoire, theology, and it's not a hoo-ha site. It's a place started by a theologian and people that are very, very into all of that, and they collect the actual works and correct them. It's like Wikipedia, but for everything weird, you know, when it comes to that stuff. Very seriously, though, if you want to find the Gnostic texts, or if you want to find and read and have the interpretation and look at the original version of anything, the Seals of Solomon, I mean, like all that stuff, grimoires, the Book of the Dead, I mean, really, truly, you keep going, and it goes on, and it's a huge repository of accurate, properly corrected, and peer-reviewed information, and it's like collector stuff. So I started seeing it there. I started reading a lot about it, and the symbols, what they mean, where they're from, who they represent, what the angels are, how the misunderstandings about the dark legion and the angels, and how there's like subsets of angels that have dark legions that run for them, like how Baal is actually, everybody talks about Lucifer works for Baal. Baal runs the dark world. He is the master of all of the armies. And even weirder, here's the thing, forget about the lore of the characters and stuff like that. These are, I've come to believe, metaphor in very strange ways for electronics.
Oh, yeah.
And the reason I say electronics is because the symbols, if you wouldn't mind me pulling it up, pull it up right now, actually. Hold on a second. I'm still on the CIA website. So I felt like they looked like electronic symbols in a printed circuit board, but with, like, over time period, maybe anthropological or like religious symbols of people who had accepted it and added them in, like maybe Celts or, you know, people like that, adding their own little touch to the symbol to make it reference something that people could, see themselves in or whatever, or understand it or see. What's that?
Did you put them up? Because I can't see your thing.
Oh,
Did
not
you
yet.
put them
No,
up?
no.
Because I can't see your
I'm just about to pull it up. So I was just saying that, like, there have been lots of different little adjustments to these symbols over time, but the root versions of them, you can find it on Sacred Text. They're generally the same. I have a plaque in the other room, actually, I'm going to put on the house, that has all of them, have all of the angels and the sub-deities, which are the sub-demons. But the sub-demons are really just like assistants, cherubs, and all kinds of things. But when I say this, I say this in metaphor, because, let me pull this up, sorry.
Right.
Amen, Argos, Aim, Alosis, Amemon. Let me find the images. There we are. Here we are. This is a good version of it too. Good deal. Give me 1 second. And I'll enhance. Give me 2 seconds to make sure it's on the other StreamYard. And the phone vid is turned off. Okay, good. That I don't need that there. And present. Hold on a second. Where'd it go? Where's the video? Oh yeah, because I got the StreamYard. Hold on a second. There it is. Oh shit! I never reactivated this shit. Sorry.
You're cool.
There we are. And I'm about to share the screen. Let me just pop it up there for you. Where's the center? There we go. Oh, it didn't want to go. Oh, there it is.
There you go.
Hold on. Let me pop me out. Oh, ladies, out of the way. Creepy ass twins. Sorry. It's late.
Oh, wow.
Hold on a second. Did it pull it out? Hold on a second. No, put it back in because shit. Oh, there we go. There they are. These are the goetic symbols. Now, these are the Renaissance era versions. You know, so you've got Catholic or Christian symbols associated with them. But let me close in.
There's a lot of that's crazy.
So if you're familiar with electronics at all,
yeah,
what you're seeing, or what I see, is poles at the end of these circles. Those circles are normally where you'd put solder points. These little symbols look a lot, in many cases, like the different capacitors, resistors. Now, some of them are just weird, obviously. When I showed them to my mom and my dad, they both identified many different objects that look like capacitors, resistors, transformers.
You're breaking up.
Oh, sorry. What they were saying, I may have to refresh the page every once in a while, and it'll do that. What they were saying is that these things look like capacitors and resistors and things of that nature. Where you would use these things to draw a computer or an electronic device. Now, we see them with these names.
Right.
But when you talk about who these names and characters are, you come to find out that they all have different powers, capabilities, things you can do with them. Now, some of them are clearly like embellished upon after the fact, right? But the base circle and lines and crosses and hatches, those are the same throughout time. And I'll pull
crazy.
And I'll pull another one of these up. So goetic symbols as the demons. Oh, these are the demons of Solomon. Sorry. So they all also have cryptographic or what are they? You know, all different representations. So when you're looking at a lot of these pictures that are like, you know, strange pictures, you're looking at representations of the Goetia, which is this. And they call them demons, but if you look at the list, they include more than demons. They include angels. And it's rather a misunderstanding.
Right.
Find a clean picture. There's a cleaner picture. There we go.
It's similar to do these? Oh man! So the 72 demon. Just go. And these are the same representations, just in different places, right? Like these represent the same monsters that we were showing previously, the same cryptids.
Yep. They all, each of these symbols has a
no,
representative
it's crazy.
cryptid. And
About this
also,
too, these could
sorry.
Also be
You see the spelling of these things too?
They look like constellations too. You could.
Yes. Yes. There's some of them that actually, like that. Astaroth.
Yeah.
Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to refresh the StreamYard. It looks like it needs a little love. That's on my side. Hold on. Stay where you are. Because StreamYard hates me. It doesn't. It just... Oh, no. See, there, I refreshed it, and it's like, yeah, sure, what's up? Now you can hear me better? Oh, no. It lied. It made it look like I was about to be all good. Oh, my goodness. Oh, man. Mud Crab, I just got raided. What's happening, y'all? When did I get raided? We're looking at the goetic symbols. About to take a big old bong hit. What's up, guys? Hi. The Bears. The Bears. Okay, I gotta get back in the studio. If you guys didn't know, this is Brother Jumbi. Let me get Jumbi up on the stage. As you should all know, this guy's a badass. Kicks people's ass. Well. Hold on a second. Oh, of course, he's just walked out. Here he comes. How's it going? How are the Bears this evening? Easy is awesome. Yes, he is, Jade. I appreciate you all coming in. Thank you for being here. I didn't even notice when this happened. I apologize because I was sitting there talking. Is it like an hour ago and I've just been an ass the whole time? You can tell me. Don't lie to me. Creative Witch, what's happening? Mud Crab, how you feeling? Jade? Yes, I'm hiding off screen. I might or might not have a large glass vessel in my hand. Waiting for Jumbi to come back. We're looking at the Goetia, the demonic symbols. They're not demonic symbols. I believe that these are strange messages from the past, maybe from another time period. Okay, so Junebug, this is. Here, I'm going to pull you back up on the screen. I'll put put us alongside this. I kind of feel like maybe this stuff is left over from like previous human history. Cheers, Jade. I hope you're feeling good. I feel like maybe this information is, one of those things that maybe it's left over from another time period or something. Maybe we're seeing something that's been passed down and misunderstood. You know what I mean? Let me see if I can get you. Oh, yeah, there we go. Now I can get you on the picture. See if StreamYard will let me do it. There it is. Come on, StreamYard. StreamYard, be nice. I pressed the button. It's not being nice. Oh, that's because it didn't want to present. There it is. All right. Good deal. Okay. So what do you think of this, man? What do you think when you look at these things? Yeah, and some art, well, this is what we're saying, Jade, is a lot of these symbols had social or cultural adaptations over time that seem to have been added like this. This
Can
is
you
like
hear
the
me?
medieval. Yeah, I can. Yes, sir. Yes, I can. I can. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't know, this is Jumbi hiding behind the dancers, aka Brother Jumbi, aka teaches boxers how to box and can box. In fact, I definitely want to bring. I definitely.
I can't hear you back here, Aaron.
Oh, you can't? It's because I probably didn't add myself to the show. That would help. How's that? Is that better now that I added myself to the show?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Good deal.
Yeah, I can hear you now. I'm actually looking this up, man. It's very interesting. I gotta talk to you more, man. I gotta get your email off air because you'd be a gem helping me with this graphic novel because your knowledge of like old world occult is crazy. A lot of people don't even want to have that conversation,
Yeah, well, most people are afraid of that shit. Oh yeah, and Creative Witch. I feel like I've ordered something from you before. I feel like I have alchemy and witchcraft books on a USB that are more than 100 years old that I think you would like. I would. Creative Witch. I would. Yes. I really love, we were just talking about sacred-text.com, where I really have spent a lot of my, if I want to find something proper or lead to something more fruitful as far as like truer information, like finding who Bedin was or tracking down Fulcanelli online, which, by the way, Creative Witch, Fulcanelli's on YouTube. But that's another story. We can talk about that elsewhere. I can point to him. His name is Thoth, 9393, and he's a weirdo, of course. I have a book in PDF form I can forward you. Oh, I'd love that. Oh, I love the Norse stuff too, because these are the things, is understanding the way these things have been interpolated or extrapolated into the different traditions, the way they manifest slightly differently, but tell similar stories and mirror one another. I think it's very important to understand all the different perspectives of it. So I love that. I love hearing more of the stories and understanding where and how they apply or don't to one another. And for instance, I'm pointing out, the names of these characters, it says demons, but there are many angels in these. Shan, Sak, Shaks, Shaz, Shas, Sabnak, Savna, Ipsos, Beleth, Visago, Agaris. Now, obviously, Baal is at the top. Now, you notice who's not there? You know what name you don't see? You don't see Lucifer, and you don't see Satan. But you do see Azeroth. And even weirder, as Jumbi was pointing out, Azeroth looks more like a star symbol than the rest of them that seem more electronic to someone like my eyes, where each one of these has a pole that you can attach the other to. And when I shared these same symbols with my parents, I was telling Jumbi this earlier, my mother, by the way, and there is a line, and a fine one, between evil and good, the darkness and the light. These things are really, they're tough because it's easy to get pulled one way or the other, depending on how close to the line you are. That's something else that is dangerous. And some people don't have the protective capability. We were talking about, Junebug was mentioning this earlier. The ability to protect oneself from those things when you're not aware of what may be coming. For instance, when people hear me tell the story that I intend to go to Skinwalker Ranch, I'm not going there willy-nilly. I'm not just going to go out and try a bunch of stuff because I don't know. Let me see what this does. Let me press the button. That would be insane. Right. Not a good idea. It's really something you want to do when you know how to set up a groundwork and make a communication and an agreement, whatever that be. And in any case, the point being is I see these as electronic symbols. And my thought is, and here's my hypothetical, what if these are left over? Because these are ancient. We find these in a Sumerian format as well, which is really one of the earliest formats we find. But what if these things, there's Amen, right, by the way. Amen. And the spelling of Damon. Oh, low battery. Hey, that's what happens. In any case, I find it very interesting that these characters exist for a long time. They look to me to be electronics. When you put them together, they have different sources of power in the metaphors. They have different cryptids that represent them. You know, when you're talking about hiding the story and or giving the meaning that other people would understand if you're an alchemist, that kind of thing. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you, Jade. I will look forward to checking that out. I love that. I actually keep it right here because for the, I don't know if you guys are familiar. Here, I'll turn the camera back on. Where's my camera? There it is. So I'm a big fan of just great books. This is a recent field guide that's been put out that's pretty good on lore and also just on not interjecting itself as an observer in the stories or the lore or the way to dispel or deal with these things, because basically it does it culturally so that you hear the story of the character and you hear the background as if it's real, and then also what people have done to dispel it. There you go. And it's got great footnotes. It's got, but anyways, it's called the Field Guide to Demons, Vampires, Fallen Angels, and Other Subversive Spirits. And I'm a big fan of it in the sense of like, it's just one of those great like field guide books where you open it up and like, oh, look at that. What's that doing? Reason, what is it? The mirrored and small on the phone. Oh, reason, what it is, it's mirrored and small on the phone. Oh, I'm sorry. That's true. Yeah, it's Field Guide to Demons, Vampires, Fallen Angels, and Other Subversive Spirits, actually, by Carol K. Mack and Dinah Mack. I'm sorry, who was an Archangel, Angie girl? Because there are, Michael is an archangel in the story, but the term archangel in itself is a religious term from...
It's wrong.
It's post-Christianity. So it's the implication that there is a side to some of this, whereas it's actually a large battalion of forces that represent a wide scale of actions and capability, and from the dark to the light. It's very fascinating. And by the way, did I miss Easy? I missed Easy or something? I guess it just didn't come in chat. Thank you very much. That was very kind of him to bring you guys over, by the way. I always appreciate that. That's really, really kind. Love the Norse culture. I'm Celtic Wiccan and use some Norse too, as it's closely linked. Absolutely. And fantastic practices as well. Tend to be very grounded, much more green. Oh, Lucifer. So Lucifer is not in here because Lucifer is not a character in the idea of the demons until Christianity puts him there. And where does Lucifer come from?
Right.
Lucifer is fan fiction. Yeah, no. Lucifer is this is the thing is Lucifer is fan fiction. The name Lucifer. Yeah, it's fan fiction. The name of Lucifer, this will get you. Azrael or Astaroth. And look at where Astaroth is. Yeah. In the list. He's 29th. Now, these things, when I point them out as electronic pieces, it's not just about power, it's about transmission flow and where they connect and how they can connect. Some things are capacitors, resistors, transformers, like Visago. Visago is a transformer. Baal? I mean, that's if that's not a capacitor, I don't know what is. I mean, there's some things that look like electronics, just straight up, and just have fancy little things that have been added by the religious believers, or the practitioners after the fact. Hey, oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm eating the cookie, so I got to give her cred.
See that get mean.
I'm sorry. Say that again. I also went off track. They tried to demonize pagan gods. Yeah, what were you saying? I apologize.
70 and 70B. Different. It looks like because the name Sierra. Yeah, they're like Watcher wings or versus regular angel wings. So there was if people knew the lore of what those things, what they were supposed to be or claimed to be.
The seers.
They both had different sets of.
Yeah, you see him with the angel wings? I'm sorry, am I in the way? I'm sorry. I'm in the way. Hold on one second. I'm sorry. There.
No,
that's.
I think we have a.
You broke up. Say that one more time, Juby.
There. Yeah, that was profound to me because of like if you follow. I said it was profound to me because of the lore of like Watchers versus how they split to cover what was going on Earth. Supposedly, if you follow the lore of like the Watchers and Nephilim and all that, so that's pretty interesting.
The Watchers,
there, 70 and 73.
Yeah, the Watchers, yes it is, and anything that did not suit the Christian was labeled demonic, but they use all the pagan holidays. They sure do love the eggs. Yeah, they do. Hell yeah, they're like, oh yes, I will eat your little mushroom guy and make him Santa Claus. Sorry, by the way. No, it's true. What you're saying is there's a lot of, yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of crossover where they just kind of like overlaid. They looked at something, they said, that looks familiar to me. It's closer to my thing. The seers, though, one of the things, the 12 and the seers, and I was talking about this earlier, Ben Rowe, infamous truth teller, how you doing? Harmonic sound, Chematica, oh yes, absolutely, or Cymatica. Exactly, you do know that think Jesus was actually born in whether June or July. There goes Christmas. Oh yeah, no, it was actually August of some. Tom Fuller, what the hell? Hey Tom, what's going on? We're having like really we're having straight up verboten conversation over here. It's awesome. There are literal pictures of demons on the screen, and I'm chewing on a cookie. The fools and the bears in one place. Sassafras, I love you. Vosh, how you doing? Hey Vosh, what's going on? Never expect to see you here. Good to see you though. The fools have arrived. And we are, I'm chewing on a cookie. I'll come back in for a second. Hi! What's going on, everybody? If you didn't know, I'm AronMSound. This is Lookup. Drippy Liquids, John Moe. What's going on, fools? Fools and bears, fools and bears. I started the night talking about MK Ultra, and I read the CIA report on MK Ultra. If you guys want, I'll put it back in the chat so you guys can like peruse it on your own, or go back to the beginning and read the whole damn thing yourself. Raiders Cat, what's going on? Oh, what kind of cookie? I gotta tell you, somebody actually, a very special Fluzzy Bee sent me a package this evening of chocolate chip cookies from Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf, and a drink via the button that says that sends food and stuff. So it was awesome. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, absolutely. Give me 2 seconds. I've been linking it all night long because it's actually on the CIA.gov website in their Intellipedia, and it is quite startling to read. And it goes into great detail, and its footnotes tell you all the other work surrounding it, as well as the books that you can read, the research on it. Yeah, it's pretty wild. That old stuff on MK Ultra, I was basically relating it to some other things that are going on in the world where people are using VR to treat people for, let's say, addiction via exposure therapy, and it's having bad outcomes. And it's the story of Lima Javrovich and Aura Technology, which is a VR program. It's a very nebulous program, and her two twin sisters, which were YouTubers, by the way, who have disappeared, and as they've reappeared, or one of them has, she's not the same as she was in 2018 by any means, and the other one's missing, essentially. And then Amanda Rabb, who passed away while in the care of Aura and Lima, and Bam Margera, who started having seizures after getting in the care of these people and was shuffled around. Anyways, that's a whole story where I started this evening and where I was connected. And now we're totally off rail. Hey, thank you, Sassafras. I appreciate you. The full redacted comments. There's actually nothing redacted in this one, Vosh. This one is a secondary. So the one that I have that's redacted actually would be Senate hearing. But there's also references in this page that you can find at the CIA that takes you to a number of other links that are more important, I would find, more lengthy, including 20,000 pages of financial background budgeting and associated just general day-to-day paperwork, mundane stuff. But if you guys have ever studied this stuff, evil is banal. Just straight up, it's in the paperwork. You'll find crazy stuff in there. And it's amazing how it's just now public. And yeah, chocolate chip cookies. Oh, and you know what? You guys just came in. I'm sorry, Junbi. I'm like restarting the show. You're sitting up there. I apologize. Hang on for 1 second. Oh, by the way,
you're good, man.
Hey, Junbi,
I was actually going to say, I want to catch more of your content. I was going to hop off and watch before I fall in bed.
No, bro. I'm just about to share you. Hold on a second. This audience is about to enjoy what I'm about to show them. Can you send in the chat?
Okay.
The video. You know the video I'm talking about.
Yeah, I have to. Yeah, I'll send it because I'm using my phone. All my other devices are dead. I'll send it when I hop out. I'll throw it in the chat.
Okay, because I want to share. No, it's better if you're up here. Now I need you up here because.
Okay.
I'll be honest. I don't want to let you go for a minute because we're having a good conversation about the demons as well. I don't want to get fully off topic, but it's just a matter that.
Okay.
I want to see your reaction because I've only had you like, and this is good because I've got the. Oh, you know what? I bet you can find this. What I'm talking about here, ladies and gentlemen, is that my esteemed colleague up in the corner just came from a fight where he was actually managing. Oh, sorry. By the way, I can do this in like 4 different ways. Don't tempt me. Actually, I also, if you guys didn't know, hold on a second. Hi. Since you're here, welcome. So glad you could be here. I've got a lot of close-ups. I don't know if you know. Also, I hide behind the picture occasionally. Anyways, let's get back to it. So, totally off real. What am I looking for? I'm looking for something that I looked at like 2 weeks ago. What would it be under, actually? Jumbi teaches people how to fight and has long been a fighter.
No. That's look up. I don't want to dox myself too bad, but look up Jesse Newell versus Chris Cully.
Let me see here. Sorry, folks. I'm looking off to the side. Oh, is it? Image Truth Thriller says, Uncle Aaron, hey, Bonzi, what's going on? Goes deep. Let's go. So much of this is more connected. Oh, yeah. All that stuff. When it comes to the background, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, about the belief systems and the way certain cultural aspects or social cultural aspects have been implanted or imprinted upon other beliefs or other, let's say, important items and misconstrued, forgotten what they were. I think it's happened over and over again. Look at the obelisk. I bet you I spelled it wrong. Ah, there it is. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Yep, I know what you're talking about. There's a channel cleaner called that Surprise Witness and Lima. Yep, that's actually who I've been covering, Infamous Truth Teller. I see that. Awesome. Let me pull this up real quickly. I'm telling you, what I'm about to share with you folks, and I'm going to bring Jumbi back on up in a second, if I'm going to pay for a UFC fight, and I hope you're not sensitive, because we're talking all over the place. Ladies, hide the men's eyes. I know that some people are sensitive in the audience. He's retired now. He's retired now, but he's are you managing or you're coaching? What is the actual term for that, by the way, Jumbi? Am I losing you? Because I'm trying to pull up the... Oh, I see. I see what name it is. Sorry. Jumbi, I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if StreamYard has lost you. But I'm going to hold a creepy pair of twins up. Dia and Dahlia. Oh, yeah, StreamYard said nah. StreamYard said nah. He didn't like me. See? Didn't like me. All right, so let's see if I can pull it up this time. There it is. And thanks for hanging out. So what we're about to watch is my friend Jumbi up here. Oh yeah, you're still here. Good, thank you. Literally changing someone's life. I apologize for the
my friend Jumbi.
And I'm adding myself to the stage so he doesn't have to listen to the. There it is. Yeah, I'm back. Welcome. Hey, man. I got completely kicked there. That was heavy. All right. And this is towards the end, right? It's is that where I find it? Because that'll make the difference.
I have a little bit of a delay from you, but yeah, it's a little bit towards the end. Maybe
oh, I got it now. I
think the fourth round will probably be like the best round.
Okay.
If guys want to see some violence.
Oh yeah. Okay. So just a trigger warning.
The Bama USA cage is home.
Just a trigger warning.
That's I don't know if that's
I believe
that's
that.
art or
Trigger warning.
Better I say no.
If you don't like
as a corner,
violence,
I would.
And you don't want to see Jumbi kick someone's ass,
That's it.
Yeah.
just do
Is that
this.
a corner stoppage or a doctor stoppage?
I have no idea.
We'll find out. Either way, Mike Beltran waves his hands off.
Oh yeah, Infamous, come on up.
Coley gets a TKO.
Absolutely, you're more than welcome to.
Stoppage,
Anybody.
Fourth round of 5, and he wins the Bama USA Featherweight Championship. Let's see some of his handiwork.
I'll tell you this: if you ask Newell right
Oh,
now,
right.
he did not
Hold on a
want
second.
that fight stopped.
By the way, before we get any further, before you watch him absolutely decimate and give this man a new facial, like literally, do you do that as a? Hold on a second. Let me pull you up on the, so we can actually see ya on the StreamYard, and I'll put you on the old full screen there, so we get you. There he is. Yes, sir. So, is this like a service you do on a regular, just to rearrange people's faces, or is this?
No, I was in martial arts as a kid, and I had the opportunity to go professional during an era where it was still pretty new. So, getting to fight, I got a full experience, man. I got to train with a lot of guys who were legends then, legends now. Got to be involved in camps. And that led me to want to learn more instead of compete. Does that make sense? Because I knew at the twilight, I ended up being a coach. So I was like, all right, if I'm going to be a coach at the end of this, which is what I want to do, I need to be, need to experience it all. And so I told my coaches, and we literally fought 3 sports, mixed martial arts, kickboxing, and Muay Thai, which is a way more brutal style of kickboxing. And yeah, man, I just went through the ranks. I just fought my ass off for almost 2 decades. And then I told myself I retire at 35. And right before I turned 35, I had my last bout. I was like, that's fun. That's enough. I had fun.
Is this the last one, or was there another? And what happened in the last fight?
There's probably between 3 sports, man. There's probably like 16, 17 more fights. I'm just now getting to the point of posting fights because I hate social media and most people. But
sure.
I'm finding out as a coach, you need to put yourself out there. So I'm in the process of putting up a lot more footage because, as you said earlier, a lot of guys don't fight to finish anymore. They go in there and compete to win. In my era, it was fight to finish because you had to beat the best to get to the bigger shows,
Yes. Well, you had to really move, right? You had to be able to like move against a lot of force, in the sense of like a lot of different competitors with a lot of different capability and a lot of different values to fight. Oh, Infamous Truth. What's happening? Hold on 1 second. Let me pull Infamous Truth up. Hey, Infamous, what's happening?
How you doing, Infamous?
Can you hear me?
I can. How you feeling this evening?
Okay.
Oh no, you're cool. Yeah, but yeah, now I just manage and coach. I work at a gym in Los Angeles, and we're blessed enough to have a good enough facility to where we can give top training, and we can show guys the rope, the business aspect of it, the martial aspect of it, and the physical aspect. And our job is to combine them and get them to a better space.
Yeah,
as
it's crazy that you do that, though. Yeah.
Yeah, the fight industry is I would say you remember like with Tyson dealing with promoters and Don King and stuff like that, how a lot of those guys are disenfranchised bad. You never really hear about the pay disparage, pay gaps, not getting paid at all, sanctioning, all that stuff. So,
it's no different than rock and roll was for a long time, but it's actually just never really changed out of that because it's still on the ground, grassroots, localized in most cases, non-union unless you're at the big level.
Right. And so
there's a lot.
Yeah, we're just the guys that fill the gap for the new guys. We make sure they don't get the old rigmarole or get
that's I don't know if that's
sorry. So by the way, while you're talking, I'm about to start showing them you absolutely wailing on this person. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. So by the way, did you start fighting because people were fighting you, or was it something you just naturally wanted to do? I mean, you told me the story before, but explain it again because we're watching you.
It was more preemptive when I say that, because I was a kid with a lot of energy, but when we switched schools, we switched from a military curriculum school to a small town school. So I was bored by the time I got there, and my dad believed that you should know how to fight, shoot, hunt, and camp, among other things, early, because those are things that he had to learn when he was a kid growing up from where he's from. And martial arts is a big thing. And it was, I didn't think that it would take me as far as it did. I thought it was just a hobby, keep me out of trouble, but it ended up changing the course of my life, to be honest with you. But yeah, it was the
self-discipline too, right? Like good self-discipline. Yeah,
and it taught me a lot of self-discipline. It taught me to look inside too. I know that might sound cheesy, but most of the issues that you realize in martial arts, most of your problems are brought up by yourself or your lack to grow in those areas, like attack them. Right. So having that at an early age, and then being a little bit more, I had better education than a lot of kids I was around. So it was really good for me. I got to experience the ecosystem. I was aware of myself, so I didn't have to prove anything. But if it did go to a place, because I grew up in a pretty shitty town, I could defend myself.
You could tell them where you grew up, Jimby.
But person,
you shared it
compete
before.
martially, even if it's and I'm not saying Barstow, California. Yeah, I grew up in Barstow, California, man, and that place is a shithole, and it's a military town with like old good old boy roots. And when we went there, we were like one of like, I would say in that whole town, we're probably like one of like 250 black people.
Oh, I'm sorry. I gotta stop you for a second. This is my favorite part of the fight.
With that being said,
Jimmy, I gotta stop you because this is my favorite portion of the fight. Hold on a second.
Your attention's everywhere.
That's the whole show. I do an ADHD performance, but I generally let people change the channel away.
I know. I have ADHD too, so I get it. 100%.
Oh, so here it is. He goes.
Yeah, and this guy I was fighting here is really good, man. That's Jesse Newell. He was a stud.
Bro, if he's good, you're incredible. Because this whole time, in this section right here, I swear to God, I can hear you saying, yeah, no, stay down, don't, no, stay down, stay,
No
put your
better.
leg, put your leg, no, back, no, stay, yeah, no, be a good, no, I stay, that one right there, that's raw. I told you, no.
Yeah, we had really good. I remember that.
Damn.
I told you no.
Yeah, exactly. No. Yeah, exactly. You're like it's like as if he was your little brother, but I know that this man could like
sweat.
Yeah, exactly. He's not. No, he's not. I watched this a number of times. It's crazy.
Yeah, he looks like a little kid too. You know how they throw tantrum, almost like no, trying to push somebody away.
True.
That's good.
No,
That's
he's a really, I mean,
impressive.
it's astonishing at this point in time. It's like, that's when, I don't remember who it was last time, was screaming like, stop the fight. Oh my God, stop. Another grown man was like, stop the fight, Jesus Christ. And no, they do, by the way, they do. But yeah, a lot of people talk a good game about getting in that ring.
Where me and this guy was. Right. Yeah, me and this guy, I think this night was like, it was a big check night, man. And I remember our coaches primed us up really well. And this was like one of my breakout performances. You got to have a big performance to get to a next level. But I just remember afterwards, because knowing what he went through was similar to what I went through, we just sat in the back quiet for like an hour. Because we were just like, God damn, bro, we just went through 12 weeks to go through 20 minutes of war, you know?
Yeah.
And yeah, they don't do it like that. Guys don't fight no more.
You're focused. You got like just your beeline focused. You know, you can tell like the difference in the focus. You know, where he's not focused at all. He's kind of you know. I can tell. I don't know how to say it, articulate it, but yeah, you're focused. I can tell you're focused.
At this point, though, I was going to say, how could he focus? I mean, Jesus Christ, I could even see at this point in time. My God. Oh, see, that's the other one when you like took him with a foot, like, no, and let me just throw something extra. Yes. I mean, like, God dang, man. How he's even standing at this point is insane.
That is the crazy part.
He's just walking
towards that guy was a monster, man. Shout out Jesse Newell. Yeah, our era, man, it was when the UFC started really picking guys up from the LA scene, because before it was like all Midwest and back East. So we had to murder each other. And mind you, these are guys we've known for like 10 years. Yeah. And I remember I was so relieved when they called it, because I didn't want to hurt Jesse no more, you know?
Oh, shit.
They called the fight in between rounds. And I was like, fuck, man, yeah, I didn't want to hurt him anymore, man.
You were feeling pain over the fact that you were inflicting pain at that point in time.
And it's just 20 minutes?
Now, this was a championship fight, so it was supposed to go 25, or unless the person was finished.
But they called it.
But yeah, he had so much damage to his face that they stopped it because bones were shifting.
Oh,
and but you got to think that's how much he wanted to win. That's how much he wanted to win. And it was one of the fights that pushed me over, because I knew that if I was going to beat a guy like that, I'd have to train harder and tap into something deeper than just, I want to win, you know? I almost don't recognize myself in these performances because they shrink us down, man. I feel primordial. Like by the time you fight, your diet is pretty much carnivorous. You're running, you're sleeping, you're not around your friends or family, communication's low. They want you angry, like a bull. Yeah. And then afterwards, we embrace each other, man, because that was war, fam. Like we'd seen each other paint the battlefields, and so
what'd you eat after that fight?
Good question.
The first thing I would always do was go to In-N-Out. I would get a double and a shake.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
First thing I would do. But yeah, man, I had a lot of great moments. I'm really blessed for the highs and the lows, man. Martial arts really taught me a lot about real life. I remember when a lot of us retired, the guys who were kind of just floating for clout or fame, Lord knows what happened to them. But the guys who saw this as a way out of their scenarios and a way to elevate themselves, coaches, teachers, community leaders, you know?
Yeah.
Well, you were saying that earlier. Where
we get a bad rap now, because usually fighters are like the underdogs.
Yeah.
True.
You know?
You were saying that earlier, that
they didn't have a big
lot
chance
of
in the beginning. So when they finally get it,
coming in from like the performing arts or like acting or like like thinking that they could just hop into the fighting realm and then make it somewhere else out of that, as if it's a stop that you can just like kind of hop into and hop out of. And I find that kind of astonishing. And you were talking about that earlier.
Like a train you can hop on and hop off.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's
I remember. I knew I was gonna retire when I seen one of the Paul brothers on his first fight make more than any one of the kids in our camp who were fighting for world championships and traveling around the world fighting internationally. And I said, "Nah, this ain't right, man." I said, "Nah, because these kids deserve it. They deserve it. That's their spot. This is what they trained for. This is what they sacrificed for." And now they can be surpassed by likes and follows and views. Not talent, not hard work, not pedigree, not vocation.
They had a reality. Didn't they have like a reality TV show too? With like this kind of fighting, and it kind of, I don't know. I think it cheesed it up. You know what I mean? It didn't show what it really is all about.
Yeah, it made it a popularity contest. It was like, who can be on this season and who's the popular guy?
Wow.
And so some dudes peak right there. They do just enough to get right there and then disappear. And that's a shame, because I could name 30 people that deserve that spot who would stick around. Who would stick around. Who probably need it more, you know?
Who want it for a career. I've got a couple questions for the chat, by the way. It's, Raiders Cat asks, first and most importantly, of course, is that a creature from the Black Lagoon poster he sees? Just notice it.
Yes. Yes, classic horror it's still the best horror. I don't care what anyone says.
I agree. Then Raiders Cat says it takes a lot to get inside the ring cage. What was his weight cut like?
That one I fought at 145 pounds. I think in that time I was probably walking around at like 170. And so it would be probably about like a month of like first thing in the morning, 6-mile runs. Then I go straight to practice. Only thing is water. Then after your first practice, then they feed you. So mind you how they breed you up as a fighter. After your first practice, you get your breakfast. Then you go and rest, come back, and then you have another practice, which would be another aspect of the game. Same thing. You can't eat until after the practice. Then your last practice is usually like around 5:36. And you can't eat after 8, so you better have a good practice so you can make it home to eat on time. And so by the time you got, I would say by a month, I would be close. I would be probably like 153 pounds, and I would just be angry. And then like
muscle, angry lean muscle, no less.
I didn't hear you.
I said angry lean muscle, no less.
Yeah, and then I was blessed with a bunch of really cool. It was like when CrossFit and sports science started taking its way off, with like sports therapy, sports massage. So I was like first generation cryo baths, first generation float tanks, stuff like that. And so by the time I got out there, I would just feel like a completely different monster. Like I'm running on all cylinders. And shout out my coach, Craig Buchanan, because he was the one that forced me every camp you read 6 books. I don't care, because you're going to get hit in the head, man. You got to make sure your brain is developing, growing, learning concepts still.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have discovered, because I ran out of all the dumbass books I read as a kid, right? You always go back to your favorites. Anne Rice and Stephen King and shit.
Yeah.
And
Choose Your Own Adventure.
And then that's how I fell into like Musashi, Sun Tzu, writings of like different strategists, different generals, colonels. And then I fell into history that way. So I was like, how come this book is different than this book? It's just from a different place. Then I was like, oh.
And the more you read, it stretches your vocabulary. Your vocabulary grows.
Oh, yeah.
So you're able to articulate yourself a lot more, and a lot, with other words, and it stretches your vocabulary.
Speaking of which, by the way, so I've been looking a lot at aphasiatic states, aphasia. You're probably one of the few people who knows probably what aphasiatic or aphasia means, as far as like, I know that it affects boxers specifically, getting hit in the head, causes tiny tremors in the brain, which then can wipe out all sorts of issues with the neural dendrites and the way your brain interprets information, or where the logic centers the use of language in all sorts of ways. It affects all sorts of shit. So I can only imagine that is a great way to keep stretching, like Infamous was saying, and really adding to your vocabulary, so that your brain is filling in as the synapses are responding, as the areas may be getting fucked with. Or that makes a lot of sense. You're already replacing as you're working. What a great way to work it. It's probably necessary in most of those kind of sports.
Yeah, I had a really great coach. And another thing he would do too would make me rewatch the fight quiet, like mute, rewatch your fight, and then tell me what you saw.
Really?
Tell me what you saw. And then he would play devil's advocate and tell me what he's seen. And like, that's how I learned how to think outside of myself when it came to my own performances. You know what I mean? Just because I did it doesn't make it cool. I got to make sure that if I'm performing, this is still a performance. I have to make sure that I hit my steps.
It's like having a sounding board, like you know what I mean? You're sounding off on, you know, and then they're sounding back at you what they're seeing or what they're hearing you say. And then, yeah.
And then even if I'm correct, he would still challenge the logic or give me pushback, just so I have to prove a point on it or from a different angle.
Wow, so he was really getting you to stretch yourself philosophically.
After that, he really got me into told me some goofy shit. My first management team was like, cut your shit. Yeah. He said, because if you're going to be a fighter, that's how I fell in it. He was a big Musashi fan. He said, if you're going to be a fighter.
Your process of thinking too, your process of problem solving and all that stuff. And that it goes along with the fighting and everything else. It makes sense.
He taught me the ecosystem rule. And it was, he was like, everybody views being a hunter from the ecosystem point of view, that they're the wolf or the tiger or the lion, whatever have a problem until you make it one.
Right.
And then when you make it one, that problem has to be severe enough so you don't make it again.
Right.
And then he also told me how to protect yourself, because you got to know that as the ecosystem changes, so does the type of ambiguous predator you want to be. I hate using the term predator,
everything that evolved.
but right. So I always use the I always imagine myself like a hunting bird. I'd watch the field. I would see what the holes were. I'd watch the carcasses, and then if it was my turn at bat, I'd already seen all the tangible data of what not to do. You know?
Yeah.
And that's what I tell these guys now. The biggest thing I've learned as a martial artist is be quiet, observe, and if you're going to do something, you have to have the intention to get it done.
You have to be okay with that silence too. You have to be able to be okay with that.
Yeah.
Oh, that is a
you
big
have to
deal.
be okay with it.
Silence.
Yeah, it is.
By the way, being okay with it in oneself.
I mean, even just with
is a tough deal
because I
for a
know
lot of
that
people.
I used to. Yeah, when I still do it sometimes, but I've been catching myself just being on YouTube. Like I re-listen to like when I go on panels and stuff, and I realized I would say, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? It was so annoying. And so I started just researching it, and they're called filler words. So it's because they say that you fill it up with something because you're not okay with that silence in between, speaking. So you got to be okay with that silence, and you won't use those filler words. And I would just myself, I'm like, man, people probably were so annoyed with me when I first came on YouTube.
Nah, it's a common thing too. I think I noticed a lot of times on these platforms, even after doing commentary, I just got lucky enough, not lucky enough. I've had to go off the top of the head so many times that it's become okay for me, you know?
Right. And
but
I think
with anything else
too, you can catch, you'll catch where you're kind of getting hung up or you're using filler words or, so on and so forth.
Yeah, and it also goes with my theory that you just got to know yourself, sometimes I realize too, similar to what you said, that I'll engage in a conversation, and even though I have nothing to add, I'll say something, right? And I was like, that's meaningless, but I think it's just a social thing. Everybody has it a little bit. Don't beat yourself up over it.
No, I don't beat myself.
And
But it's good. I like to. There's always room for improvement. You never stop learning until the day you die. You know what
Facts.
I mean? So,
True.
Yeah, and one last thing about martial arts, I think people should know is body connection. Really good way. Like if I'm sick, sometimes I know exactly where I'm sick. I'm like, it's my chest, sinuses, and everything, because I've had those things hurt. So I know when they feel different. You know what I mean?
Resto.
And also too, like awareness. Like awareness is crazy because like I'll walk into spaces now, I think, and my body will just be like, I don't want to be here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can feel it. Yeah,
you can
it's
feel
almost
it.
like an empathic vibe almost. You can feel people's energy. energies, and that's what I feel. Everybody's all at once, and I'll feel overwhelmed. So I have to remove myself from the situation because it's too much.
Yeah.
You know, like if people when it's negative energy, I can feel that. Like I could literally feel it physically through my body. You know, so I'm just like, ooh, I gotta, get back up out of this because it's just too much. And I haven't homed in on the, being able to, cut it off or, not be able to take it all in all at once. Because if there's a lot of people in the room, I'll be totally overwhelmed. So I have to leave. But, I'm learning, just as I get older and become a little more humble and patient.
So would you say that practice is really the key to all of that? That really it's just a matter of like getting used to
you said that what?
Doing it? Isn't a matter of practice? Like that the matter of like, skinning your knee a bit, getting used to falling over in the situation, as I tend to say, or in this case, let's be more literal.
Yeah.
Getting used to being in social situations where you're able to communicate. I mean, because Infamous Truth Teller, you've got a clear. I don't hear you filling it all. I have a lot of uhs because I'll be thinking or computing something, and exactly. I have thought that, but when it comes to just interpersonal communication, I'm still going to be thinking about things. So I got to tell you, you really have a good way about speaking, or a good term of speaking, because you're not doing any of those affectations. But don't you think that it's something about just learning and experiencing it and getting through it? It sounds like you've gotten more comfortable.
Yeah. 100%, but be willing to be able to take in that information as well. And a lot of times I've taken in, there's a lot of people that have told me things throughout my life. And, I've been homeless. I've had hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. I've lived on both sides of the coin. I've lived, I've adapted to a lot of, surroundings and just growing up, just, what my colorful life was, where it took me. But I kind of learned to adapt to just different situations, environments, and things like that. But it is. It's exactly what it is. You have to learn and you have to be okay with yourself and be comfortable in your own skin, I think. And I did that, like with that self-reflection, and that just comes in time, and it comes in. If you got to be tired of being tired sometimes, to be able to. You got to want to change, or you got to want to know, and some people don't have, or they're afraid of it. They say self-reflection is the hardest thing for any human being would have to do, because you have to look within yourself and find that common denominator. Regardless, there's so many tangible things in the world that we can blame it on. We can blame everything on, instead of looking within ourselves. We'd rather do that. A lot of people, just human nature wants to go do that and blame it on everything and everybody else, then say, hey, maybe it's me. Maybe I might be the common denominator.
Facts. Yeah, I think the biggest growth I had as a person would probably be learning to take criticism, learning to discern criticism from like someone just being a dickhead, but still staying in a place of peace either way.
Exactly.
Because I'm gonna
I see my ADHD. I lost my train of thought. That's where I was going, and I totally veered left. But I was saying, a lot of people have told me certain like phrases or things in my life. Like, I don't remember exactly who told me, but I'll remember that certain phrase or that statement that they said. Like, don't tell your whole life story all at once. Like, when you meet new people, and when they first tell me that, I'm like, what? That was my reaction. Now I understand what they're saying. It still sticks. All those phrases throughout my life, like, they've told me things like, you're only worth what you allow. And those like little phrases have always stuck in my head. And I still utilize, I apply it to my life and it's not strange. I think it's kind of cool, but I wish I could remember, grow and learn about just everything and people around me, and being aware. Like you said, awareness is the key. To be aware, then you can make a change. But if you choose to be in denial or not act like you don't see it, then you're just
of insanity, doing the same thing over and over, expecting a change. And I think what goes to what Aaron was saying earlier, when it comes to the crowd and like societal structures and shit, it's hard for the ones that say, I don't want to be in the box that you're putting me in. because I feel like the world tries to push you back in that box, and then you hop out of that box, right? Let's say you make it out of that, and or the ones who can't, but maybe have more influence because of nepotism, or you know what I'm saying? And that's when I found it was more important for me to stand up for myself and observe and listen. If that makes sense. And my pops told me something. He said, once it leaves your lips, the devil has it.
Yep.
That's what he was.
Once it leave your lips,
right?
The devil
and
has
he goes,
it.
He goes, so you don't have to say anything at all.
Yeah.
And that could be the biggest statement. And I remember there was a time where in the fight scene, the Muay Thai kickboxing scene, they called me the murder show. Here comes the murder show, because I was known for finishing guys. And I would say maybe a one-liner like from an 80s movie, and then I would dip off because I was playing to the crowd like a heel. And it was crazy because that people still remember me from that and treat me like that persona.
Can you explain what a heel is? I know what a heel is, but would you explain to the audience what a heel is for those who don't know, please?
You're supporting what they're.
Hi, rude girl.
Okay, go ahead.
Heel
good morning,
like,
Aaron.
it's
Good morning, rude girl.
A coordinated villain in a script, so you're gonna play up the villain role to rile up the crowd to get them emotionally invested. And so I was always fighting. At this part of my career, I was like a main event, so I would either be main card or co-main. And so I was doing shows in different cities and states, and I would find out as much as I could about my opponent just to play up the hill role before the fight. Like 5 weeks out, I'd do something. 4 weeks out, I would do something just to piss him off. Like maybe go like all his pictures on Instagram, or shit like that.
Like how the old boxers, when they would have that little press conference and they would do trying to make each other mad, saying going below the belt with the words or something, or saying something.
And I didn't want to go below the belt, so what I would do is I knew
like that would trigger him. I get it.
I knew just enough things to start pressing with their whatever, because people show you what they're afraid of when they're fighting. Guys would be like, I'm a hard body, can't nobody stop me. In reality, is saying I think people can stop me.
Oh, okay. So it's what they're saying. It's not what they're throwing.
I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry. Is it what is it? It's in what they're saying, not what they're throwing. It's their attitude.
Yeah, a lot of guys will their personas are showing you who they aren't. It's who they're trying to be, or you know what I'm saying? They talk really big, and so I would start poking at that, and then I would get guys to fight me the way because they'd have to prove a point. Like if a guy was a big puncher, I'd be like, you can't touch me. You won't knock me. I doubt you'd even cut me. And then I would stay with him for weeks until we saw each other. And I would laugh when they would blow up at the weigh-ins. They'd be thinking about me for weeks. And I'm literally like, no, I forget about it. And then when me, it was the ultimate, I Kaiser Soze you. You're not focused on the martial arts at this point. You just want to hit me. That's fine.
Kind of throw a couple of wrenches in the wheels. I
could take away a lot of different things. And so with that being said, that whole era was crazy. It was fun, but everybody knew I was playing it up here in LA. Like, yo, look, here goes Chris about to start another internet beef to fuck with his opponent. But now when these guys come here, they see me and they're afraid to talk, or they're very standoffish. And I'm like, what's up, man? How you been? And they don't even expect me to sound like this because they're used to me like, hey, homie, when I see you, it's sober. You know? And it's funny, man. A lot of guys I'm connecting
They
with.
probably watch the old stuff.
Yeah, I connect with them now, and they're like, they don't even know I'm like in a comic book.
Yeah, I'm not showing you my weakness.
Yeah.
No, you're not seeing it. Nope, not showing you.
I told one guy I was getting married, and he was like, what? I said, yeah, I'm getting married. He goes, bro, I thought you lived in the cave somewhere, like just eating rabbits. But I realized how the internet worked a little bit then. Like, these people really believe it. They really believe the shit they see.
Well, we've been
even
talking
these guys
about
fighting
this.
me, knowing I'm corporal as they are, flesh and bone.
We've been
they
talking
fell for
about.
it. And I was like, that's crazy.
Yeah, we've been talking about this
It's
suspension.
crazy what the media does. It's crazy, and then this internet just took off. It just took off, and it was like a fast runaway train because there's no regulation. There's no nothing to regulate the internet, and it's just took off like wildfire, and it's still taking off. And then now they want to rein it in, and it's like, wait, hold on, you guys should have thought about this before this took off in the beginning. It's kind of off the rails now. It's going to be hard to try to rein it in and regulate all the stuff that's on the internet.
Yeah.
Well,
it's crazy the suspicion of belief too, Aaron.
Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. Is it seems like there's a crossover there. It seems like there's a crossover there of the issue with the suspension of belief or suspension of disbelief. It's comparative to we were talking about where people don't know what's real and what's not, and they get caught up in it. And as a side note, just before you answer to this, check this out. So something very interesting happened where I basically waited to essentially see if somebody would respond to the kind of behavior that they feel is okay, and did it in an earnest way, actually. And it's amazing to me how, despite it being in chat, and despite it being a purposeful, like, I know this is going to set you into a mania of sorts. It's gonna just infuriate you, and it's obvious that that's what it is. This person bought into it full tilt, bought everything I said, doubled down, tripled down, quintupled down on it, and I didn't give any more energy except for in that one spot. It was like kung fu. I like this person ran themselves out rope-a-dope style, and it was crazy to watch
like
because
the Jedi Master.
it was I've been waiting for a minute. I hate to say it because I don't ever want to do it again. I don't need to. I made my point. I said what I said. I don't take it back, and I don't apologize for it because it's just desserts for people who are saying horrible and doing horrible things. So all the acting and feigning about, I read something in chat I was obsessing over. That's one thing too. But besides that, the trigger effect is what you're talking about. How easy it is to get somebody who's so caught up in what they don't know is real or not real to fly off the handle by just placing those things in front of them that they will respond to. And that's called protagonism. I think a lot of people forget the antagonism and protagonism situation in the world is real. That wagging the dog takes a protagonist and an antagonist to respond to it. Synthesis happens.
When somebody, a lot of people used to pick on me when I was they messed with me all through school, and I think that's where my thick skin came in. They're like, well, you weren't bullied if you fought back, and I'm like, no, not really, but like. I lost it. Go ahead, keep going. I lost it.
No, you're fine. I was just taking downloads.
I liked my when it came to, and even with the guys we train, we always ask them what's their favorite horror movie, because we say when you're fighting, man, you gotta think about fighting like your favorite horror movie monster. They know what they're gonna do. You know what I mean? There's no reasoning. You're not gonna see Jason stop chasing a team through the woods because his feet are sore.
Yes, exactly. There's an expectable action from manic or mania. There's an expectable reaction from those who are not.
What I was going to say
clearly.
was I would respond to people like.
Oops.
I lost you there. You broke up.
StreamYard just dropped her out. StreamYard kicking people out. I see. See how it is? StreamYard's just like, I don't like that person.
Oh shit.
It's having problems all over.
I remember. I will say this last fight story. I hate talking about myself. Okay.
By the way, infamous. If you
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. If she's still out there, please hop back up. You're more than welcome to finish your story. Come on up, hang out. StreamYard is fucked up. And in fact, let me do this. Oh, there you are. In fact, I'm going to pull my presentation out so that it helps the bandwidth a little for some reason. It's being wacky.
There you go.
Yeah. There it is.
I was getting like, it was glitching. So.
Yeah. I would say this. I remember one time I fought a guy.
That's what I like. When people would try to correct me, they get hyped up. I would just tell people, I would just respond just calm and mellow, and I was like this one person be like calling me names and calling me all the things that I'm not, and it doesn't bother me because I know that I'm not, so I'd be like, right. Okay, well, if that helps you release your anger and that helps, if that, I support it 100%. I would tell, you should have seen the steam coming out her ears because she that wasn't the response she was waiting for. She wasn't waiting. I was like, it does. You can call me whatever you want to call me. If it's helping release your anger, do what you got to do, And she just, and she could have been a cartoon. You could see that smoke come out of her ears because she was just like, what? Because I just said it so calm and so mellow, like it's just, it doesn't bother me. And she didn't like that at all.
Yeah, that's the thing is when you face people down with their own behaviors in an earnest way, and you stand your ground, they don't like it. They don't like the bowl that they've served from in most cases. And if you do it in a way that is more, let's say, truthful, or in this case, you show that you manipulated them directly. And I'm going to say this outright. People on the net are so scared of the word manipulation. Yeah. But I believe that there's something to be said of those who will fall to it all too readily. And I think that it's a mistake to call those who see that someone is vulnerable to manipulation and they're cruel to others and try to manipulate. I think if you see someone like that and you can take the open door and say, hey, here's the lesson, maybe you won't do this again. Right. Well, frankly, I think it's just desserts so long as nobody gets really hurt. So long as people just maybe get their egos bruised or something of that nature.
There's a lot of people I realize there's people in this, and there's people around us every day on a daily basis that can lay down at night with a clear conscience and knowing that they've done some really dirty, foul, messed up stuff to somebody intentionally, and be able to lay their head down and wake up in the morning no qualms about it. And I think being aware of that as well, you know what I mean? You got to be aware of your surroundings, whether it's good, bad, or the ugly, Because
100%.
There are people that are like that, and it's sad but true, because I used to get all emotional about it because I'm just like, when I try to help people or something, and it's just, I would show more of my emotion, like I would be, my feelings were hurt, and my friend, it's like, Audrey, but you got to understand, you don't know what other people are going through. You don't know what, you might be trying to help, but you might be overwhelming them. They're like, Audrey, you could be a little overwhelming for some people that don't know you. And, and so I was overloading people with the helpful information. So I was being repelled versus being received. And that wasn't the intention. So I had to learn how to humble myself and be able to give it in doses. Like, I had information to help them. So then they would be more able to receive it. Because I would overwhelm them. They said, you don't know if they're at a breaking point in their life to where you overwhelm them with that information. They're like, back the hell up. You know what I mean? Like, that's too much. Because you don't know what they're going through. You don't know what their breaking point is,
And it's a great point to say that we don't know what is inside of other people's heads. We don't know what they're experiencing, what their life is experiencing. And I give a lot of people credence and a lot of, sense that, they could be having real bad things, have bad ways of coming at life, have bad ideas. I mean, look, Rapper is a great example. I hate to use, and if he's out there, good on him. More power to Rapper for what he did, his courage of standing up in front of all the people, 130 some odd people that at some point he had spammed in front of and done all sorts of stuff. And he said, I'm sorry. He apologized. He did more than most people ever do in their entire life, stand up in front of a fucking crowd and say, this is me. I made some mistakes. I was in a bad place. I apologize to everybody. He made a little tour of it. Man, courageous as fuck. And on the opposite end, and I'm going to read Rude Girl. So she's got some great rules here, and I'll go back to finish my point, but I address them. So she addresses them and ignore if nothing is resolved. Aggressive, Run. I follow that lead, yes. There's a certain someone that oozes aggressive, manipulative control. Oh, yes. I think I know who you're talking about. They who will remain unnamed. And strangely enough, there's so many of them out there. I'm sure Jumi can point out some in some of the other communities that you're not unaware of that do just as bad, actually, strangely enough. There's if you go to Daryl's panel, Daryl Long, he's been a victim of some of the same things that, the group that y'all have a background. I mean, there's mirrors all over YouTube, by the way, and in the social media community. The point I was saying earlier is the trigger, though, of this.
Yeah.
And that she's pointing out is what you pointed out in boxing, of being able to see that weakness and just exploit it to get the other person
or navigate around it or navigate through it.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of people don't read
show their
Musashi, man. I wish more people would read Musashi or read about his exploits. Like one really cool story was him where he fought the swooping blade. He was a samurai known as the swooping blade. He was gaining fame for his kills. And but somewhere along the line, it got to Musashi that by sundown, he usually done training and he's tired. He goes straight to sleep. He gets grumpy, angry, mad before so he can get to sleep. And so he told the guy, let's fight somewhere like around noon at Alpha Island by the beach. Like a beautiful setting. He set the guy up to have this infamous fight with his rival swordsman, right? So this dude probably thought about it the whole time, waiting for this date to arrive, overtraining, over curriculum, just over focusing on his fight. And then Musashi pulls up confident in his own skills and waits and naps and eats and reads books out in the middle of the ocean before he's ready to pull himself in. By the time he pulled himself in, the other guy had already exhausted his focus, was probably tired, and then he killed him. And then he told the people, he goes, he told if anybody else wants to compete, I'll be back tomorrow, same time. Like a joke, because it was strategy. Even if the guy was the greatest.
I'm here all week, folks. I'm here all week.
I didn't hear you.
I said I'm here all week, folks. I'm here all week.
Yeah,
Musashi,
imagine that. When I read how he fought other swordsmen through strategy, knowing the land, knowing the food, even the people. I was like, he was constantly gaining data and using it.
Well, have you ever heard this? I'm sorry. Have you ever heard the story of the man going to see the Buddha?
No.
Okay, I've got two stories for you. I think kind of apply to this in two sides. I'll tell the quicker one first, actually, because the man going to see the Buddha is a good story. But the first one that actually also applies is about grabbing hold of life. You've got three great minds of the Eastern traditions at a table eating. They finished dinner, or finished eating as they would. It's Buddha, Gautama. It is Confucius. By the way, this is just lore. It's not a real story. And Lao Tzu. Now, if you're not familiar, Confucius is logic. Lao Tzu is free-form thought, riding the wave. And Buddha is order and chaos. Right. So they all have different philosophical bases here, if you don't know them. Either way, this explains them pretty well. The maitre d' comes to the table and says, I have a very special bottle of wine for you. It is a bottle of wine called Life. Would you like to partake? And of course, Lao Tzu says, yes, put it on the table. And Buddha says, no, I expect that I have had enough of life and I should not need to intake any more. And Confucius says, well, I can imagine that it's probably pretty bitter, so I don't really think I want to drink that. Lao Tzu grabs that bottle and jams it down and drinks the whole fucking thing. And he says, if it's offered at my table, I'm going to always drink it in.
Right.
So that's the life wine scenario. So many people love to talk without knowing anything. You brought up Buddha, so now I have to end it with.
There's a movie
when
that
we
I
really
saw a
know
long
nothing.
time. It's an
True.
older movie, but it's called I think it's called The Tree of Life. I think it's called.
Yes, that's a great movie.
And have you seen it?
Yes.
Where the woman
great
had
allegory.
cancer, and her husband was he was like he was trying to find a cure for her cancer, basically because she was in terminal. And
Yes.
and she would always, so as when she was getting close to death, she was having these like dreams or about the tree of life and all this. And so it turns into like another story of her. It turns into that story of that the lady from Spain. I don't know what her status is called, but they wanted them to go get the parts of the tree of life. So there was two different, like a rival, and then Spain. I don't remember who it was, but anyway, sending all her soldiers, and the toughest ones, the ones that could go get it, and this and that, and the tree of life. Well, the whole scenario, the tree of life, it wasn't to give you life; it was taking your life. So basically, it's the tree would suck your life, basically. So the tree of life was of other people's lives. It basically. Long story short, but it's a really good movie because at the very end you're just like, you watch the whole movie and you're just like, I didn't even see it.
Yeah, the idea of the metaphor or the allegory of the tree of life is actually that it is the 10-dimensional realms of living and experience sentience, and that in the center, the 11th level, in the center of the dang thing, is a hidden black hole of death, of recursion, of rebirth, and so no matter what, you are barreling towards an inevitable. And Rude Girl pointed it out, that in the end, no matter how much we know, no matter how much has filled our brain, our mind, our belief, our absolute, we know nothing. We end up knowing nothing. And I'll tell you this, in the gateway process, by the way, not to get too back to the weird, but I have found in reading more and more of the gateway process, those who have experienced getting through the veil to the all-being on the other side seem to say the same thing, that they realize at that point that our knowledge isn't knowledge, it is the imagination of knowledge. And that is something very deep when you consider that these people are talking about going to a place where there is a nil, where there's just a forever. And they are aware of it and part of it at that point, in an Akashic record kind of way, So it's one of those things that takes me back, because if you can be, and in the Masters of the Eastern, I'm sorry, I always get the title of this wrong. The Eastern Masters, Practices of the Eastern Masters. The consistent statement of all the masters is that they do it in the agreement of love. So I have to wonder if that is that static. That the best interpretation is agreement, love. Shock Blue, good morning and welcome to you.
They got the false ego. They have that's what I'm saying. That thing is called Chimatica. It's called the full. It's like an hour and something, but it's such a simple. The whole thing, it's simple. It's something that we all know it, but it's just because we get caught up with all the tangible things. But I mean, basically that's what they're talking about. Like we're all energy. Everything everything on this earth, and it's a single-celled organism. You know what I mean? And we're all energy. We're all connected. So if we exert fear, you know what I mean? You're exerting that energy. You're exerting that energy, and if you get it in a collective, you know what I mean? People get. They when they feel fear, they're either fight or flight. So it's either they're going to fight or fight, and so like I said, a lot of people say how you have a false ego. Your false ego is like basically it's like that one friend that's always antagonizing. Hey, did you hear what they said? Hey, trying to get you to fight that person. just trying to antagonize like a situation with somebody else, and then when it comes down to it, they got your back, but they're way back there around the corner. They really don't have your back. It's like a false ego. It's feeding a false ego instead of like who you are, like in your soul. Like my favorite word is like your intrinsic. You got to find your intrinsic motivation. What really drives your soul? What really drives your heart? What's your passion? Not what what the material thing. You got to find out what really drives you to live, basically.
Right.
Fact. And let me just say, to add to that, to just put it into kind of scientific terms, Interference patterns are the patterns of waveforms caused by electrons and protons interpolating into matter. Now, when they are waveform alone, they are not matter completely. They are making up the aspects of matter. Reflection. Think about throwing a rock in a pond, or how a sound reflects off a wall. Now, when, let's say, a proton or an electron is fired, ooh, excuse me, as the cat climbs up on my back. A proton or electron is fired from a cannon in this idea, hypothetical, which is, it's not, it's a scientific experiment that I'm actually describing called the double slit theory, where matter isn't matter until we observe it. And when we observe it, it doesn't actually change when we observe it, but rather it goes back to the beginning of existence, the beginning of its creation, essentially, and changes its pattern just so slightly so that it becomes an interference pattern. When it arrives at the spot, it's observed. Now, this has been done over and over repeatedly for about 30 years. And when we say this, when you talk about energy and us being energy and connected, every single thing in this universe comes from matter smashing, having a reflection, and that that form of basically, and I want to use the right terminology here, so I'm being careful. It would be basically rubbing. It would be a not static, but it would be the charged part of matter coming into being. And the precursor, what's called the precursor wave, which could be essentially like a static charge. But in this case, it is light. That's what we see when you describe energy equals mass times light squared. It can also be
so
the
when you
mass.
say static charge, would that be like rubbing a balloon on like the carpet and then putting it like with your hair?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's kind of it. And that's
I'm
a way
a
to see
visual
it.
learner, so I visualize things like what you're saying.
Absolutely. No, that's real. That would be a good way to see it. In this case, it's the reflection of matter coming in, but it's static. In the sense that, just like static, it's a whole layer of waveforms that are polarized against the matter. And in this case, it's actually a reflection of matter. We wouldn't see matter without light, right? But light is the noise from matter coming into being. It's faster than matter. It wouldn't exist without matter smashing. It's essentially the waveform in front of it called the precursor.
Yeah.
And that's why.
And then it's like saying like your emotions are like your emotions, your feelings, like because you have our five senses, right? You can see, touch, hear. You know what you see, touch, hear, and feel and taste. Those are like they're superficial, you know.
Sure.
But your emotions are like a vibration, and the vibrations are constantly changing. So that means if you feel a certain way or a kind of way, you always have to keep that in mind, that it's going to constantly be changing, so they don't stay stuck in, you know what I mean, in a vibration that's going to be that constantly changes. It's it changes with whatever's happening, in the here and the now.
True, and that absolutely, and it okay. So this is where the holographic reality theory tends to come into conversation, at least if you're talking particle physics or if you're talking about theoretical physics, because
this is so cool. This is such a stimulating conversation.
Oh, right on. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one for some people to grab their head around, and sometimes people have a hard time dropping the barrier of personal belief when it comes to religion, because this suggests. I'm sorry.
I have a question, Aaron. Sorry, I don't mean to jump subjects, but
no, you're good.
Is that why? Like before, like let's say someone might experience like a paranormal anomaly, like especially someone who doesn't understand like EM fields and shit. Is that why? But what you said was interesting, because is that why like if you're tracking like a paranormal activity, you usually see like an orb of light first, and then you'll hear something. you'll see an orb of light and then something will move. Is that like because the energy is manifesting itself, so it has to have like that the reverberation of light or some type of representation of that collision of the energy being made? Does that make sense?
I can see what you're trying to get at. I think actually, and I have a lot of postulations on this, and I don't know an answer to this. But by the way, a specific answer, because I've had, by the way, I've had ghost experiences, what I would call ghost experiences. Right. I saw in front of me once at the theater I worked at, which had a great background history, by the way. But I saw what they would do, like at Ghostbusters would call a full floater, once. Yeah. There were lots of people with other stories. I saw other things. I caught things on the camera. I heard things that would otherwise be like, oh, that's, wow, am I imagining that? Or no, I'm hearing that. Oh, shit. And then I could display and show people stuff. And other people had experiences that were not only, physical, but also visual. And other people heard things with me. And Rude Girl, I just want to address you, and I appreciate you so much. I'm sorry that people aren't, are not accepting you for what you experience and what you see and feel. That's a tough thing to do. But you're welcome here, by the way. This is all that we talk about, and a lot of the stuff that we focus on, and I bounce around this stuff. So, but the point being is that I've come to believe that there are untold amounts of reality sitting on top of one another, of all different variances. And so I think Rick and Morty has a great simple explanation kind of thing to describe this. C-137 being the joke. It's no longer C-137. I think it's C-136 something or other now, which is the weight of a Higgs boson, saying that our reality is made up of 93 to 94% dark matter, meaning that of the matter that we can see observably, you and I, are in the 6% of observable matter, which means that we are very, very little bits of that matter. My pleasure, Rude Girl. It's true. You're welcome here anytime. Yeah, it's something to behold that there is such a large structure of some nature out there, some vacuum, some other. That other is a different waveform that we don't see. It doesn't mean it's not there. And I make the example of air. We don't see the air, but we feel the friction. The friction is essentially what that light is in front of, that white light wave is in front of the matter smashing.
Yeah.
So
makes sense.
When I make these comparatives, it's only to bring it to lay terms, because there's math and there's a lot of jargon, let's just say, to explain this in its, factual nature, and then science and practice, observably so. So when I point at this stuff, I know for a lot of people it sounds like just wildness, but I'll tell you this. Our reality is light reflecting off a surface. If you make a hologram, it is the same. In a vacuum, light reflecting off of vapor becomes dimensional. Waveform changes the somatic nature. Somatic nature is fractaline, meaning the further you get into the cymatics, the more it repeats itself and forms a continuing spiral in and out, both meta and internal.
So I have a question. I was watching Channel 6, just PBS, and I like watching those documentaries because those ones you can kind of trust. You can trust those ones, because they, they're authentic, But they're talking about, there's a place, I can't remember where it's at, but there's a desert that has been dry, that has had no water, no rain. I can't remember right off the top of my head where it's at, but this lady goes and I don't know if she's a meteorologist or not a meteorologist, but like she's the study of rocks, and there's these rocks that are in this desert that have never, it's completely dry. Like it hasn't for like like a very, 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 very long time. And these rocks, she'll go in the middle of that desert, and she chips off parts of that rock, and they break it down and they put it in this machine and to see, because the stars, from the stars, it's like it's almost getting like it soaks in the from the night sky. So it's like basically it's like when you get a sunburn from the sun, but it's exposure to the night, to the like it's I can't remember. You talked the
Is it the condensation maybe at night where it's just in the air?
Part was saying how long that rock has been there with no water, and basically been exposed to like space, like the elements of space, because there's no other elements touching that desert. And so these rocks saying that it has some type of, I can't even think of the right word. I want to get it out, but I can't even think of the right words she was using.
You're
it was
good.
so
Take your
interesting because they were putting it in this machine, and it was basically it grinds up the rock, but then it goes through a cycle, and then they put it in there, and they see how much of the light is in that rock. I don't know if that makes sense, but I'm saying
they're probably seeing how much radiation is emanating from the rock.
Yes, that's probably what it is. Yes,
because anything that's been out in space will collect large amounts of radiation over time, which is why humans shouldn't be out in space for too long, and why we need so much shielding. And by the way, not to throw a wrench in anything, but it's my one current qualm and question about getting to the moon and our background of getting to the moon. I know a lot of stories about the whole thing, and it's like it's the Van Allen belt thing and the new science on it, and a lot of the stuff I've been reading is like, okay, now I don't want to get down that road, but I just want to extend the fact that like what I was pointing to really is that we may be living in a realm of absolute utmost possibilities that are all conceptual in nature, being permeated for the best possible option somewhere on a larger level that exists right in front of us. So our perceptions of what we don't see, meaning what we don't actually get
with our naked eye,
or our ears, or our sensibilities in any way, shape, or form. These are things that don't specifically mean they don't exist, because we don't observe them.
That's why there's great minds like yours, scientists that are willing to do that research and find out, or that want to find out anyway,
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I'm literally regurgitating things that have come before me, that I'm repeating.
Right. I hear you.
Oh, I love ghost stories, rude girl. And it's one of those things where I believe that people who have faith in a larger being, if they were to learn that larger being was creating untold, unlimited possibilities for you and me in a larger, with the best possibility permeating and becoming computationally an equal sign, let's say, in that dark matter layer, that bigger than us by 10 million times, 10 billion times. That if you consider
and being open to it, having your mind open, like being receptive to something like that, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's being receptive to that, not limiting it to a deity that is small enough for us to see. You know what I mean? Or for someone to have experienced directly.
I get it.
Because
I like the way you explain yourself, because it is kind of, like maybe it's just because my mind goes there all the time, and I get it, but like some of the lingo, I don't quite understand, but the way you explain it, I grasp it.
All right, thank you.
You're a good teacher.
I remember reading something, and I don't know if it's similar. When she was talking about the story about the desert, I remember stumbling on some research about moldavite, but it was like in Bohemia, in the Czech Republic. It comes from meteorites, but it's only found in such rare places. that they hoard it and shit. But I remember they do go and check. They go and check it because they can tell now how old the meteorite was when that hit, which is very telling for a lot of history, you know.
Yeah.
But and it holds a lot of. It does say it does have like a high energy capacity. But I remember that spoke out to me because even the conversation we had, I remember I was in Memphis. I was on a project and I was being a skeptic during like a paranormal investigation, in which a lot of strange occurrences were happening, but they kept seeing orbs. And yeah, every time that we documented something, Aaron, and I was the guy documenting on my camera, I was a skeptic. So I was supposed to be clear of thought, able to debunk or disprove things because, you know what I mean? It's right here.
But you were seeing something you couldn't understand, right?
Yeah, I was seeing something I couldn't understand, but I wasn't afraid of it because obviously I know that we do live in different planes at the same time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
And
absolutely. I actually, can I just
remember-
hold on for 1 second to make a point? I met a guy on tour once who, when talking about this, said, "Oh yeah, no, I'm the one." And I went, "What do you mean you're the one?" He said, "I'm the one with the blessed life. I'm the one, I can tell." He says, "I know that I'm the one who's gonna be lucky." I was, you know, like he felt himself in the line. Or whatever, you know.
You hold yourself to what is probably expected of us, but we limit ourselves by what we see with, like you said, like what we see with our senses, you know.
Yeah,
True.
I remember I got to a point where I kept experiencing, seeing something out of the corner of my peripheral, and me being very religious, man. I remember. That was a time I really did wear a lot of my things that I knew culturally that would keep me a little bit energetically protected, you know? But one of the ladies there, and this is Memphis, man. I mean,
and by the way, before you move on, what would those be? If you don't mind me asking.
For me at the time, because I am West Indian, man, and I do have a lot of West Indian beliefs, even though I grew up in the States. My family raised me West Indian on my father's side. So there's just a lot of things that we just see from a completely different point of view when it comes to religion. Like we understand that not every ancestor was good, so they shouldn't be communed with.
Well, you've got a great story about that, but yes, right. Sorry.
We understand that like that there was a fight for what we call Earth, and that a lot of people don't understand the lore as it's read in the greatest story ever told, based on if they did understand more things about like cryptology, demonology, history by culture, and how a lot of our cultures are connected through glyphs. So like put it this way, there's a reason why people all over the world have paintings of dragons in temples. You know, there's a fucking reason. But if you were to expound on that to someone who is like, you're talking about medieval times, you're just gonna sound like a fucking loony, you know?
Well, that's the toughest portion of the conversation in most cases. Is I do believe that people have been, you know, in a form brainwashed since childhood to believe that a singular monotheistic deity that imparted the wisdom to the world and made the world in a very limited sense, as if the universe, as if we're not a speck of dust like Who's in Whoville, and even smaller if you really look at it, that somehow, and it was best described to me this way by a very spiritual man, a very well-known spiritual man. He said, "Are you aware of a cell in your heart that allows your heart to beat along with the rest of them?" I said, "No." He said, "Well, picture your God to that cell. That's what it would be like."
Right.
I thought that was very interesting, and it kind of really put a perspective before I even got to the whole, you know, point where I was like, oh, thinking about all beings or looking at. It said somebody popped in, but I don't see him. before I started thinking about all beings of the gateway process or any of these other things, I started thinking about this, you know, it being everything, and then thinking about the word Adonai as I am or is, you know, Yahweh meaning Adonai, which is Yahweh is the phonetics of Adonai. And then I started thinking about the word for God in general. And it seems to be a representation of everything, the all, the being, the greater than.
Yeah. The one.
The one, right?
Yeah, the way in our culture is described is those who were connected to that the feeling, the imaginary string that pulls at your waist, right? Those who had a stronger sense to it received better messages, if that makes sense.
True.
And being from a place where earth and elementals and water and things like that are blessings, right? You learn that you kind of have to be a good person to be able to navigate that string, because you don't know where that string is coming from. So when it comes to religion, growing up with us, we were taught it as to know them all, because you don't know where you're going to end up, first of all, because you're from a different country. And this is my father's generation. That's why a lot of he was born in the late 50s, early 60s. So a lot of his generation, when they came to the States, their option was to go into the military. And you'll see a lot of them got into like theology or chaplain work and stuff like that because of their access to other people's cultures through religion. And I asked him that, and he goes, because if you want to know how a culture works, check their religion. You can see how they're being controlled.
What a great way. What a great way to see the thinking too, or the perceptions of what reality looks like to them.
Right, because our realities could be completely different, but you're still right there face to face. You know what I mean? And
absolutely. There's a great book called The Masks of God that I was taken with as a young man, and I would carry it around with me because I just find more in it every time I read it. And it's a very long, thick, I'm going to say it's dry as hell. But it was about the interest in the anthropological study of the use of a god in general, whether it be the deities or the dragons or Dogon or the spirits or the sun and moon or the crow or the wolf or you name it, the bear.
The raven. The scorpion.
The scorpion. Everything on and on. The dolphin, the platypus, actually, even. I mean, like, there's a whole bunch of, there's just all these different, everything has been represented as God, it seems.
Right.
That people could say that they saw God. Oh, Mesopotamia, Greece? Oh, that's amazing, Rude Girl. I love me some Mediterranean. Yeah, that's why I'm going to say that, because it's awesome. I've been all over in the Crimea area and down in Greece and on the islands and in Portugal and like southern Algarve, you know what I'm saying, and southern Spain and Italy and yes. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, travel. Also,
travel,
by the way,
travel.
It's very late, and I missed it earlier, so I apologize to everybody, but I have to do this real quickly.
Oh, well, damn, baby. Did one of y'all just turn the heat up? Or did it just get real sexy in here? Back again, baby. With Aaron After Dark.
Or early in the morning, whichever. Sorry, I have to play Kishan every once in a while, especially this late at night. For certain. Sorry.
I want to tell you this before I land that plane, because I know my old lady's gonna stab me when I get in bed.
Oh, but, Jesus Christ!
So something I got from one of the elders in my family from one of their travels was Moldavite jewelry, and I remember them explaining to me, because to me, whenever someone from any of the elders or my umas or uncles give me something, you know, it means something to them because of their culture. They pray over it and they bless it, things like that. Give libations. So gave me a Moldavite pendant necklace, and then a ring that had Moldavite on it. And my favorite color was green. And just by chance, I did this project. I was like, I'm gonna get paid and get to go travel, go see Memphis. And it was really fucked up, man. It was a bunch of really fucked up happenings. I know, like a bayou town, which is pretty much like a little swamp area, you know, but it was for the disenfranchised, you know? And so as I was there, I started seeing more and more evidence. We were there for 2 days. And then they were like, yo, Chris, it's you're getting a lot of orbs around you. You want to go and do part of the investigation yourself, maybe ask some questions. And I was like, you know what? I ain't afraid of shit. And this is when I realized I didn't know nothing. But I was glad that 2 things happened. I'm glad that I have very superstitious family. I'm glad that I have a very theological and scientific pops, because first thing was before I was going in, the lady, the things were happening to, in which she was saying she was being mounted or ridden, or I hate to use the other terms because they're taboo, but you know what I'm getting at. She was losing control of herself. The big red flag for me was her mental health issues. And her diet, of course, because I'm West Indian, and I'm like, what are you eating? Junk.
Yeah.
And
I tell. Sorry.
And then I saw that she had a history of like mental illness, like bipolar disorder. Right. And so then I'm already thinking
to the audience, just so you all know.
Like,
I'm sorry. Let me explain. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. You're gonna explain it. Sorry.
In our culture, when people have those issues, it's superstition. That's when they are actually mounted or ridden by things, because there's space for them. There's dark spaces for them to hide and to create and to grow inside of. That's why it's you're supposed to grow your mind like a tree.
That's a great way to say it.
So I remember talking to the lady because she was really nice, and then she would just go into episodes. And when she was nice, she was like, you know, that's not going to protect you, right? And I said, what? What are you talking about? And she goes, your little religious piece you have under your shirt. And I said, oh, okay. And mind you, Aaron, I'm spooked at that point, but I'm not going to show it because, you know, you can't. You have to stand firm. I said, oh, okay. I said, but I don't have a religious piece under my shirt. And I lifted my necklace, and it was a rock. And she was taken aback. And I said, you want to touch it? She said, yeah. She touched it. And then she goes, oh, okay. And then it was quiet. It was really awkward silence. As I entered her estate, I saw something and it was in the shadows, but it was matrixing through the shadows. So it was darker than the area behind it with my own eyes. And the way that where she lived was set up, when you walk into the house, it's through like a garage / barn looking thing. So the door is right there. And so I saw it in the shadow of the door before I walked in. And then I walked in and I saw it deeper as I walked into the dark. Mind you, I'm being recorded. And then I walked back out into the light. When I walked into the, I knew something was there because when I walked out into the light, I could still fucking see it. And it fucked me up. I was like, wait a minute. I can still, and there was a what? I was like, I just saw something. When I looked back at to like see if anybody else was seeing what I was experiencing, they were looking at me. If that makes any sense, you know?
Yeah.
And so I walked back out. I said, I felt weird to my left. And I felt like I saw a tall figure, pretty scary, man, long arms type shit. And I didn't know that they had a matrixing device in there. I could see it, but I didn't know what it was doing. I didn't understand what the little dots against the wall were doing. And then as I was describing what I seen through my eyes, they were telling me what they seen on the screen. It was a very tall figure. It looked like long, stringy arms. And that was one of the first times my brain broke. I was like, oh, shit. As much as this is energetic or spiritual or what is superstitious, there's a science here, because I know how light works.
Yeah.
I know how. My brain broke. because I had to know when I stepped outside in a different light and still seeing that I have changed my environment. I have changed the lighting. Even the air had changed because I'm going from inside to outside, even though the garage door is open.
Yeah.
I said all these variables have changed, and that's still there. So
Were
I'm
you
not fucking
seeing
crazy.
shadow, or were you seeing a silence? Were you seeing, what were you seeing?
It was like the shadowing. Like imagine you're walking into a barn around 6, 7 p.m., right? Sun's going down. And so there's going to be a corner of the room that's shadowed, right? As I make my way towards the inside of the house, to my left, in the corner of the shadow, I see something in front of the shadow, but it was completely black. It was darker than the shadows. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
like
sure.
I almost felt like if I walked closer, if I had more nuts, I would have walked closer and tried to touch it.
Yeah, totally. Well, and the way I describe this to the audience as well is like, say you walk into a dark room, and as your eyes start to adjust, the things that are closer to your eyes will have a more dense, basically darkness or blue to them, which essentially the UV scale is UV against itself is dark. And that's one of the things, like if we had more red in our cones, we'd see the UV scale as more purple without it actually having to be highlighted that way. So when we see the absence of light, what we're seeing is a very deep UV purple. And so there's this thing about when you see black on black like that, like shade on shade, you're actually seeing a depth of purple, if that makes sense. So
a shade, like the shade depth, yeah.
Yeah, a shade depth. And that way also the shading, like when you're drawing, there are light edges of where the light is reflecting. Even in a completely dark room, if there's any light source whatsoever, you will have some reflection, even if it's from the mood. Yeah, shading. So that depth is how our eyes judge, depth in general. And it's one of those things where we do have sight in the dark. It just takes us our eyes longer to adapt. And then interpretation, our brain does it for us. It's also partially hearing. It like that's
it's like people. If somebody is like blind, like the other senses are more enhanced. Like somebody doesn't have a certain sense. Like if they're deaf, their eyesight, is more enhanced. If they're blind, their ears, they hear. They have more enhanced hearing. I don't know. I'm just trying to make it work in my brain.
That's part of it as well. But I'd also say that once you have suspended your disbelief, let's say for the sake of argument and better term, and lack of better term, once you have seen the thing and you know it exists, your brain knows. Your observational knowledge knows. Your eyes know. Now it knows what to look for. Now you're aware of that scale. You know not to be afraid of it, or you know to be afraid of it. There's all these things that suddenly, now there's cognition. And there's long been argument as to whether this is adaptation. Sorry. Go for it. What are you saying? I'm sorry, what'd you say?
No, I said so. If it doesn't make sense, if it's something that like you're saying, like the shadings or the shadows and stuff, and like for our eyes to adjust, it's not a regular thing that we observe. So it would be, it feels like it's not normal, or if it's not, I don't know what's the word for it. You know what I mean? It's not actually, what it is.
Well, that's the thing about it, is our brain will tell us when we're smelling, sensing movement, or just something that shouldn't be there.
Not being able to understand it though sometimes.
That too is when your brain is like, I don't comprehend this. It may try to block it out.
That's why it's good to. That's why it's good to expand on not only just literature, but old art and old things too, because people drew things that you might not necessarily be able to see now, but once you have understanding, maybe it might be lodged back there somewhere. And once you see that picture, but it'll take away that effect.
Yes. Well, there's that, and also like the idea of that most of these things can't be seen directly. You have to see them out of the corner of your eye, or camera has to capture them.
Your hesitation. It'll take away that hesitation, and you'll be more receptive to it.
Yeah, there's that as well. But a lot of it, I think, has to do with the color spectrums, the things that we don't perceive because the cones in our eyes don't see it. And this has something to do with you were asking me about the orbs. So at the theater, some of the apparitions could only be seen in night cam.
Right.
And I could only see one of them that I called the lady who was late out of the corner of my eye. But if I stood at a certain angle and just stared forward, I could watch everything. And then I could bring you over there and be like, watch, she's here. Watch it, watch it, watch it. But what was weird is it was like watching a loop in 3D, like a hologram.
It was residual.
And it was a lady holding her pillbox hat, and her little 60s purse, running into the room and coming in and sitting like 2 or 3 chairs in. She was late. That's why we called it the lady. I mean, it was clear. She came through the back door and she comes running in. She looks concerned. You can literally like kind of tell that she's like freaked out, and she sits down and is holding her hat. And when she sits down, it restarts, which would suck if you actually had an experience. But I think it's just like an impression of some close reality. Now, the orbs and these kind of things, I think it gets even weirder with that stuff. I think in some realm, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So here's my theory, and it goes along with the stuff that I've learned from what I've now seen and read for a very long time, and now the new information is out on Skinwalker Ranch. Essentially, the color of the orb tells you what frequency it's coming from,
or where it's coming from.
The light blue, the things they see around the Tic Tacs, that seems to be some holographic display. Meaning, we're seeing somebody transmit themselves like transcendental meditation or the Kozarov mirror stuff, which is, remote viewing.
Right.
But in a physical way, from another dimension, maybe. I say maybe because it would have to be something very, very close to us. Very right here in the
It would
thin
be like
veil.
almost like how they call it, like a open, like a portal, like a little, like a.
Well, it creates a portal.
Where they're able to transmit themselves, like you said.
Yeah, and I forget about it. I wouldn't even say forget about the complexity of the window, but what we've seen with the Tic Tacs is a square inside of a circle, and the circle is a bubble essentially that warps. Now it warps in multi-dimensional planes, meaning it flattens out. It becomes circular. It becomes orb. It becomes oval. And the square inside remains square, not whole. It ranges with the circle, the bubble. That suggests that there's an image on the inside. The easiest and safest way to travel to anywhere would be to send an avatar visually.
Right.
And if you can do it with your spirit.
You got a good mind right there.
Oh, thanks. No, I'm just telling you this is stuff I've read. So
I was like, here, put your ideas to work.
thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Oh, yeah, she's literally going to come in. She's going to strangle me on the next stream. By the way, it's just going to come on, and it's just going to be her staring at me angry.
You have a channel.
I wanted to. Oh no, I'm actually working on one right now. Okay, but that's why I'm actually up this late. That's why I like talking to Aaron, because actually something I'm working with. Every time I talk to him, he gives me insight on an accident. I'm like, wow, this guy knows his shit.
Thank you. I try.
Yeah, I remember when I went back and reviewed the footage, an orb went towards me, towards my chest, and then went back towards that corner. And then as I walked back outside, because my dad told me if I ever experience anything with my eyes and ears or smell, he says change the variables immediately so you make sure it's not psychosis or your brain. He goes, because your eyes are going to tell you if you're fucking tripping or not, fam. He goes, but so I walked back out of the garage and I looked in, and the sensation changed. Like the hair in my neck didn't stand up anymore. I did feel like maybe like a twinge, like someone pulled on my sweater where my necklace was. But that's when I went out and I said, let's watch the footage. A bunch of orbs gathered in that corner. and then went back to where I was standing. And then when we checked the, I forget the name of the fucking of the device they used, but it was pretty much like a green screen with a bunch of lines that looked like a cutting board, and it had dots, and from that dots it could trace the outlines of what's breaking the light shooting in from the projector, right? What I told them when I saw,
So you've actually got something in the way and reflecting the light back, or is it diffusing
black.
it?
Completely black.
Creating shadow.
Creating shadow. And it got bigger with the orbs. So with that being said, I was like, what, my chest, I started freaking out, and I was like, where's my necklace?
Did they
my necklace
get it?
had fell down through my shirt when I left. And I went back and got it, and I was like, I'm good, fam. I said, that's enough for me. I said, I'm good. I said, because that was weird. Those two scenarios back to back, talking to the lady, and then going in, trying to be brave and investigate this kitchen area / garage by myself. No, I'm good. That's enough. Black guy out. I called my dad, and he told me to call his sister. So I called my aunt, and she said, yeah. She said, when we told us you're gonna go on that paranormal hunt, you know, they don't like to do pagan things, they call it, you know. And so she said, yeah, that's traveled from like 3 of your grandfathers. It's yours now. You gotta pass it to yours. She goes, but that's she explained to me that it came from meteors, and that the necklace that she got was one of the rare ones that was found where we come from.
Damn.
And like they came in mind the ore and stuff. And so that's when I started looking at connection to Earth, as far as energetic protection as versus what is fed to us. And then when I started looking at sigils, and I seen how many times certain logos that we worship or pray to are in those sigils.
Oh, the sigils are everywhere in our life, from the Mercedes symbol to, you know,
Yeah.
I mean, the fleur de lis is close to my heart. So it's one of those things that you know, people will be like, oh, you down for the Saints? Yeah, sure. But, you know, sigils are everywhere in our lives. We have them on everything from Circle K to 7-Eleven to Bank of America to, you just look at money. There's sigils all over money. And if people don't know, sigils, for those who don't know, are essentially a simplified symbol of a complex thought. And in most cases, a sigil could be a stamp or a moniker or all kinds of things, but most of the time they're the most simplified image, and those that are best at them are actually modern day marketing people who do art for marketing.
Right. So check this out, Aaron. On the way out, we were doing the closeout. We were
so kind. Yeah.
We were interviewing people in the town that had experienced the things at this old lady's house and had stories, you know. And I ended up at a bayou party, and it was weird how it lined up, because it was kind of like, I guess what you would say, a Haitian Creole / old Louisiana festival on the water at night, you know, with music and drums and things.
Dope.
And I was talking to one of the ladies who they would regard at that time, based on her religion and her spirituality, as a priestess. And the first thing she did when I went to interview her, she said, stop. I said, okay. And she said, take it off, give it to me, let me see it.
Oh, she felt it before you even spoke.
Yeah, I said, what? She said, your necklace or your ring. She goes, I probably should take both. And I said, okay. And I said, what are you going to do? She goes, we're going to cleanse them in the river. And that whole day, I was just overcome with like sadness. I was down. I was droopy. Like the sky was just gray. I was just sucked out of energy, man. Yeah. When after they did what they did and explained to us the carryings on, I felt 1,000% better. There was even a part of it where I danced in sage and Palo Santo, as they and they told me. They said, these rocks are old. And she said, you can't carry old stuff like that to places like this.
Yeah.
And I said, why? She said, because they retain energy.
Yeah.
And she explained to me the belief in energy and stones from that point of view. And it blew my mind because I knew I had a reaction. I felt something. I could feel and I seen something. And then what the process of like the cleansing before you go home, because I didn't know that I had something following me. In their terms, I had brought something with me through my jewelry. And with that being said, now I'm very wary of stones, crystals, old furniture, old clothes, old things like that because of energy.
Yeah, the things that come with them that other people put on them. Yeah, that go with the things around them.
And it can follow you. Yeah, it follows.
I was gonna land that on that experience that you said at the club.
Yeah. The theater went with the apparition or yeah.
Right. If I was a part of that team that was looking at that, right, investigatively, that would be a really good lead to follow, try to find out who that lady was. Because another theory.
So this is, by the way, trauma loops. Yes, I totally looked into this stuff. So I did have a theory. There was a huge portrait on that wall. Now, I said she's an actress, and somebody else had an experience with a similar character in Dungaree. Looked like they were in like Oklahoma or something, that woke up the cleaning guy in the bathroom in his dream. And other people had seen the same lady around. I think she was an actress or somebody who spent a lot of time there or really cared about it and returned there. You know, that kind of thing, but I think that is a rarity. I think that is a strange rarity, and I think there's certain things that have to happen for that. I'm not really sure what. I've read many stories, but here's what I wanted to ask you. What color were the orbs? For Lucy.
So what I could remember from what I seen, it was kind of in a I'm going back there now. And I'm talking about what I seen with my own eyes, not what I seen on film. When I seen the movement, like the little dust, it had like a reddish orange tinge. And that's how I could tell. It's like, that's not a firefly.
Amber.
That's not a dust mite.
It's amber.
Huh?
It's amber.
Right. Right.
Yeah, okay, so can I tell you something really interesting? Okay, so this is the thing. So far, the observable realms that we've seen interject themselves are just two from interdimensional levels. These are reported. These are repeatedly throughout human history. These are observably through science now and through plenty of video. And the two things that we've seen that I've read throughout time and that I've read in all of the grimoires and all the books is that a certain vibration is cyan and a certain vibration is amber. And the things that come from the amber, they're ethereal. They're Wendigo. They're skinwalker. They're the fairies. They're all the things that leprechauns, all the things that humans saw and don't see anymore. The little people and all that stuff.
But the stories are still there.
The stories are still there, and even more importantly, our Silurian friends, our 10 and 11 foot tall lizard people with high technology, and who seem to be our protectorate friends who may have been here before us or some crazy shit, you know? I mean, like, but the even greater one is it would explain where Sasquatch is going and how it may not even know it's just transferring from one reality to the other as it passes right through, because it doesn't know. Right. It has no sense of the two. It knows where it is, and sometimes it sees us. And I use this argument, I've come to believe this argument more since the concept of DMT entities has become kind of more factualized, I should say, or thought out and proven to exist across thousands upon thousands of reports from people who have been tested, who have been basically given DMT and then asked to report what they're seeing. And time and time again. Same entities, same realm, always the same queries, always the same kind of experiences. So I think that these things, there's validity to this stuff. Oops.
Yeah.
Somebody just ran over something. And the point being is that the other realm is Cyan. And that seems to be the holographic realm coming to us. Because they don't seem to be like dealing with us.
Right.
Or even interested in us. It's like they've got a, hi, Rude Girl, welcome back. And they don't seem to like actually like try to deal with us. As in like Star Trek rules. If we see them, they're like, you know what I mean? They're not actually trying to deal with us.
It's funny you say that, because I remember doing investigations and hunts and things in which the evidence would run away from you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And
yeah, absolutely.
And I remember, and Skinwalker Ranch that's funny you keep bringing that up, because I always found the connection between extraterrestrials and the paranormal very thinner than people believe. But I distinctively do remember a night in Big Bear in which I seen all the animals running around through the forest or the woods doing their thing at night, you know, around this time before sunrise. And I remember my boy Ike Valley Flag, and I wonder how Ike's doing. He was saying, "Hey, you see that out in the woods?" I was like, "What?" He goes, "Like orbs flying through the trees type shit." And he wanted to go investigate. I was like, "Nah." And I remember this motherfucker said, he goes, "Well, I think I've seen an alien." I said, "What?" "I think I've seen an alien." I said, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And he was freaked out, bro. And I remember like a couple months later, he came back with a fucked up story about like people seeing unidentified objects in the stars, alien sightings, little footprints around their houses and shit. And I was like, yo, man, I feel like, I remember at that point, I was like, I'm gonna stop with a lot of opening myself up to the abyss, because I feel like once you do that, you start either understanding it to the point where you see it and feel it more, or what my pop says, it sees you back.
It sees you back, yes. And that's part of the thing.
He said, since we are in the smallest part of the light spectrum in this universe, when we light it up energetically, everything looks at that light.
Yep.
And so he always told me, you got to be careful with that shit. That's why he calls them beacons, things like Tarot, those mirror houses, like the Remington House, Scribe.
Yeah, the places that are accidental portals because something has happened to draw in a hole.
Yeah. He says those are beacons, fam, and they fly through them. So, so if you're at
Skinwalker actually has not just a beacon, but a tower, and it can be seen in lidar. My apologies. And that's the scariest thing, is it looks like a strange, tall, 10-story beehive coming out of the ground where all the disturbance on the ranch emanates from. And there are 3 major points within a mile of it that make a pyramid with it. And one almost, 5,000 feet in the air.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's an antenna.
And you know how much, just you explaining that to me, what I hate about the media is how much that has been put in our face, probably, in like sci-fi, horror,
over sensationalized it or something.
No, they desensitize you to it, to the idea of it. So if they put it in media first, when you hear it in like a redacted document, you're like, oh, that's fake. That can't be real. You know what I mean? But I similar. I remember hearing about the indigenous talking about skinwalkers, and how they came from. They came from the, I think the term was like the tremor. And they explained it as like it was an incursion between worlds, you know? And that's wild to me, man, that people so connected to the ground, to the earth, to the land, to the rotation of the stars, man, migration of animals. When they tell you something like this, you just get that shit out of my face. But in reality,
they could sense when there's going to be earthquakes and things like that too. They said you just watch the animals. You just like, I mean, I know you're talking about something else, but I just saw you around the thought. Watch the birds and stuff like that.
Those are things.
When some will get quiet.
Those are things we've disconnected with as regular humans and leave to the people to tell us what it is now. Because before time, that was something that average people do. Bird watch, migration watch. I got to know when the herd's coming. I got to know when cattle's moving. I got to know when the seasons are. We don't even give a fuck. Like now, I've noticed that people don't even care when the weather is erratic and weird in places it shouldn't be.
Oh, because I don't think they realize it is. I don't think they realize it is, man. Whereas before, and this is what I was going to say, is when when First persons, when the Native Americans, when First Nations people, Aboriginals say that they saw something odd, that's as real as it gets. They're not being metaphoric in a lot of cases because they see things mundane all the time. They see things in the nuance of the mundanity. Good morning, Nina. What's happening? Yeah. And but the point I'm making here is though, so if they say there was a crack in the world, okay, yeah, it could have been an earthquake. But if they saw things come out of the ground or out of thin air, and they describe it as fire in thin air, then that's what they saw. They just couldn't explain it properly, you know.
Right.
I often find, and
man,
I have to show something, by the way. I'm sorry to stop you here. So
I think people should listen to the first one
because your wife is going to throttle you. And have you seen the UFO footage that I? Have you seen the UFO footage, Jumbi, that I have?
Yeah, with the cloud. You're showing me in the cloud, right? Where it was like moving at a weird angle. Yes.
Yeah, okay. I wanted to make sure you'd seen that. So it's not that color because that's cyan. So what you saw was an amber, right? Like it was much more like orange or okay. Yeah, because amber is gold.
Similar to like my lighting in here.
Okay, yeah, that's amber.
Right.
All right, so that's a deep, distinct difference in observational stuff. And what I was going to say is, in the multiverse, in the idea of the holographic universe, all of us, all things, all time is compressed on top of one another like an onion, all existing simultaneously. So it all exists non-linear.
Right.
It is as if it is all stacked.
Right.
And in that way, these things that you're seeing may not see you. And if they do, it's because they're kind of in between. They're places that are thinner, essentially, in the veil between spaces, is what I've come to understand.
Right.
Which is why chaos magicians learn to use a cigarette or a joint to open up doorways in between places. That's one of the tricks that supposedly they call it blinking.
That's why the West Indians don't share spliffs.
True. Yeah. Well, you also don't want to carry the somebody's energy from one to another. That's a whole other thing. But yeah. Good morning. And what's happening, Tabby Lou?
Yeah, man. I before I hop off here, I remember that experience vividly because that was the first time. Afterwards, I did go on the old. I guess the old when in Rome. I went on a vision quest thing type deal with these people because of their spirituality. I wanted to experience this rhythmic feeling, this dance that they pretty much they it's a drink, and I don't even say if it's a branding, but it's something that pokes the skin. But it's similar to DMT, and I remember while dancing, completely just feeling the music and dancing and enjoying the crowd. But I remember the trees around us over the water. I kept seeing like, I guess you would say like the shadow shiver, move towards the tree, and then back into the tree line, out of the tree line, back into the tree line, multiple
Like
different
there was
places.
something dancing in the tree line?
Yes. And that's when I was given the explanation of the haunting in the area. She was like, there was so much death and subjugation and torture and bloodlet in that place, because it used to be a what do you call it, plantation.
Oh man. So
That's
just an imprint of a lot of negative, basically.
Yeah, she said it thinned the veil. It thinned the veil too much, and because of the things they were trying to practice for protection, you know, energetically. And it blew my mind because I remember she goes, "You're seeing the people dancing in the trees," and I was like, "What?" She goes, "You're seeing the people dancing in the trees." She goes, "Yeah, that's." She goes, "That's why they don't come here. They Yeah, long story short, they said they can't come past the trees, across the water because of the people who protect it." And it blew my mind because that part of the place was indigenous. And I was like, oh shit, that's crazy.
What's happening, Freddie? Sorry. Yeah, that's
the way that the spirituality interconnected, you know?
Yes, because you're feeling, you've transcended your observation. You've transcended what you can see, and your eyes and brain are working in a slightly different fashion. So they're allowing for things that you would normally be cutting off because of comprehension state. What I'm sharing right now in the background, actually, that you can't see unless you're looking at your phone or something, is video AI generated by a lady named Josie Kins, who's a researcher into DMT. These are all based off of real observations. Or Tom Coben is the artist, I'm sorry, but she works with this guy to make these visuals. And they are representative of what it looks like to be on hallucinogens. Mushrooms, psilocybin, LSD. Alex says, ask not of things to shed their veils. Unveil yourselves, and all things will be unveiled. Money. True. Here is the Eastern Standard Time, Nina, getting ready for work. And I appreciate you for being here. And Freddie Drongo, I really appreciate you for being here. Thanks for being here, man. Yeah, it's this altered states of perception. Once you have that awareness, you've broken that like seal, essentially. I mean, like, for lack of better terms. I'm sure there are better terms.
I hear you. Like, even tonight, when I saw I was going to be online with you, I figured we get down this path. But I had to. I don't know if you remember. You obviously probably do. But last time we talked this late, all the interference.
Oh yeah. Well, we were talking about a subject specifically that had some extra, let's say, juju on it, and some moxie, and it was killing the stream. Not doing anything different than I'm doing tonight, too. In fact, I'm doing more tonight, which is even weirder. You know?
Yeah. I told my old lady about it, and she goes, "Well, next time, make sure you clear the space."
Yeah.
And
I was going to tell you about that. Something about that. So because everything is compressed upon each other, and things are existing in thin differences, little slim, garlic wafer thins. It is wafer thin. These things, like in metaphysical practice that I found, when you essentially have an item that means something, is valuable to someone, has an impact, is attached to someone, and you want to bring a copy, you want to bring what's left from the background. I mean, because energy can't be destroyed, also can't be created. You're not bringing the person or the thing. You're creating what they call a familiar. or you're pulling a familiar. And it's one of the true tricks of the Grigri, who are able to bring spirits to talk, right? But what they're doing, I say right because I know that Brother Jumbi understands that some people are able to commune, yeah, talk with others. What they're actually doing is grabbing the Xerox copy somewhere hanging in the static background, left somewhere.
Right, the remnant.
The remnant, and it gets pulled to something that
It's
is
reality.
attached to in reality, yes. And it's less of a, I need that, I want that. It's like being woken up, being turned back on, being called, not even called, it's like you just turn on the computer.
Right.
And it fires up the program again, because that's what it is. And that's the challenging thing about the concepts at large, because it also means that you and I are elsewhere, along with everything else, dreaming this and all its possibilities, so that somewhere our actual meta, 10 trillion times our size or whatever, 10 trillion times our concept, are having the greatest experience forever. I love that thought. I'm sorry. I think it's fucking beautiful that could even be
the reality of it all.
Or just maybe it's a permutation, which is even funnier. Like maybe that shit's just even a permutation. Like who knows? In any case.
Yeah, man. But shit, man. Yeah, always a pleasure here, man. I always enjoy these combos, fam. You're a real one, fam.
You too, man. And I appreciate you very much. I'm glad you got to. Hey, please apologize to your wife. I know she's going to just make you do like 12 errands tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, but it is what it is, man. It is what it is.
True.
All right, man. Take it easy, buddy.
You too. Have a great night.
You too. Bye.
Peace. That was Brother Junebug. Watching him fight earlier if you missed it. I'm going to leave you guys this evening with one last wild video that if you haven't seen already, it's here on my pages as well. But I hope it gets you to think about the things that are around in the world. Because in reality, the magic, the oddity, the possibility, the things we don't know, they are everywhere. And most of the time, we just have to keep ourselves a little more aware than less. I'm going to play this video, and then I'll talk us out. But this is fun. This video here, don't go anywhere. If you've never seen a UFO for real, I'm going to show you something very special. I feel it's special. This is taken off of Santa Monica, the Bay of Santa Monica, at the end of Wilshire Boulevard, from a public camera on explore.org. A colleague of mine, Queen Cascade, who does all night refresh streams, Queen Cascade, does underwater and beach sunset streams. So she follows the sunset around the world on beautiful, beautiful scenes. It's very relaxing. Recharge. Resto, sorry. Oh, what's happening? No sweat, no sweat. I understand, man. You're a busy guy. And it's also like, what, 4:30 my time, so you're good. Yeah, so she contacted me after she found this thing on her stream, which is of a public camera. So what you're about to see is me screenshotting from my phone her stream that she's playing back to me live on StreamYard. There's no editing other than the editing. I cut the footage apart. And the zooming is me during the live on my phone. This is as quantifiable as it gets. And I can't tell you what it is. As far as I know, this is as real a UFO. unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP, as I've ever seen, because I've seen some shit. But the other things I've seen were man with high technology. This, my friends, this is otherworldly. This is called UFO over Santa Monica, August 2023. We are not alone. Oops. What happened there? Let me run that back. My apologies. This normally drops me out. Once again, off a public camera, in public view at the end of Wilshire Boulevard, facing towards the bay in Santa Monica, on the night...
Did you see it?
Oh yeah, Queen.
Okay, so I'm going to put my cursor over it, and then I'll exit the screen and see if I can go...
Thank you, have a great day, Rude Girl.
I don't have the
We have an
technology.
awesome one.
I don't have, you know... Aaron, I don't have the kind of setup that you have to be able
Alex,
to
I agree with you. We live in a world with dimensional world that's spiritually connected with elemental energy.
Here, and there's movement. There's movement.
Thank you so
here,
much, Rude Girl.
This area, and there's movement here. But this is it. Here, coming out of the cloud.
So it shot up from down below for certain, but this is not a rocket, unless it is something.
You see? That opened up.
None of us have ever seen.
It's moving. It's moving.
And this is
Look at this
slow,
thing
by
go.
the way. It's in 50% mode right now or something. It's really slow. It takes 5 corrective courses. There's 1, 2. It turns towards the camera, flares out, turns star-like, turns back away from the camera, blasts, and heads out of frame.
Just before it goes off screen, you can see this burst out
That's
of this
approximately
part, the top end of the
80,000
cursor,
feet above the ground.
out of that section there, just before it goes off screen. Watch.
It's in
So what I'm going to
space
do
at
is I'm
that
going to
point.
slow it down some more.
I want you to note that we're looking at the actual live feed stream that she's playing back to me.
So the moment it's popped out there, I'm going to just rewind it 5 seconds.
Good night, Alex. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you.
It's out. It's moving. There it goes.
Once again, at now 1/4 speed. It's still hauling ass. There's the flare out. Several different biologists have
What the
said
fuck is
things
that?
It looks kind of like it's got tentacles,
Excuse my language,
right?
but yeah. What the fuck is that?
Or that it's floating like an octopus. Little jets and airbursts.
Let's take it back.
When we contacted, or when Queen contacted the owners, they said the footage had been deleted. They claimed it was likely clouds, stars, or something to
You're gonna
do with
see
the
it.
military.
This split open. There's a section here where it splits open and it pops out, and then it's gonna dance and do its thing. Watch. It's moving. It's gonna pop out here through the other cloud.
Yeah.
It's gone again. Up. Up. Remember, I've slowed it down.
this is as slow as she could get it so we can get a clear idea of what it could be? No idea. To quote Queen, what the fuck is that? Oh, chat seemed to have...
Off the screen. So it went out of camera.
And this is it at full speed. Oh no, Fledgy B, I'm sorry. Oh yes, ma'am. Yeah, isn't that crazy, Rude Girl? Really solid.
Did you see it?
Clear UFO. I don't know what the fuck that is. That's not man-made. Because I've seen the man-made ones and they don't fly like that. Well, ain't that a thing? Give me 1 second here. Let me just, oh, it's asking me to, yes, do that, and this, and now, oh yeah, that. Definitely that. And now, most definitely this. Oh, who's here? Infamous, how's it going? I'm actually going to sign off, Infamous. I hope you don't mind. I apologize. But definitely do come back tomorrow. I'm probably going to start about the same time, 7 or so. Depends on what time I wake up. If I wake up, I'll wake up for sure. I'll be fine. You're awesome, though. I really appreciate it. You're welcome anytime. And thank you for being here. At the end of the day, when each of these things goes down, it can be described as something by others like schizo or outlandish. Some might call it a lie. But when you see it with your own eyes, you know that there's other things in the world than the simple and the mundane as the only values, but rather that the reality we live in is more complex and wild, chaotic, and filled with the unknown than anybody ever wants to admit. Which is why I often suggest the only answer to the world's human troubles is for each of us, one at a time, to reach out our hands to those we see in need, to pull them out of the mental prison that was designed for us by the power structures around us. Specifically, let me call it the obelisk, a funnel directed up at a bend, which is a pyramid separated from the funnel. And what is that funnel but a mental prison imagined by ourselves, needing to fulfill what others set forward for us? Well, I have a sledgehammer. It's called the Sledgehammer of Mirth. I can lend it to you. It's fucking imaginary. Because that's all it takes for you and I to recognize that the universe we live in is made up of our observational awareness, id, and agreement. That what seems like firmament may actually be ether, and vice versa. Which is why it's most important that for us to change, for people to open to the possibilities, plausibilities, and to the sense that as much as we may know, we know very little. It's going to take us one at a time, planting that seed like the flowers that grow in the sun, to have their pollen captured and carried on the breeze by the bees. As this is the cycle, one at a time. And most important, at the end of the day, when you see someone heading for that super low bar, you really have only one obligation. It's most of the time the only thing you're going to get to do. It's very easy. Scream it out. If you can. Because you know, maybe the last chance sometimes. Most importantly, it's for everybody anyways. Look out! Thank you so much for joining me for the long haul tonight. I know it was a long one. There's a lot in it. Hopefully I'll clip that one down at some point and just put the reading out. Either way, it means so much to me to have your support, to have your ears and your eyes listening and into this. And there's more to come. There's so many other stories. There's so many other experiences. There's so many other tales to be told. And most importantly, for each and every one of us, there's so many other people to be affected positively by spreading our good energy and thought for each one of us, because the universe is magical. At least that's the way I see it. And you know how I see it. I think it's time to look up. Good night, all. Click.